Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the April 9th Reno City Council meeting. We will go ahead and get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm going to ask our SAVE volunteer to lead us, please.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can we have roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
We are calling roll for the Wednesday, April 9th, 2025 Reno City Council meeting. Vice Mayor Taylor? Here. Councilmember Dewar?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember Ebert? Absent at this time. Councilmember Reese? Absent at this time. Councilmember Anderson?
Here.
Mayor Sheevy? Absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Thank you. Move into public comment, please.
All right. Members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings, https://LINKS://COUNCIL04-09. It should be noted for those in attendance that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you've stated your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If the behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Ron Trevor. Oh, sorry. Our first item for public comment is a proclamation. We're going to wait. We are waiting? Okay. So then,
Also, I just, for the record, Councilmember Ebert has joined.
Thank you. Ron Trevor, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Stephen White.
Good morning. My name's Ron Trevor, and I would like to thank council for allowing me to speak this morning. I'm a representative of SAVE, which stands for Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort. And today I have the recaps for the hours volunteered in the first quarter 2025. SAVE currently has 75 active members, another 7 in training. During this first quarter, there was a total of 5,007 hours volunteered by members of SAVE. This represents a savings of $149,033 to the city of Reno. Some of the key areas that were covered during that time frame was citizen contacts. We had 3,780. 48-hour notices on abandoned vehicles, 2,196. We had 1,106 school patrols, 376 handicap violations written, and there were 14 stolen vehicles or fictitious plates located. That's it. Any questions?
Any questions, Council?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Trevor.
Terry Brooks, followed by Stephen White.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to share with you my thoughts on retirement and physical activity and what seniors go through. When you work at your job, you may not be very physically active, but when you walk to your car and then from your car to work, at least you're somewhat physically active. And when you are at work and then it's time for lunch, you have to walk at least a few steps to go and eat your lunch. But when you finally retire and your kitchen is just a few steps away, you don't have to walk very far to eat your 3 meals a day. So once you've retired, you're not as physically active as you used to be, especially if you spend your whole day sitting down and watching TV. So when you do retire, it may be to your surprise that you really should do your best to get a lot of exercise. I retired 14 years ago, and I like to walk every day. I lived by a long pedestrian trail, and I'd walk and enjoy my way. And when I retired, I started a series of 12 exercises and did 10 repetitions of each every day. I gradually increased them, so now I do 60 repetitions of each every day. Regular exercise improves functional status, reduces blood pressure and cholesterol, insulin resistance, obesity, and the chances of a fall. I've gone on a lot of walks in parks with several other seniors, and in doing so, I have gotten to know a lot of seniors. Not only are these walks a good way for physical activity, but they are also good ways for mental and social activity. Walking is about the best exercise that I know. Not only is it good for you, but it gets you where you want to go. I even walk to these meetings, and I enjoy my way when I look at what I wrote and practice along what I'm going to say. So far, I've walked to these meetings 100 times, and so far I've walked back home 99 times. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I'm still able to walk that day. Thank you.
Stephen White.
Oops. Good morning, council members. And good morning, Mayor, wherever you are out there in the clouds. In these stressful times, I got a little spark of something positive to give you. State Assembly Bill 351. We got this little bill passed way back in 2005. And when I won that case against the city of Sparks in the Ninth Circuit Court, they revised it. And now it's the law. And you need to read it, and be sure and read the whereases in this case. This applies to all state parks, county parks, and city parks, where art is part of the recreational experience of the park, and city governments are supposed to be setting aside areas in the park and encouraging artists to bring their artwork down and sell it in the parks with no fee. And please notice when you read this State Assembly bill, 4 different times they point out no fee will be charged of an artist selling artwork in the park. And yet remember, the State Tax Commission is forcing artists to get a license, a business license, $200, a tax license, $15, forcing artists to put a tax on their protected speech artwork, and forcing artists to steal money from the public as a condition of engaging in their constitutional right to freedom of speech. So anyway, what I want to encourage you to do, there are a lot of senior citizens that are really scared right now. I'm one of them. They take away my veterans benefits, and by God, I'm a dead man walking. And one of the things I have an advantage over a lot of seniors, I know I can bring my artwork down and maybe make a little extra money by sharing the beauty of my artwork with the public. You need to reach out, start with the senior citizen organization. Each one of you in your wards, contact your senior citizen groups. Let seniors know they can bring their fine artwork, their paintings, their drawing, their sculpture, their photography, their music, their poetry, like out in the lobby there. Bring it down to the parks and share it with the public. Make a little extra money, but bringing beauty to the world, you know? Just bringing beauty to the world, reducing the stress for people and helping people out a little bit, you know? And if you start out with the senior citizens doing this, and not just along the Riverwalk, in all of the community parks, this should be done. And another thing I'd like to see you do is start considering putting up venues in the park, maybe panels, metal panel, pegboard panels, where a senior can come down and just hang their paintings on a panel. I mean, my God, people, you got sports parks all over the city. You got dog parks. Why can't you have some venues for fine artists? They're supposed to be part of the recreational experience of the public parks, you know? So anyway, I hope you'll take that as a positive note. I'm going to be going before the State Tax Commission on the 17th, and I'm going to be chewing those guys out. You guys have a good day, and by the way, thank you for representing the public with integrity. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you. Do we have any more public comment?
No.
Okay, we'll move on to our proclamation. Cody, come on up. Tell us about what's happening this week, please, and your team. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Cody Shadle, Director of Public Safety Dispatch. I'm joined here by some of my members from our team, as well as Chief, as well as our fire department showing support for us. So we're here today because next week actually kicks off National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, which is a week every year. It's in the second week of April where we actually take a moment to recognize our dispatchers, our 911 telecommunicators, kind of working behind the scenes and being that vital or maintaining that vital role in the public that we often don't get to shine enough light on them and show exactly what we do. So I'm just proud to be here, full of just a lot of pride. We have just a great team here. Unfortunately, I can't bring my whole team because they're actually answering 911 and working. So we found a few people who just had a little bit of time in their schedule to come down today. What we will do next week for the public, we are offering sit-alongs with our media to kind of show and educate how the 911 system works, how our team works, and really show that just kind of the humanity behind the scenes as well. You know, most of our dispatchers, we're not just employees, and just like City of Reno employees across the board, we have mothers and fathers and community members and coaches, and we even some business owners in that group. And it's just, they have the vested interest to do the right thing and to provide service to the public because they are part of the public. And so I like those moments. I like to showcase that. And so really it's all about them. We're here for them and to celebrate them today. So we have a proclamation to read. I'm assuming you want us to read it.
Yes, please. And I think it's important. You are all first responders in a way, too. You're the first line of communication with so many people. So thank you for what you do. We're very grateful.
Absolutely. All right, so City of Reno Public Safety Dispatch is engaged in the operation of emergency response systems for Reno Police Department, Reno Fire Department, University Police Services, what used to be the Reno Tahoe International Airport Fire Department, but now part of Reno Fire, and the Reno Marshal's Office. And these individuals answer calls for help on 911 and non-emergency lines for police, fire, and emergency medical situations, and serve as a critical link for the prompt response of officers and firefighters in the field to save the lives and property of our citizens. And whereas such calls also include those governmental communications related to all public safety and operations which the modern governmental agency must conduct, which resulted in contact by the public, amounting to an estimated 475,000 total calls handled for the year of 2024. And whereas Public Safety Dispatch is the single vital link for our police officers and firefighters for monitoring their activities, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas Public Safety Dispatch employees are dedicated and hardworking, often under difficult circumstances and with an extraordinary workload. And whereas City of Reno Public Safety Dispatch serves the public daily and in countless ways without due recognition by the beneficiaries of their services. Now, therefore, I, Cody Shadle, for Hillary Sheevy, Mayor of City of Reno, do hereby declare April 13th through the 20th, 2025 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. And for the City of Reno, I encourage citizens to recognize the professionalism and compassion of our dedicated public safety dispatchers.
Great. Council members, questions, comments?
Just, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just wanted to also share my thanks. I have had an opportunity to visit the dispatch center and see the amazing work that you all do under really challenging circumstances. So thank you for making the time to come today. It sounds like you're off today and you made the effort to come. And I appreciate our fire department being here, representatives being here as well. They're so closely linked. I mean, you are the first line of defense. You are making the critical judgments of who to send this to, who to dispatch, priority 1, 2, 3, whether it's another jurisdiction or whatever. And I'm also looking forward to the improvements that are in the offing, you know, to help you do a better job, not be quite as stressed, but have a better result as well. So thank you for being here, and thanks, Cody, for doing this presentation.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and hopefully I'll be in front of you in a couple of weeks to give an update on some of those improvements coming.
Fantastic. Okay, we'll move on to approval of the agenda, and I'll ask our manager if we have any.
I do have 2 additional public commenters now.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thanks. We'll move into public comment again.
Emily Allen, followed by Paul Kaiser.
Good morning, City Council members, Mayor, and fellow community members. My name is Emily Allen, and I'm a Reno resident here to talk about the potential of shared ownership to address the economic challenges facing our community. As Reno explores long-term strategies for housing, small business resilience, and economic equity, I encourage the city to formally explore shared ownership structures as scalable solutions. Last week, I gave a similar presentation to your Planning Commission, and they requested a deeper dive. So today, I'll share a summary of that information and preview what deeper engagement could look like. Please note my full comments are in the docket. We are all familiar with the economic challenges we're facing: stagnant wages, rising costs, especially housing costs, wealth inequality, and a possible oncoming recession. To combat these challenges, other cities, including Denver, Albuquerque, Philadelphia, and Cincinnati, have all been implementing a set of self-sustaining shared ownership solutions. We're likely already familiar with some shared ownership solutions in our community, such as consumer cooperatives like REI and our very own Great Basin Community Food Co-op. This comment addresses 3 additional buckets of shared ownership solutions. First, community-owned real estate. Second, employee ownership. And third, community-owned shared services. With Reno already facing pressure on affordable housing and aging business ownership, these models offer a local solution that put assets back in the hands of community members. So first, community-owned real estate creates and preserves permanently affordable housing and stabilizes communities. Community-owned real estate models include community land trusts, housing cooperatives, and mobile home park cooperatives. By transferring ownership to communities or the residents, these models ensure long-term community members can afford to stay here. Second, employee ownership in business creates benefits for retiring owners, workers, businesses, and communities. Employee-owned companies come in many forms, including employee stock ownership plans, or ESOPs, worker cooperatives, and employee ownership trusts. Employee ownership provides a viable exit strategy for retiring business owners, creates wealth, building opportunities for employees, improves business productivity, and keeps businesses locally rooted. Third, community-owned shared services allow small businesses, nonprofits, and governments who are struggling with rising operational costs to achieve better economies of scale and more efficient use of resources. Municipal governments play a key role in supporting the development of all 3 types of shared ownership solutions. From conducting research and analysis to supporting design and implementation, cities across the country are supporting the infrastructure necessary for these initiatives to flourish. Should the city be interested in exploring shared ownership more deeply, I'd welcome the opportunity to support that work through research, stakeholder engagement, and implementation planning based on models from other cities. Thank you.
Paul Kaiser.
Good morning. My name is Paul Kaiser. I live at 235 Bisbee Street in Reno, obviously Reno. And I've lived there for 30 years. And I'm here to speak in favor of item B3, the awarding of the contract for the street rehabilitation of Bisbee Street. This subdivision was built in 1948. In 30 years, we've had some street repairs, et cetera, but the curbs and gutters definitely need to be replaced. And so as I say, I'm speaking in favor of it, and I hope that the council approves it and we can get this project moving. I should say the timing right now is brilliant. Looks like that they might start in May. This street is 2 blocks away from the university, so the university's spring semester will end May 14th, so there'll be much less traffic. So this is a great time to do that. So thank you.
Do we have any more public comment?
We have no additional public comment registered. For the record, we did receive 17 comments that were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to yesterday, April 8th at 4 p.m. These comments were distributed as 7 letters in opposition and 10 letters of concern.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment, move on to the agenda manager. Bryant, do we have any revisions?
Thank you. The only change is that any items pulled from the consent agenda will be heard immediately prior to item H1, council comments. No other changes.
Great, thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to item A5, approval of the minutes of the 3/5 special meeting and the 3/12 regular meeting. Do you have any comments or revisions?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And now we will move on to our consent agenda, and I'll start to my right with Councilwoman Anderson.
I don't have anything.
I'm good, thank you.
Councilwoman Dorr?
Yeah. I wanted to pull B3. I'm glad the gentleman was here because I wanted to highlight that work. And also B5. We need to know a little bit more about this audit dated the 2019 and what the updates are. So,
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Ebert?
Councilmember Dewar pulled two of my items, but I'd also like to pull B4.
Okay, so B3 and B4 have been pulled by Councilwoman Dewar, I believe.
Yeah.
B3
Yeah.
and B5 were pulled by me.
Okay.
But she's pulling also B4.
Okay, so B3, B4, B5, and those will be heard before council comments.
Thank you.
And we'll need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve the consent?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion, all those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And we will move on to item D1. Good morning.
Good morning, Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance for the record. I am here today to give you a financial update on the general fund and then talk about the third quarter augmentation.
Can you move the microphone just a little bit?
Maybe,
It's kind of hard to hear you.
I don't think I
Or
can
they can turn it up over
turn
there.
on a little bit. A little better? Okay, good. Sorry, I apologize too. I thought you would go into the consent item, so I was waiting outside, so. Let me see. So if we go to, first I want to talk a little bit about the financial update. And so I'll talk a little bit about this year, any changes that we have occurring to that since we last talked at the last workshop, and then talk about the build for next year's budget. And so for the current year, in front of you, you'll see the revenues, and we're projecting that we're going to have a revenue shortfall in the current year of about $8.6 million. This is mainly from three sources: the C-tax, which is consolidated taxes, franchise fees, and then licenses and permits. In all three of those areas, we are seeing those revenues coming in under budget, under what we anticipated for the year. And this is really a result of the economy and consumer spending. We recognized this early in the year, and we've been following it throughout the year and then making adjustments to the budget as we move through this year and then as we build the budget for next year. These are the things that we've really been talking to you about as council. Not much has changed here, still around that $9 million shortfall, and that occurs from the budgeted amount versus what we're estimating in receipts for the year. And that equates to about a 2.7% shortfall. Doesn't seem like much, but with a large budget, it does equate to a lot of dollars. When you look on the expenditure side of it, what has occurred since we recognized early in the year that there was an issue with revenues and the budgeted amounts, that drawing back on expenditures, and what that means is holding positions when they come vacant, slowing down hiring process, and then also saving in areas in operating expenses where we can. And by doing all of that during this year and working with departments and with Manager Bryant and her team, we've been able to estimate that we're going to have around $10 million in savings in the current year. And most of that, about $6 million, is in the salary and benefits field. And that's due to, again, holding positions or hiring positions in a delayed pattern. And so we'll see savings in the benefits area, in health insurance and the PERS, and then in salaries, we're going to see some savings as we move forward, as we're anticipating holding some positions and actually freezing them for next year. So between the two, when you roll them up together, what you're looking at here is the roll-up of them. And so that 2.7% that we're coming in under budget in revenues, that's about that $8.6 million. And then in the savings area, we have about 3.1% in savings in the expenditures, and that equates to about that $10 million. So that gives us a difference of $1.5 million. And that $1.5 million is to the positive. It means that we anticipate having those funds at the end of this year. And that's the result of recognizing early on that there are changes in the economy and there are changes in our revenues coming in, and really proactively adjusting the expenditures throughout this year to make sure that we still maintain a balanced budget in the current year. So what that means as we move forward, because we use those projections, where are we at this year, to really look at what we're looking at for next year. So next year, really the only change that we've had since we had the update in the workshop on March 5th is that we got the final property tax numbers for revenues on March 25th. Those always come on March 25th. It's always toward the end of our budget process. And during the budget workshop, if you remember, I anticipated revenues to grow in property tax by 7.7%. This was because over the last 5 years, we've seen property tax grow anywhere from 7 to 9%. And so dialing that back a little bit and assuming kind of an average, I use 7.7% as the first build. When we've gotten the final numbers, they've actually come in at 6% as an increase over our current year estimate. And so I think that's really that slowdown of the economy that we're seeing. And so the difference is that $1.6 million. It's an additional shortfall from what we talked about at the workshop that we previously had. What that looks like is now, instead of the $24 million gap as we build out the budget, it's about $25 million now. And that's just because of the final numbers from property tax. We still have some unknowns that are out there for some of the labor contracts, and then we still have an unknown for the FLSA issue. But right now, using the knowns that we have, this was where the build ends at this point. So what that looks like as we move forward, we're still coming forward, and what you'll see coming forward in the next workshop will be still recommending using some of the one-time funds that we have, then reducing capital in several different spaces and areas, and then operating expenses as well, reducing those as well. Using those same areas to bring this budget in balance. And then we have a remaining gap of that $5.3 million you see at the bottom. And that's the 3.7 that we previously talked about, plus the 1.6 from property tax coming in shorter than what we anticipated. What that looks like in this slide, as you look at, we would have one-time funds for next year of $8 million that we would supplement to the revenues. And then we would need $17.6 million in reductions. And that's mostly between capital and operating expenses. And then there's some areas that we would have to define outside of that. And so for that remaining gap, that 5.3, we're looking at 20 positions that are currently vacant, and then recommending to freeze those moving forward. And then the memberships, council brought up a lot of good information and ideas as far as looking at memberships, council discretionary funds, boards and commissions, and then changing some funding sources. So that was some of the input that I received from you, and the manager's office has worked through looking at all of those areas. We received that input at the last budget workshop on March 5th, and so we found $700,000 that we believe should be proposed in reductions for those areas. And then the 1.4 difference here, that would be the amount that we just talked about, that excess that we'll have from the current year. And really that's just being proactive in managing our expenses this year, knowing that we have some challenges ahead. So using that to roll forward and help balance the budget for next year. This gives you a breakdown of the detail behind those items that I just mentioned. This is the 5.3 remaining gap. The first two items address the changes in funding sources. So it would be additional increase from the room tax fund to support special events. And then the second item is EDON. Normally, that is paid out of the general fund when council wants to do that donation. We've relooked at that, and the manager has had conversations with them and about paying this from RDA funds so that they focus their efforts in the downtown area. So shifting that funding source, not spending it, but just changing the funding source of it. Other areas on here are the reduction in staffing, so it would be 3.2 million, and those would be the frozen positions. The roll forward of the current year anticipated savings, that would be the 1.4 million we initially talked about. And then these other items on here include the boards and, includes the reduction to memberships, some boards and commissions reductions on here, and then some sponsorships as well. You'll see council discretionary on here, and that would, what's proposed would be reducing those by 25,000 each. Each member now currently gets 40, so it would, 45, I'm sorry. So it would reduce that amount for each member to 20,000 each. And so other areas include National League of Cities, U.S. Conference of Mayors, and then some boards and commissions to give you an idea of what's will be coming forward at the next workshop. So this is just a preview of it. For the 20 positions that are being looked at to be proposed for the next workshop, this is the list of the positions. These are positions that are currently vacant, so there is no impact to the employees. There will be an impact to the departments, and the city manager's office is working through with the departments to determine what those impacts are and how we mitigate that to best meet the needs of the city. But this is a list of those positions, and these positions add up to about $3.2 million. In room tax, I just want to highlight this because this was one of the funding source change areas. And so you'll see that special events, arts and culture, and then the Lear Theater and Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful are the main areas on here that we have. The Arts Commission is still proposed on here to be funded at $245,000 per year, same as the current year. And then just increasing some of the support to special events, which in effect supports the general fund and maintains that support for tourism and the downtown events. For the for the fiscal year 25 current year third quarter augmentation, this is just to give a brief update on that, and this is my last slide before the end for questions. The third quarter, this is what you would be taking a motion on today. I don't need a motion on the other items. It's just an update and for discussion. This would be the actual motion item. We have some grants and reimbursements from police, fire, and parks. These are grants and reimbursements that have previously come to council. Council has approved them. This is just adding them to the budget. It's a cleanup item. Also included in this augmentation is a no-cost swap for police. They would like to switch out 2 police assistant positions and create a new position, a background investigations unit supervisor. This is a no-cost impact to the budget because they would be giving up the 2 positions to create the 1 new position. And then the last 2 items are really cleanup items. Freight House to Sarah District, it's a pass-through for the city of sales tax that's dedicated to these areas. I just wanted to realign the budget to actually what we're seeing. It does fluctuate sometimes pretty drastically each year, and I like to true that up so that it makes comparisons year over year more valid, and we don't have to exclude it when we do some of those comparisons. There is no impact to the budget because it's a pass-through, so we're just adjusting what we get to what we actually pay. And then for the airport fire positions, council previously approved that agreement. The positions at the time the agreement was approved, we didn't know when they were going to actually start. They've started in March, and so now we're just adding those dollars to the budget. Again, this is a no impact to the budget because these are fully reimbursed by the airport for the fire department. So the impact to the budget is an overall wash for that item. So that concludes my presentation. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Vicki. Council members, discussion question items. I'll start with my right because I'm having a challenge with my screen. Councilman. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, I have a couple of comments. I just wanted to thank your team for making sure that we were, and the CMO's office, for all your work in getting the budget to where we're at. Now I know some of the things that we were projecting were a little bit more detrimental than I guess that we're at currently. And so the fact that you all have been freezing positions and noticing these things coming in the future and kind of slimming down things has helped to reduce the impacts to the people, our employees within the city, and making sure that those that folks in those positions aren't affected. I also want to thank, I don't know if you mentioned this in the last slide, but it's the reclassification in the police department. Sounds like there's going to be some more patrol officers. And so I don't know if you or the CMO's office wanted to go into that, but
Chief
I don't know if
Nance here?
Chief Nance is here, but I just wanted to highlight that and give kudos to that transition and the reclassification, if she isn't here either way.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Dewar?
Yeah, thank you. Good work, again. I'm glad you guys are working so hard on this budget, which is a huge challenge. Now, you mentioned that we still had to come up with an additional, I think it was 1.5 million?
Yes.
Have you worked on that one? Or is this proposal here incorporate that?
This does incorporate that. We've relooked at the positions in the current year to evaluate what the savings would be in the current year. And so we have additional savings we're anticipating there. And most of that change that you're going to see there is by knowing which positions are going to be recommended to be frozen for next year. By doing that, we're able to give you a better estimate in the current year as what that's going to look like, because they're vacant now. We know they will remain vacant as what we're proposing. And so that savings will come from that.
Okay. Well, I hate to be about us, but it is very challenging with two of the three liaisons basically being frozen. One is because the person's been deployed and the other is because it's vacant. But I just hope that if things change, that you can address that, because that directly impacts what we as elected officials can do. I mean, we have no ability to direct staff, nor would we want to. But in order to move forward with our priorities, there's got to be someone at the city that we work with to get these things done, whether it's a cleanup or it's a special project such as Councilmember Anderson's fire prevention event, or whether it's meet and greet with your council member, which have already been scheduled. But going forward, all of those things are important for us to maintain contact with our constituents and our residents of Reno. And so I'm just asking, as we move forward, that we just take a close look at that potentially we don't freeze it forever. But right now, I will just speak for myself. I have literally ceased my requests to the office, to the most part. I just made a request this morning, but I haven't for probably 6 weeks since we became aware of the shortage, and I'm sure other council members are holding back too. So, some of us have a very short time left on council, and so if we can't really do some of the things we need to do for our community, because this one sort of pinch point exists, I think that will really reduce our effectiveness as council members. I understand the impact to every department. I don't undermine that or say that is not important. I'm just speaking because I can only really speak right now for the council. The other thing I wanted to ask you is I had it here. I just wondered if you'd done any more work on the franchise fees. It was very mysterious to me, maybe others, why those have gone down, especially with the growth in Reno, more people using more services. Do you have an understanding of what might be driving that at this point?
We believe it's due to consumers just choosing to spend less on it, because you do have an option to change your thermostat and do things in areas to cut costs. And I know that even in this room, people have done that. And I think as you see inflation in other areas, you try to control some areas that you can, and that is a space that people can control.
What's an example? So, for example, your example of cutting the thermostat. So you're saying less goes to NV Energy.
Correct, and we
Okay.
get a percentage of that. And really, that's the big area that we're seeing is electric and gas. The
Okay.
other area is the climate. So if if you don't have a really cold winter or a really hot summer, you don't need as much of that either. And with climate change, that is an impact as well.
Those are things affecting Tumwa as well with water use. So, but if the other way, as things warm up, people need more water for longer. So, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ebert, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to thank everyone on your team and you for all of your work on this budget. I know it's been a rough process. I did want to kind of ask about the arts and culture funding. You said that that was going to remain at $240,000. I know that the new budget also recommends taking away the $40,000 the senior advisory board gets to basically do events for Reno seniors, whatever that may be. The advisory board determines that. But I just would like to say that I think that we should continue to fund that board, especially since I think our seniors have a lot of need, and I'm not exactly sure what the full scope of the Arts and Culture Commission, what they are working on, but I feel like the Senior Advisory Board is something that we should keep funded. And is there any way to take the $40,000 for the Senior Advisory Board from the Arts and Culture Commission?
Take that or do that? Thank you for the question. This is Jackie Bryant. Councilmember Ebert, the funding that is allocated to the Arts and Culture Commission is through room tax. Correct me if I'm wrong, Vicki, and the funding source for the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee is the general fund, and that's the fund that we're really struggling to balance. So these presentations that we've done have really been focusing on the general fund. So it just so happens that the room tax goes straight to the arts and culture. It cannot be used for the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. And when you look at the 20 positions that we are freezing over the next fiscal year and likely for the next 2 to 3 fiscal years, all of those are being funded by the general fund. So at this point, to find $40,000 for the seniors, I hear you, I understand the work that we do with our senior population is significant. That's $40,000 we would probably have to find from another position at this point.
Okay, thank you for that information. I just want to stress that if there's a way that we could find funding for this, I would like to look into perhaps creating some kind of fund for seniors that people can donate to, similar to Relief Reno, just so that we can continue with things like our Older Americans Month programming, which is really, we have a lot of events in May of every year for seniors, and it's just so important that we continue to provide places and events for seniors to socialize and remain active in our community. So if there's any way we could do that, I know I've kind of brought this up before a few times. I would like to find out how to create a fund for seniors, since we're not going to be able to fund them through the general fund at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert. Manager Bryant heard your request, and I think she said she was shaking her head. I don't know if you could see that. Vicki, I have a couple of questions. Appreciate the update on the 2026 budget, but we have a couple more workshops coming up where we can fine tune this a little bit, right?
Yes, we have their next workshop on May 5th.
Okay.
And then budget adoption occurs, I think, on the 21st, May 20th or 21st, I think. But May 5th would be our next opportunity to discuss anything if we have any more data points at that point, I will bring those forward, and then further discussion on any changes or edits to
One of the
it.
things that I heard you say is that our property taxes were down a little bit, as well as something we didn't anticipate, which created a little bit more of a challenge moving forward too. So property tax is also down with C-tax.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager Bryant. Thank you to all the departments for really working on this. One thing I want to clarify is when you say we had $16.4 million in one-time savings, to me, that is really just things that we are not going to be doing. It's deferring the cost. It's not really a savings. I guess you can call it a savings, but I think we need to be really clear that these are things that we are just not going to do. And it's like buying vehicles, investing in our maintenance and operations moving forward. So it's not really a savings where you found money under the couch or anything like that.
It's really just realigning the expenditures, and by that, cutting in areas.
And to be able to do this to the tune of $25 million, you've really done a tremendous job. But one of the questions I asked in my briefing was, is this something that should we keep going in the same direction, is going to continue through 27 and 28? These aren't things, we're not going to have any more savings or one-time things that we can't fund anymore. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I mean, we are still looking for some one-time funding. When we've identified some things that would be out farther for 27 and such, not large dollars similar to things that we have currently, but not currently available. It would be available later. But this is going to be a challenging time. 2 to 3 years, Manager Bryant has indicated that, we're looking at, this isn't a long-term fix to anything. We're doing a short-term fix now as we watch the economy, and we may have to make further adjustments as we watch it and move along. But we're really having to be flexible and acknowledge what's happening in the economy right now. There's just a lot of uncertainty.
A lot of uncertainty. That's the way to end the presentation. Council members, do we have other questions or discussion items? Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I was wondering if for the May 5th workshop, before that, if you can, if you could share with us the things that were in that last slide. I think it was things that you've cut, boards, commissions, the actual list. Could you give us that detailed list just so we can follow the bouncing ball?
Yes,
And
absolutely.
understand? Okay. And also, I would request that despite what Manager Bryant said about room tax, I have a little different understanding that a portion of it is somewhat fixed by council resolution, which can always be changed. And also, the other portion that is not fixed can also be done a deeper dive. I think some of those things, there's a very broad list for what room tax can be used for, including things like affordable housing and so on and so on. And so I think it would be very prudent for us to take a close look at the room tax fund, since it isn't really as nailed down as I think was presented. I think there's options there that we could make different decisions with the funding and even adopt different resolutions on how the money is split. And just for an example, I think isn't 50% dedicated to parks?
Correct.
And that's through a resolution, I think?
It's through an ordinance.
Ordinance.
That has been amended over the years, and it is something that's in Reno Municipal Code, and it
Right.
could be changed.
Right. So I just wanted to say that it's not like we have chains, handcuffs on, that, we just adopted an ordinance with no initiation and just a 1-2, and we did it. So we could potentially amend the ordinance that controls room tax. And then I just think we need to do a deeper dive if there are other city needs, and I'm not presuming I know what those are. I mean, I love the arts, personally. I was their liaison for 8 years to the Arts and Culture Commission. So I'll have strongly advocated for them. At the same time, there may be things, that Manager Bryant thinks are more needed, or council thinks are more needed. And so we shouldn't just foreclose that. The other thing is, I do want to support the Senior Advisory Commission, but maybe not to the tune of $40,000. And if you are going to look at a potential donation revolving capital fund or some kind of thing, maybe, we put in some, and maybe the public puts in some. And I'm not proposing a matching fund per se. I don't want to restrict it that way. But I do want to say maybe we reduce the amount to $10,000 so we can recognize Older Americans Month, and so that we can do some of the most critical things. Maybe we can't give grants, totally get that. But I think we should take a closer look at what that $40,000 in seniors is allocated to. And if there are some things, like, for example, I know that in parks, they have the adaptive events. Maybe, and that senior, there's the Senior Olympics, et cetera. Maybe we could take a closer dive and see which of these might rise to the top, and potentially, If it's from general fund, fine, but maybe those events come out of room tax. Okay, so I want to keep the option open and with a maybe reduced number.
I'm sorry, City Manager Bryant, did you have you're good. Okay. Councilmember Ebert?
I don't have anything else at this time, thank you.
Okay, looked like your hand was raised. Welcome, Madam Mayor. We're on item D1.
All right, thanks so much. Great question, Naomi. So I think it would be really good to look at that and also just clarify, because we've heard over the years that it's in law that we have to spend a certain allocation towards arts. Can you sort of dial that down and clarify?
Sure. Madam Mayor, are you discussing room tax per se?
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I actually brought it today.
And I thought there was something in the ordinance with any project, there is, I know that for sure, like with Moana Pool, there had to be an allocation towards that.
Yes,
Correct?
that's a different one. That's 2% of capital projects that the city does, and that's a different item than this.
Okay, is that is that an ordinance?
Yes.
I think that's a resolution, or is it an ordinance?
It's not
an
required
ordinance.
by state law, correct?
No.
It's an ordinance as well, the 2% on
I don't think we
any capital
adopted that.
projects that we do.
The council before had it in there.
Well, I mean, the council before us adopted it.
Yes.
I
That's
meant
what I'm
city
saying.
council adopted it.
Right, okay. All right, I just wanted
So-
clarification.
For room tax specifically, half of the money is for parks maintenance or repairs or new facilities. And then the other half of the money is meant for the improvement or betterment of the city as a final destination for tourism. And so included in that, it has development of downtown event facilities, programs and facilities to improve the situation of homelessness, development of new attractions and events, tourism-related social programs, and then additional public safety personnel and equipment, but that is limited to not to exceed 1/3 of the revenue generated in that space. And if you remember, council has approved previously some turnout gear, some different gear and things for police and fire as one-time kind of things out of room tax. In prior years, you've done that.
Okay.
And then, that's it. So it's those 5 areas. So development of downtown facilities, programs and facilities, new attractions, tourism-related social programs, and then public safety.
Okay, and just clarify, I believe it's only, that room tax comes only from gaming properties.
Room tax from this one, this particular one is from the downtown area.
So it's only downtown?
This is downtown, yes.
Okay, all right.
And is all that in the ordinance? I mean,
Yes.
and it is an ordinance, did you say? Because you cut out.
The one I'm looking at is ordinance 5985. I believe this is the last version of it. I found 3 versions prior to this, and this is the last one I found yesterday, so it's 5985.
So we could also adjust those buckets.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thanks so much. Of course. Back to you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, do we have any other questions on this?
I just have one.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I just want to compliment you and your team for getting us all up to speed so early on this budget, how it was changing so quickly. I want to just ask you, before our workshop on the 5th, do you anticipate any new economic data rolling forward that is going to really, really impact the number that we're working with right now?
Not at this time, I don't. I don't know if you've all obviously been watching the markets and things over the last week. We've had a lot of volatility as far as the stock market, and there's a lot of talk out there about a recession. So that's really our next watch. At this point, unless we're actually going into a full recession, then that will require a much deeper dive, and we'll really have to readjust things. At this point, we're really just maintaining what we have and living in that space of really reduced revenue growth. So although we have growth, it's very small growth at this point, and we're just contracting to adjust to that. As long as we have that, we can move forward and continue to figure that out. But if we do go into a full recession, that would be a different conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ebert, your hand is up. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. So we talked a little bit about the C-tax piece and how it's likely going down to people cutting back on things like electricity use. I just want to say that I do hear from my constituents that they have a very difficult time paying their electric bill and also their sewer bill. So I just want to remind everybody that there are people really struggling just to pay for basic necessities. So when we talk about things like affordable housing and giving credits for sewer hookups, things like that, like that's great. But I think we also need to look at what's happening with the community at large and acknowledge that people are cutting back on necessities. These aren't luxuries. So I think we need to keep that in mind too as we reassess different fees and fee structures, different things like that, we need to take note that the community at large is struggling. So just wanted to call that out because I specifically get outreach from my constituents about the difficulties they're having with just paying basic utilities. So just wanted to mention that as we look for ways to increase revenue, I don't think that we should make things harder for people to just have their basic necessities. So that was all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert. I think we're looking for a motion.
Before you take a motion, I do just want to.
Public comment.
Yes,
Sorry.
I just.
Do we have any
just wanted
public
to
comment?
note, no one registered to speak, and we did not receive any correspondence.
Okay.
Okay, I'll motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Vicki. Thank you to the team. Thank you to everyone for your help and hard work. Now we're on D2.
D2. Okay, I'm going to send it to you, Madam Clerk, for item D2. Do you have any public comment on this item?
First, are we taking D2 and D3 together?
I would think we can.
so.
They're basically the same two different companies, it looks like. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. And we do not have anyone registered to speak and have not received correspondence on either item.
Okay, thank you so much. Matt, take it away. The floor is yours.
Hi. Matt Taylor, Assistant Finance Director for the City of Reno. I'm here today to talk about our merchant fees and an addendum to a contract with Wells Fargo and InfoSend/PACE. They both do the same thing, but through different areas with the city. This is in alignment with our fiscal sustainability and economic and community development. Merchant fees are the credit card fees that we currently pay. So when someone comes in to pay the city, there's a transaction cost with it, and the city is currently paying those fees up front. And there's two options that the city can choose from. We can continue to pay the fee, or we could pass the fee on to the customer that is paying it because they're choosing to pay with a credit card. Over the past 6 years, we've been paying an average of $879,000 between all the funds for merchant fees. 2024 was the highest. It was $1,144,000, and it's broken up between the general fund, the building enterprise fund, and the sewer fund. If the city chooses to move forward with passing the fee on to the customer, they would see a 2.7% charge on their credit card statement. So if they charge $100 to the city, they'll see a line for $100 to the city, and then an additional line for $2.70 on their credit card statement. They can avoid paying the fee by choosing to pay online with their bank account instead of a credit card. They can mail in checks or pay with checks over the counter, or they can come in and pay cash at the counter and avoid the fee altogether. These would be savings to the city through the general fund of about $300,000. The Building Enterprise Fund would save about $200,000, and the Sewer Fund would save about $525,000 altogether. These savings have not been included in the budget forecast for next year, so if this was approved and moved forward, these would be additional savings on top of what was just previously discussed. There will be messaging sent out to customers to let them know of the fee in advance. We are trying to do, if this is approved, we would do over-the-counter payments and online payments for like Building Enterprise Fund expenditures and business licenses starting around July 1st. We'll add signage to the front desk, and then there'll be language added to the website notifying customers of the fee. For credit or sewer billing, we would do a customer outreach in July and October in their inserts to let them know of the new fee and give them an opportunity to change their auto payments over to their bank account if they want to avoid it, as well as members that are already existing auto pay, they'll receive emails in early November and December to let them know of the change before the next process comes through, so then they can make those changes and avoid the fee if they decide to. So we would end up moving over the sewer fee starting January of 2026 and give them an additional 6 months to make those changes. So there's two recommendations. One is to approve the Wells Fargo addendum, and the other one is to approve the addendum with InfoSend and PACE.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Questions? Council members?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Naomi.
Thank you. So just a couple quick questions, or at first a comment. I understand why we need to do this. We're subsidizing, you're showing about over $1 million in fees to banks.
Correct.
So that's something we can do away with, and we should. I have to file for a state business license. They've been doing this for about 2 years, where if you're paying by credit card, you have to pay the merchant fee. I don't like it at all. I think it's a step backwards because, the world has moved to online payment, and credit card payment's a big, big piece of that. It's harder to set up Zelle or bank-to-bank transfer, those kind of things. You have to do some front-end work. Charge cards, you just pay. So I'm going to support this, but it's with regret that we have to take this move because I think it was more seamless to be able to do this for our residents, but I understand the financial necessity. But I also want to ask two questions. One, you showed the approximate savings that you expect, and you mentioned $300,000 for the general fund. But do your savings projections assume that it's everybody that's paying today, or that there's going to be some fall-off? Some people will pay in person with a check. Some people mail a check. Some people will do an online. So have you reduced the savings based on your expectation?
Yes, because there are some expenses we will still have to pay. So for the $100 example, currently we would be paying $2.70 in merchant fees. We will have to pay a 10-cent fee to have them pay online regardless.
Oh, we do?
So there's still some fees associated with accepting online fees, but the credit card portion is the largest.
Right, but I'm saying of this a little over $1 million, did that assume that some people are going to default to other payment avenues? Or is this the whole bucket, and so it's really not going to be $1 million, it's going to be something less?
The whole bucket would go away if we're no longer paying the merchant fees.
I don't think you're
But
understanding my
I'm
question.
not, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you projected, maybe you could go to that slide, with the 300,000, the 200,000, the 525, right here. Do these budget savings that you're estimating include the fact that some people are no longer, are going to find other ways to pay? And some people will keep.
I think I understand now.
Okay.
Yes, they are. Currently, I think the general fund is paying about $325,000 in merchant fees.
Yes.
So we've reduced it to 300,
what
not the full amount. Yes,
That was what I was
sorry.
asking. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I want to make sure that I understand. We're still going to offer, people can pay in person, they can pay by check, they can pay ACH deposit without any fees.
Correct.
Okay, so there is an option.
And we will still accept credit cards. They'll just be charged on their
Okay,
statement.
so there's an option, I think.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Councilman Ebert, I don't know if you have a question or not.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I just have a question just for clarity. Does paying by debit card, like payments coming from their bank, does that also the fee? Like it has to be a check or cash to not have that fee?
Yes, a debit card is considered a credit card to the bank, so they would also be charged that fee.
For the record,
they
this
get
is
charged
Jackie
a lower
Bryant.
amount.
I want to clarify that, yes, a debit card is, but an ACH is not. Can you explain ACH process and how that would work?
So the ACH process, if you go online to fill out your payment, instead of using your debit card or credit card number, you would put in your bank account number with your routing number in order for those funds to come out automatically.
Yeah, I do understand that. I didn't know how debit cards would be viewed if it was like a bank or credit card. So thank you for clearing that up for me.
Yes.
I have one more.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Well, are you done, Ms. Ebert? Okay.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think this is a more general statement. I think this is a bad trend. If everybody does this, we're going to go to a restaurant and we're going to pay with credit card. There's not going to be ACH option, all that. We're going to pay by credit card. There's a cash option. But most people are going to pay by credit card, and there could be another item on your bill for $2.70.
Yeah.
Well, for restaurants? Restaurants? I know there's tax. Okay. Well, anyway, many I have used, I haven't seen that, but I'm just expecting to see it more broadly. And services as well. Like, I don't know about you, but my hair cutter doesn't charge me $2, 2.75 or 2.7.
She just ups the price of the,
Probably.
yeah,
And
of the service. We all know that.
We do.
Right.
So I just wanted to just say that, it's just a sign of coming times, and it's already coming. It's already here, apparently, in many places. So anyway,
All
I
right.
said I would support it, and I do plan to. I'm just sad that we have to.
Okay, Matt, this is a space I know really well. And I literally just got off the phone last week with several credit card companies. So a few things. I don't see a breakdown of what our fees are, what we're being charged by the banks. So were you able to call them and negotiate? Wells Fargo, actually Chase right now is offering the best solutions. There's a lot of competitors out in the market that are now saying we won't charge PCI fees, technology fees. There is a lot of hidden fees, and they can escalate based on obviously how many credit cards you use, what type they use. It's a very interesting game for the banks, I should say the least. And anyone listening, if you have a business or use credit cards in any way, take your credit card statement, put it into ChatGPT, and it can break it down verbatim where your credit card company is probably dinging you. So I was just blown away by how much businesses are being taken advantage by a lot of the banks. Well, why does that surprise us? But break that down for me, because that's the one thing that is changing, is that everyone's having to get competitive. They are knocking down those fees. So I want to know, before you came to council, did you call them and say, hey, we want to negotiate also a percentage?
Yes, that's what we went through Wells Fargo and asked them to look at what we are currently paying, because we are currently paying at a rate, and then what it would cost for them to pass the rate on to the customer. And we had options of being able to collect the money up front and keep it in our account and then pay them for what we pay. It gets to be very complicated based off of how much money you're allowed to hold. This was the most straightforward and easy process to do it. They looked at the types of payments we receive and the frequency and the dollar amounts, as well as the composition of the credit cards that we receive payments on, because some of the point cards end up costing significantly more to process if you're getting travel points in, or if you're getting a 2.5% or 2% back on your statement. They took all of that into consideration to come up with the flat 2.7 that would be passed on to the customers. And then we went over to our sewer side with InfoSend and Pace, and we wanted to be consistent between our platforms and asked them to look at what a 2.7% would cost, or would what we could do to reduce it to 2.7% on their side, and they were able to reduce a lot of the other fees that we were paying to get it down to the 2.7, and they left, I think, 1 or 2 small quarterly or monthly fees on there, so they can break even with the process as well.
Okay, I didn't see also the breakdown of your fees, so I'm curious if they're, I would assume we are not paying a PCI fee, I hope not, but that technology fee gets sort of, in there. But I'm also curious, they should have brought down the interest rates knowing you were looking at this.
Yes, this was the
What
lowest.
were we paying before?
Right now, we are paying, I believe it's around 2.5% on our side, but they are adding the additional service of being able to charge the customer on the back end.
Okay. Did you call competitors by any chance?
We went with Wells Fargo because that's who our current merchant fee is with, and we just went out for a contract with them.
Well,
I think it was in 2020, we went out and awarded a contract with them.
okay. All right. Well, Chase is very competitive right now, so you might want to do some negotiating. Anyway, thanks, Matt. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I think all of us don't love this, but I was just on the phone with the state, bless you, last week, and they're all charging. They're all charging it. I would just say, the one thing is, if you could, when you message that and you put those in, those notices, I mean, it might be really good to, because I don't think we do a good job of the way that we do notice. It looks like government speak. It looks like this very small font. And I mean, if you really highlight free for the ACH, it can be very helpful because a lot of people know that. Like NV Energy does the same thing. It actually stores your ACH information. Is that something that we can do? Because it's really nice with NV Energy when they store it and you just hit one and it's already there. You're not running to find a check. I don't know what our capability is, but maybe you can
Yes.
explain that.
So for the ACH on the sewer bills, it will store the information the same as if you stored your credit card payment. So you upload it once and then you don't have to do it again. When we do send out the messaging for emails, it'll be to existing customers. We could include directions on what to do in order to get it to change, because I know personally I set it up 3 or 4 years ago and I haven't gone back in to change. So I
Okay.
think that would be good.
Yeah, definitely. But it's getting tough, and especially if you're a local business. And now if you have to import anything, trust me, the margins are so slim. It's one of the reasons why you do see retailers go out of business, and it's going to get even rockier. So I know this space really well, and with Amazon, it's very hard to compete. It's brutal out there for local businesses. So last message, shop local, keep them in business. We all love our local stores. So good job, Matt.
Thank you.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thanks so much, Mary, and thanks, Matt, for the presentation. I think my only question was about the messaging. I'm assuming it's going to be in multiple languages, but just wanted to make sure that was the case.
So the messaging that'll go out starting July 1st will be a change to our website to say that these fees are going to be applied, because those aren't monthly reoccurring fees. They're as people come in to pay their business license or pay their building permits online. That's where they'll see it. The messaging that goes out for our sewer payments, that's done quarterly. We're going to send out a notice with their sewer bill that goes out in July and October. And then in November, December, we'll be able to target the people that have already signed up with email addresses to let them know that this is a change that's coming forward with how to avoid the fee. And then that website will also have language added to it to let people know that if they pay by credit card, that fee will be assessed and how to avoid it.
Yeah, thank you for the information. I guess my question was more so if it was going to be available in different languages.
Yes,
some of that
we'll make
messaging.
sure that it's in
Yeah.
English and in Spanish when we
Okay,
send it out.
perfect. Thank
Yes.
you.
Okay, no further questions? That being said, may I get a motion for item D?
I did,
Oh,
and
go ahead.
yeah,
Councilwoman
I-
Ebert, go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, I do see restaurants charging those fees currently, and also I believe our water bill has the same thing. There's a fee if you pay it by card, but if you pay it by check, they don't have a fee. So there is kind of a precedent already on this. So just wanted to share that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, item D2, D3, may I have a motion?
I move to approve service fee addendum with Wells Fargo. I imagine, do you want two different?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thanks, Matt.
I move to approve service fee addendum with in-person pace.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Which-
opposed?
I'm sorry, which item is this? Is this D3?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All those opposed? I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right,
Thank you.
good job, thanks. All right, now we're gonna head on item D4. Where? D4. D4. Hi, John. How are you?
All right, I'm good.
Okay, before you start, do we have any public comment on this item?
There's no one registered to speak, and we have not received correspondence.
Okay, the floor is yours.
All right, good morning. I didn't think I'd be saying good morning, but good morning.
Hey, we're efficient now.
For the record, John Flansburgh, Regional Infrastructure Administrator. Today, we're bringing back the results of our sewer user rate sufficiency analysis, and I wish I had better news, but we want to go through what's going on with the sewer fund and on our process. In this discussion, we're going to talk about the findings, we're going to talk about what is included in that rate, user rate sufficiency analysis and what is not included. We're also going to talk about some affordability items. So in alignment with our strategic plan under fiscal sustainability, infrastructure, climate change, and environmental sustainability, our sewer fund obviously is a critical function that we provide to the community. And we have to make sure that we are able to continue doing so and doing it to meet all of our permit requirements. I want to be very clear what we are talking about today and what we are not talking about. We are talking about the user fee portion. This is the quarterly bills that go out to all of our customers who use the service. It pays for the maintenance, it pays for the rehabilitation, replacement of our large infrastructure, and our operations and treatment costs at the wastewater treatment plants. We are not talking about sewer connection fees today. We had that discussion a couple years ago on raising our connection fees. Those are the one-time fee paid by developers, and that pays for capacity and growth. So if we have a capital improvement project that includes both replacement, because we're replacing the system that's there, but we're also expanding it to make it so that we can serve more customers in the future. It'll have a component of both of those funds, but today we're going to be talking about strictly the user fee side. Our rate sufficiency analysis is conducted every 2 years per Reno Municipal Code. We look at the revenues, we look at our costs, both operational and maintenance, and primarily one of the big drivers is our 20-year capital improvement program. So what we're bringing to you today is the analysis that has been formed by Dal, and I'd like to recognize Luke Tipton from Dal, who is here, who's been working closely with us on this. And I also want to recognize Kayla Garcia, who put this presentation and has really been coordinating all the departments as we go through this process. It's been very helpful. All the directors from sewer utilities, public works, maintenance and operations, and regional infrastructure got together and met to look at this base model and then to make adjustments and to help get us to where we are today. And our consultant is recommending a rate increase of 8% for 2 consecutive years, this year and next year. So why do we need a rate increase? We have seen our construction costs increase over 40%, actually 41.4% since 2019. And we're going to go into that a little bit more in this presentation. In addition, our treatment costs for chemicals, electricity, which are 2 of our biggest expenses at our treatment plants, and insurance has gone up by 54%. An example of that is chlorine bleach. We use chlorine bleach for disinfection at our wastewater treatment plants. The cost of chlorine since 2019 has gone up by 300%, 3 times, 3x for that one chemical. And as you can imagine, we need a fair amount of bleach in our process. In addition, our 20-year replacement CIP is a little shy of $1 billion. That's about $50 million a year. We have some very large projects that are coming up in the near term And those are listed here as our advanced purified water. The 89.3 is the portion, and the user fee, the dewatering building at Tumworth, the 45 million is the user fee portion, and then some other projects in the near term that are large. Here is a good example of construction cost index. This is Western United States cities since 2009. So 2009 is the 100 benchmark, if you will. Things were kind of bumping along. We got up until about 18, 19, and then you see in 2020 things shot up to 24. Now those last four columns, just to be clear, that's 2024 quarter one to quarter two, quarter three, quarter four. So I mean, it makes it look a little bit long and stretched out, like things are really flattening out, and they are flattening out some. But what we're seeing here is that large increase that happened since 2019. To show that against what we have actually increased our sewer rates by consumer price index for inflation, if you use 2019 as the base, you can see where the gold bars are the CPI that we increased it by over the last few years. The black line is the cumulative Mortenson cost index. The difference is 19%. So 19% gap between what our rates have increased in that 5-year stretch versus what the construction rates have increased. And that's a huge driver in our program, especially since we have such large capital improvement programs on our very near horizon. So when we looked at these costs and ran this model out 10 years, this is what our model came back to us as. Our rate revenues are not covering the expenses. Each year we are going negative moving forward. And so in 2028, our fund would become insolvent. We did look at reducing our CIP, and we'll show what some of those are, but the risk to not having a rate increase would obviously increase our risk. So, and potential environmental impacts. I want to talk about a little bit about what the risk looks like. Back in 2009, 10, 11, our sewer fund didn't have enough money in it to do regular replacement projects. So you think about that. We actually had a Regional Transportation Commission had some streets that they wanted to rehab for us. We didn't have the money to actually do the sewer line underneath it that needed to be done with that project. And so we had to defer that project off. That's what that looks like when we don't have enough money for capital improvement programs. At our wastewater treatment plants, if we have a major function that we need to make a replacement, we don't have the funds to do that, we could lose a process at the wastewater treatment plant and have environmental impacts. We could have potential permit violations. Those are things that we manage on a day-to-day basis and make sure we don't have. But those are the things that happen when we are able to complete some of these projects that we have. It also impacts our growth. Just because in those projects, and even though we're not talking about the connection fee side, there are projects that both need user fee funds because we're replacing the dewatering building at Tumworth. That dewatering building is outdated, needs to be replaced. We could replace it in kind. We figure that's about 2/3 of the cost for replacement. We're also going to build it so that it can be for future expansion. So 2/3 is going to be out of user fee fund, 1/3 is going to be out of future connection fees. If we did not have the funding in place or had to defer that longer, it could impact our immediate treatment needs. So what's included in the current rate model? Again, those large capital projects that we have, that we talked about, those big expenses. In our program, we do have 18 to 22 million a year on our collection system, the piping, manholes, lift stations. We've done a really good job with our lift stations the last several years. And so we are confident with this amount of funding that we'll be able to do our street projects, any of the RTC projects come up, and any emergency contracts that come up. We've also would have recommended that we increase the amount that we put into our sewer rebate program. We want to actually change the name of that to Sewer Utility Assistance Program, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Finally, we put some reductions in there on sewer repair replacement. As I mentioned, our lift stations, we have done a really good job with those recently. We felt we could reduce the program by 3.2 million. That still leaves about 15 million a year. in those years for the work that we do need to do. So we felt that we could reduce it for that period of time from fiscal year 30 to 34. And then in the near term, 2.1 million reduction in stormwater capital. We feel like in the next few years, we'll do more design and then we'll start doing more of the construction. Doesn't mean that we don't have big needs for stormwater. It just is trying to look at where we need to reduce to get this, to get it so we can get our projects and continue operations, based especially on the higher costs that we're seeing. What we did not include in this model is the ongoing affordable housing sewer connection fee reduction. And I know that we've spent 11.3 million in the last several years on that program. If we want to conclude that, we would need to actually increase rates more to accommodate that. And what we have also not included is an increase in our annual stormwater program. There was a discussion about a stormwater utility that has not moved forward. We are not trying to supplement the stormwater program through this process. We have a base level that we need to do to make sure we can maintain our permit, but we are not increasing our overall program in this model. So nobody wants to pay more. We all understand that. We don't want to pay more. We don't want to pay more for the construction costs. We don't want to pay more for chemicals and electricity and all the things that go into the treatment. But we do need to make sure we're providing that critical service. Over time, these are our quarterly rates for single family and multifamily. You've often heard people talk about how the rate used to be a certain amount back in the day, and now it's so much more. The last time we had rate increases approved by this body that was specifically to adjust the rates to pay for the services was in 2011. And those were increased, so fiscal year 12 shown here. And for 5 years straight, we had 8% increases. Then it's been just consumer price index since that time, just keeping up with inflation, just making sure that our buying power isn't lost. Why do we need a rate increase now and what we're proposing for FY 26 and 27? Because our buying power hasn't kept up. Those construction costs, that outpacing of 19% from the general inflation is what's one of the very big drivers. And I want to also state that the construction costs is a general construction cost over multiple trades in construction. We've actually seen a little higher increases than that in water and wastewater projects. So what we're asking for is an 8% increase in beginning this October 1st, and then another 8% in the following October. That would include the rate increase needed plus CPI. That's all included in that 8%, those 2 years, and then CPI going there forward as we have before. We just need to kind of take that curve that you saw that went up for the construction costs, kind of need to do that with our own rates. And so the results are about a $14 increase per quarter in this beginning this October, and about a little over $15 the following year. So about $5 a month. And our multifamily rates are about 85% of our single family rates. So those are similar. It's a little less than $4 a month, or $11.50, $11.48 for this quarter per quarter, and $12.40 per quarter next year. So a little less than $4, a little more than $4 in those 2 years. For commercial rates, just because they're a little different, interestingly, residential rates pay about 70% of the overall sewer. Businesses account for about 30%. So just a little bit of an analysis. Businesses pay primarily on the gallons of water used. And so we have base rates that we charge for that. Their base rates would go up again by that same 8%. Just to clear, it's much more difficult for me bringing you a bill from a business, especially because they all use different amounts of water. As you can imagine, a large hotel casino is going to use a lot more water than an accounting office. Those rates are based accordingly. We also charge different rates in case, like if you're model dairy, you get one rate because of what you're discharging into the sewer, and if you are like a hotel casino, more like household waste, household waste. So affordability, we are sensitive to the affordability. National average says that for water and sewer combined is about 4 to 4.5% of a household income. That would be considered to be affordable. For sewer alone, 2 to 2.5% of the household income. Our median household income from 2023 was $78,448. That means that our proposed rates are about 1% of the median household income. Now, most places would take that, they would check the box and say, that's good, we're affordable, and move on. We recognize that, but we also recognize that there are some families that are going to have struggle more than others. So while 86% of the families are going to pay less than 2%, there are going to be those 14% that are going to pay more than 2% of their income. So we have currently a sewer rebate program. Last November, the Senior Citizen Advisory Board asked for a presentation on the sewer rebate program, and so Kayla and I went and presented to them and talked about the program. The program is a one-time payment annually. We serve 360 households in fiscal year 25. There are 29 applicants denied because they didn't meet the criteria. If you're a single-family household and you meet the criteria, it's $221. It's equal to about 4 months of service. So 1 quarter, 1.3 quarters. Multifamily rebate is very variable, $10 to $185, and it depends on if they're getting a rent subsidy. So if you have a heavily subsidized rent, you would get much less, because the thought here is, although they're not paying the sewer bill directly, they are paying it indirectly through their rent. And so that's why they would be eligible for the current rebate program. In order to qualify, you have to be a City of Reno resident, be a property owner or a renter, and you have to get at least one benefit from these areas. We don't want to actually have to worry about qualifying people that you either make eligibility or not. We rely on other eligibility programs. So if you're part of the state energy assistance program, if you have received Social Security disability income, supplemental security, Social Security income, or Veterans Administrative Disability benefit, then you would qualify. Based on our meeting with the Senior Citizen Advisory Board, they had requested that we add SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program eligibility, so that if you were eligible for SNAP, that you could also be eligible. And we think that's a good move, especially when we looked at the income levels. It matches in with those individuals who would be the hardest hit, that currently are the hardest hit and would be in the future. We also propose to change the name, as I mentioned earlier, to Sewer Utility Assistance Program. We want to increase the budget. We talked about how much should we increase it by, because as much as $500,000 or less. When we talked to sewer billing, we thought we could do it, maybe go $200,000 at first, and then see how that budget was being used, and if we needed more, we could always come back and request to increase the program or not, and make that decision. Right now, the application is only available for 2 months, July 1st through August 31st. We would like to make that application available throughout the year and be available on a first-come, first-served basis. So those were proposed changes that we would look at in the program. And just to recap, again, we're talking about a need for a rate increase of 8% per year for 2 years to keep the fund solvent. This is what it looks like if we do it 8 plus 8, so 8% increase for the 2 years. We stay above our minimum operating reserve, which is the dark orange color. The peach color is is a goal. We would like to have 4 months of operating instead of 2, but we would stay in that area and keep the fund solvent. And again, we are also suggesting or recommending that we change the name to make it the Sewer Utility Assistance Program, and added one eligibility criteria of SNAP benefits. And that is my presentation.
All right, John, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I know Councilwoman Dewar will have a plethora of questions. This is sort of her space. So I'm going to give the floor to you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, luckily I spent extra special time with John in advance, so I wouldn't have quite so many questions. So I want to first compliment you, John, on the changes you're proposing to what has been called the sewer rebate program. You know, a couple years ago, I had learned that we only kept the program open for a short time. And my concern had been at that time that maybe you're fine in those months, but financial challenges surface later in the year. And why should they have to wait most of a year to get back to the opening period? So I'm really pleased that you're proposing to keep the program open all year long. People could apply when they need to apply. I think that is great. I think increasing the amount available, I'm not sure how you would make that decision going from 200,000 to 500,000, but, I'd probably just, it sounds reasonable,
Currently 50.
Right.
Let's maybe try 200. and
No,
then we can
it
always come
sounds
back.
reasonable. I am concerned that, you said our median income or household income was 78,000. And what I'm concerned about is that median, if it is, and I'm not sure if I'm applying the terms correctly, we have some very wealthy residents.
Half
And it-
make more, half make less.
Okay, so it's the midpoint, not an average.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm not sure how what I'm about to say applies, but I think that's good that you did that versus an average, because the average is outwardly influenced or overly influenced by very wealthy people, and it could skew higher and therefore, really. And I think Councilmember Ebert will be very interested in this graph you're showing here, because she has just previously commented on how important it is to recognize the financial challenges that our lower income folks are under. I liked something else you said, which is I think there used to be a more complicated formula for deciding who meets the criteria for this program. And I'm glad I wasn't sure if you were just saying SNAP is the only decision point. I think you were saying if you apply for any low-income program, you could apply for this. Is that correct?
We're adding that one additional criteria. So keep everything we have today, but add one additional for SNAP benefits, because there are more individuals who have qualified for SNAP or use SNAP benefits.
Okay, so if you qualify for any of these
You qualify-
assistance program,
Yep.
you could qualify for ours.
Correct.
So I think that is very good. So a lot of really good changes. You and I have spoken that I've been very concerned about an 8% increase. It's really, given the history of our increases, it's large. I think you said the last time we had a large increase like this was before the numbers on your chart.
So the last time that we had a large rate increase, and I got to figure out which slide I was on. Just a moment, because I think it helps.
Well, anyway, I'll hold my time, but if you can answer the question, and then when we come back, I'll maybe propose some other thoughts.
Councilman Ebert.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if he could just answer my question.
No, I'll just state that 2011 was the last time the council made a rate increase, but it was for 5 years at 8% per year. So the last rate increase went in effect in 2016. Now, I say that, but I also have to recognize, we have increased the rate every year through the ordinance, which is just increasing inflation. That's only just
CPI.
maintained our CPI, just maintained our purchasing power that we had. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Ebert.
Yeah. So I had a question about how much we have in the sewer fund right now. Can we talk?
That's a
little?
great question.
Yeah.
So we have over $100 million in the sewer fund. And that's because we knew we had some of these really large projects coming forward. And so we have been preparing for those for as long as I have been here. We've been preparing by making sure that we have money in there to take care of the projects we had as we needed, knowing that we had some large projects, such as the expansion to Riz Wharf that just occurred. So we took care of that within this amount. We know we have APWF, we know we have some things at Tum Wharf that are gonna have to happen. So we have had a large balance. The difference is that we have a very large capital improvement program that's gonna be spending that balance down. And that's why we're requesting the rate increase.
Okay. And what kind of interest are we earning, accumulating, whatever you want to call it, on this $100 million?
I mean, we are getting interest on it. I can't recall the exact amount, but just knowing where things are generally today, I'm gonna say that we're getting somewhere between 3% and 4%.
Okay. And does that just go right back into the sewer?
Right back in the sewer fund.
Okay. Okay. So, you mentioned that we have a lot of projects on the horizon, but we've already completed the, was it the Riz Wharf one?
The expansion from 2 to 4, yeah.
Expansion. So what projects, what are the up-and-coming projects that are going to require, or part of the reason for the request for a sewer increase?
So we have, in the next 20 years, we have 954 million, close to $1 billion worth of projects in the next 20 years. In the very near term, we have the Advanced Purified Water Project for Riz Wharf. We have the Tum Wharf. There's a need for a new dewatering building. And it's not just a building, it's everything that goes into dewatering, which is the process where you take the sludge has a lot of water in it, and we run it through presses to squeeze the water out and then haul the sludge off. That process, we are at the end of life of that process at Tum Wharf and end of capacity. And so we need to build a new facility that will handle that while we keep it running. We can't just stop doing that and then build a facility and put it back in operation. So we're going to need a new building for that. And so those are two. That's going to be a $60+ million project, $45 million of it from the funds here. And then we have our ongoing replacement costs for our pipes, our manholes. Anytime we do a road project, if we have a sewer need at that time, we do those replacements, or any of the rehabilitation projects we do with sewer. Those are all included in this.
Okay, so do we know how much the American Flats advanced water purification project is going to cost?
We do, about $250 million, of which we have 70% of that. And that cost is split between user and connection, based on previous council direction on wanting to make sure we do not discharge as much water to Swan Lake.
Will there
Reduce that
still be
discharge
water
emission.
discharged to there? It was my understanding that there's a certain amount that we have to.
There is a certain amount that we do.
Okay, and can you explain why that is?
Because of the wetlands that are in there during drought years, that they want to make sure that we have water that goes down there to Swan Lake to keep the wetlands active. It's not a lot of water, but it's a fair amount. And there is actually a Horse Creek, we call it. It could be No Name Creek, some people call it, that feeds water in from a spring that goes by our plant that our effluent discharges into as well.
Okay.
So there is water that's going there anyway. But yeah, there's a certain amount that we would want to make sure that we kept.
Okay, and
Okay, I'm going to
it's
cut you
small.
off, sorry.
It's small.
I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Minute over. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you, John, for this information. I have a question about some of our small businesses that are high water users and how this is going to potentially affect them differently than a different water using business. And have we worked with those businesses? I'm thinking breweries, car washes, even golf courses. Do they know
Laundromats.
this is coming? Yeah.
That is why we're here today. We're not here today to say, give me 8% this year and next year and be done with it. It'll be an ordinance process. We're asking today to come to you, and I'll run down to the motion slide here. We are asking today to go out to the community and to get a feedback process on the potential rate increase. That would mean putting in mailers in the bills to everybody, using all of our other outlets as well, working with our fantastic comms team to help us with this process, set up a future meeting, public meeting that we'd have just on this item in the evening sometime where people could come and attend, have opportunities for them to provide feedback online. But we would be seeking their input that we could bring back to you, and then we would come back with an ordinance for your consideration with that public feedback for a future discussion.
Okay, so you'll have the impacts, you'll have
Correct.
the data about how it'll affect
Yeah.
different industry, different homeowners in different areas. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
We wanted to bring this information to you because this is the results of the analysis. Wish we had better news, but we wanted to bring this to you, explain why we're looking at this, and then to ask for your direction to go out to the public. I should have mentioned that. That would have been very helpful.
Vice Mayor, we'll go to Councilman Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, John, and your team for this. I'm just going to say, first of all, you are super intelligent. I had a lot of questions, and you answered them, and I had to go over the answers about 5 or 6 times to understand what the answers were. So thank you for giving.
Sorry.
No, it's great. So I'm going to start off with a couple of comments for my part, and I know we're going to go out and ask for, I guess I said for my part, and I think Councilman Reese says that a lot, so in honor of him. And then I'll ask a couple questions. I would ask that should our situation change, I could be hopeful that there are some guardrails on the program that if we can take rates back that that's something that we could do too. I'm very, very, very cautiously optimistic that that would happen, but that would be my ask. And then that we don't have any reduction in the projects or services to people if we're going to be asking them to pay more, so that we're conscientious of that moving forward. I need you to kind of explain, you guys have a tough path to walk with the balance of helping people on the affordable housing and sewer rates. So on one hand, we're saying we're going to give we gave $11 million in assistance for affordable housing on the sewer rates. And I think, did we take it down to 750,000 in the next year? I'm not sure exactly.
We have expended all of those funds.
All of those funds are gone.
And we have not included anything going forward.
Anything going forward. So if there is an opportunity to do that, I want to understand how your team is looking at that. And I know there's a bill at the legislature looking at that too, but I think we need to understand that every time that we support affordable housing and that, we're having to pay for it again on the other end somewhere else. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Help me understand with these big projects, APWF, the dewatering building, the bed reactors, how those construction costs are going to remain the same in 27, 29. What I don't want to do is ask our constituents in our community to pay more and then get down in FY30 and say, oh, the construction costs have gone up 40%, we can't afford to pay for them.
So on the question of service and treatment and all those things, those services aren't going to go down. The only thing that we're looking to do is reduce some of the capital, timing of the capital, and defer some of those in our reductions we have. We still have a $15 million per year to put into those replacement costs. On that last question that you asked, I wish I could. I wish I could say, yeah, these costs are locked in. They're not locked in until we have a contract. And even when you have a contract, sometimes there are reopeners to those based on extraordinary events. I am concerned of what's happened in the last couple of weeks in the economy in general and the cost that may come into some of our projects due to tariffs. Now,
What
a lot
about
of
some of our procurement methods, like when we go with a CMAR, does that help us a little bit control the construction costs?
I think it does, because we get more input on the front end of those projects and we can work the design and with them. Sometimes the contractors, CMARs, have really good ideas about how you can reduce costs in one area from what you might have proposed to do on a bid set plan that we go out to bid. And so you get those inputs early on the project. So those are helpful to us. To answer the overall question, I'm worried about us seeing another little curve, maybe for tariffs.
Fair enough.
Benefit.
I'm over, so I'll pass
Okay.
to my other colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Flansburgh.
But I can't, I do not know. I do not have that crystal ball.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and clearly identifying the need. I think in your presentation, you mentioned nobody wants to pay more, and I think the survey results may give us that, but I am appreciative of you going through that public engagement process and making sure that we're bringing our communities along the way. And so a lot of the questions that I actually had came out of the questioning that Councilmember Anderson already asked, but I just wanted to make sure that I knew what was coming in the community feedback process and how you were going to gather some of that information. And so I'm assuming the resolution will come back once you complete that community feedback process?
Correct. Yeah, so we would so the two items here would go out to the feedback process, and second, bring back a resolution to include that sewer utility persistence program. We would bring those back at probably the same meeting that we bring back the ordinance, the first ordinance reading. Because we may not want to change the sewer utilities, or we may still want to, but it's going to be another hit to the sewer fund. But we would bring those back at the same time, and the feedback for both.
And I think, I forgot my second question, but I'll just say that I appreciate you kind of changing the sewer utility assistance and also making it to a yearly thing, which Councilmember Duar already says. I think it will help our constituents have better access and increasing the funding for that. So, thank you.
And just to further elaborate on the discussion of how we're going to notify people. So we'll send out in the mailer, it'll be like a QR code. Also, the website will be listed there that they can go to. On the website, we'll have some general frequently asked questions. We'll have more information on that. There'll be an opportunity for them to take a survey, ask some survey questions on that. engagement through the website, but we'll also advertise the public meeting timing so people can also attend the public meeting if they choose to.
Okay, I remember the last question I had, sorry. Just specifying, I know sometimes when we ask for increases that hit our community, folks want to know that the money is going to be tied to specific projects, and I just wanted to make sure that if these rates do pass, that they're going to go to fund sewer projects and sewer programs and not being able to move to other funds.
It's an enterprise fund. All the funds that go into this are dedicated strictly for this purpose.
Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up. Yeah. Can you put up the chart that shows how much a residential rate would increase?
Did you
Not
have
this
a
one. Keep going.
multi-family, single
There you
family?
go. So, first I want to say, I'm very supportive of the idea that we have to be able to pay our bills. We can't go insolvent. I am very sensitive to the fact that there will be an impact on families. This is the single-family quarterly rate, and something that many of you may not know is that it's a flat rate. It doesn't matter if you have 6 people in your house or 1 person in your house, whether you're 80 years old or 20 years old, having parties or just doing basic stuff like laundry in your house. You pay the same amount. For years, I've advocated, as John knows, to go to a rate system that if you use less, you pay less, and if you use more, you pay more. It's how Tumwa does it for water. I think that's fair. You have looked into what it would cost to do that. I don't remember the details because this is long ago, but I know that there was a very significant cost to implement a billing system that would appropriate the cost you pay based on how much you use. So as I understand from commercial, you do have that system. So if a commercial water user, to your question, Councilmember Anderson, uses just a small amount of water, then they pay a less bill for sewer. And if they use a big amount of water, and you mentioned a golf course, they use a tremendous amount of water. Many of them, though, use reclaimed water rather than potable water, but not all, right? I think there's at least one. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, Washoe Golf Course
Right.
uses.
The county golf course is
Lake-
not near any
yeah.
sewer treatment plant. They don't have pipelines to that golf course. They use potable water.
They use Lake Ditch, I believe.
Or lake ditch, which is not treated, but okay. So, so what I'm looking at here is, and I wanted to just make sure, John, these numbers you show is an annual cost. Is that correct?
The quarterly cost.
The 177?
That's the quarterly cost.
Okay, so now I'm even a little more concerned. So 177 is current. So times 4, I don't know, I'm doing quick math, is $700 roughly for your sewer bill. But in 2026, at 191, doing quick math, this would go up about $60. And in 2027,
About
you
the
know,
same.
about the same, go up another
Yeah.
$60.
The $14 times 4 or the $15.
So that's a lot of money to a family, and I just wanted to make sure that we understand these numbers, $13.99 and $15.11 are per month, I think, is that right?
Quarter.
Per quarter.
Yeah, so it's a little less than 5, a little more than 5.
Okay, so there's the top cost is per quarter, and the bottom numbers per quarter as well.
Correct.
Okay.
We did that because that's how people receive their bills. I think that was actually your suggestion.
It was my suggestion, because when we present it as a monthly, the number looks lower, but it's the same effect. All I want to say is that if we do vote to go out to the public, which I support, because again, I support that we have to understand and address our costs, I still think one of the ideas I talked to John about was, well, instead of 2 8% increases, could we do something like 3 5% increases? And he did the math, and I think you came out with like, we would have to go 6 years or 5 or 6 years with lower increases. So then I asked him, what about a 6%? Could we get it down to a smaller amount of years? So he agreed, and I agree, that we should go out for public input. If the public starts talking about those kind of things, we should be prepared to talk about other numbers that might be more acceptable and more doable for the public. That's my main concern. It's not what I think. It's, I have supported every rate increase for over 10 years, okay? I always do, because these numbers are hard to say no to. They're real. And prices have increased dramatically. Your point about chlorine, I just went to buy a bottle of Clorox that used to cost $1.19, and it costs almost $10 at a Home Depot, Lowe's, $10 for a bottle of Clorox that used to cost less than $2. So that's a 5 times increase, 5 times increase. Okay, so totally believe your increases, but I also want us to be able to temper this increase if we need to. This is something we do at TUMWA all the time. We're involved in rate setting all the time. We're always looking at sticker shock and how the residents can absorb these costs. So I'll leave it there, but I do support going out for the input, but at the same time, I want to caution us. Please, let's not do the equivalent of post in the paper for 4 weeks and say, well, no one commented. Please, let's do effective comment where we're actually, and maybe it's more than the NABs, at least we're actually getting some people to comment.
It's going to be in their mailers for their sewer bills. It's going to
Okay.
be, yeah.
Whether they read the mailer, we don't know.
I was gonna say, I don't know if, I don't read those.
If
They're
they get
boring.
online bills, it'll come
We
to them
should read 'em,
online.
but they're just.
Well, just be cognizant of that. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Ebert, you have your light on.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So there's just a lot with all these presentations and everything, so forgive me, but can you refresh my memory on what the projected projects are for like the next 10 years?
I can. So we have projects and we have programs. Programs are like our replacement program for replacing our sewer lines, work that's out in the streets, let's say, on a street rehab.
And how much do we spend annually on that type of thing? Do you know?
So we spend in excess of $40 million, $35 to $40 million on some of these larger programs that we have
Okay.
in regards to that. per year,
Annually?
Annually.
Okay, all
And
right.
so that's a big piece of it. But then when we have some of these other large projects that come in, like advanced purified water or the Tumwharf dewatering building, that just adds to those other programs that we currently have.
Okay, so what are the projected costs for these? I mean, where's,
Our 20-year lookout
Uh-huh.
for projects is in excess of 900, and it's close to $1 billion.
okay, and we're currently annually, if we just keep going as, how much funding would we have available?
If we just go as we're doing now?
Yeah,
We would have at least 200 million less than that.
okay, okay,
In 20 years.
all right.
These rate increases will increase the year over year about $10 million.
Is this funding going to help fund future affordable housing projects?
So this will allow future affordable housing projects to be built because we'll have capacity to serve them. But it doesn't, when we do connection fees, that's a separate discussion than the user fees we're talking about today. But there
Okay.
are some projects that cross over, like advanced purified water and the dewatering building, because they serve both the existing capacity and future capacity.
Okay. So I haven't mentioned it during this presentation yet. I did earlier today, just express concerns about increasing fees, rates, whatever you want to call it, particularly for people that can't afford it. And I know that there's a lot of people that can't afford it right now. Councilmember Dewar mentioned the cost of bleach. Everything costs more. So I'm concerned about people's ability to pay for things. And, I hope we'll have something on the bill that says, here's how to apply for a credit, so that anytime somebody gets a bill, they know how to apply for it, because I know we have a hard time getting people informed. There's just, our lives are so busy. If we send a direct mailer, they might not read it, whatever. But I just have real concerns about increasing these fees, especially given what we know about C-tax going down. People are struggling right now. So I have a hard time increasing these fees for future projects when we currently have 100 million on hand. I'm not sure what the, scope is of that interest that comes in. It's, $3 million is 3% of 100 million. But if that could help cover or offset any of this, just so that we don't have to have such a large sewer increase. I just think my community is really going to struggle with this.
Thank you.
Yeah, we also have concerns we didn't want to bring a problem without having at least somewhat of a solution, especially for that, I could talk that 14% that is down in that lowest echelon. Also, the discussion that we had at Senior Citizen Advisory and used their input to bring back some potential changes to the program that we have, so there would be more folks that could be eligible for that. But this shows the 100 million plus sitting there now.
Yeah.
And that shows the spend down based on some of these projects. It's just that we were planning for these. This isn't something that we weren't planning for. It's just we weren't planning for our construction costs to increase exponentially like they have.
Okay.
Okay, John, let me ask you, going back to, I think we can all sympathize with sort of what is happening right now with the cost of everything going up, and it's incredibly tumultuous, the market, like, look at it every day. It's unbelievable, right? So there is a lot of fear in the market. So one of the things, none of us know when a hardship is going to happen. I want to talk a little bit more about the program that you just brought up, the credits, because it looks like you can only apply from July 1st to August 31st.
That's the current program. We want to make it available year-round.
I love that. Thank you so much. That helps. I hate, none of it, like I said, we don't know when a hardship is going to happen. And then also, we're so good in government where we just want to be like, no to everything. And it's just an awful experience for the user. It just is, it makes me crazy. So I love that. Thank you, thank you. The other thing is the qualification, because that's another barrier. And even with someone qualifying for benefits, from disability benefits to SNAP benefits, whatever it looks like, they keep it so incredibly low that there is a huge missing middle out there that is struggling just as much, and they don't get to qualify for anything. So are you kind of looking at that? Because I also want us to be very careful about being so rigid of like, here you go, whenever you got a single mom with 5 kids, and she's working full-time and just struggling. I just hate when we put things in a box, and if you don't fit in the box, then too bad, so sad.
Well, I'd like to say that we could do something different. Again, we try not to get into the are they eligible or not business. If you're eligible for these other programs, and we want to include SNAP, because SNAP is not currently included, and we think that that'll be a benefit, because there are a lot of folks that do qualify for SNAP that may not qualify for some of those other benefits. So we do feel like that's going to open that door a little bit more. So trying to be more inclusive.
Yeah. And what does that process look like to apply? That's another thing that we do in government that is just ridiculous. All of us probably know that so well. Yeah, here, go fill out 15 forms.
You meet the eligibility in one of these areas. Bring your letter of eligibility, bring your whatever you have that shows that you have that eligibility, and we copy that, put it in the file, and you're eligible.
Okay. All right, thank you for being sensitive to it. Yeah, it makes me crazy, those forms and waiting on the phone for 3 hours and waiting in line, and it's just tough on people. Because then you gotta leave your job and it's the whole thing.
Agreed.
Anyway, okay. Councilman Dewar, I'm gonna send it to you.
Well, I'd like to make a motion if no one else has
I
a
had,
comment. Okay.
yeah, I had some more questions.
Okay,
comments.
1 minute.
Okay, so I just wanted to thank you for coming to the Senior Advisory Board and giving that presentation. I know that community really appreciated it, and I did as well, and thank you for taking that feedback and implementing some of those suggestions. I think that's wonderful. I do, just because of the community feedback I receive, I'm just not comfortable doing this kind of a raise. It has nothing to do with your work, your presentation. I just need to make sure that I'm reflecting what my community has told me. So I'm not gonna be able to support this, but I appreciate the increased availability for credits. But I also want to ask real quick, it doesn't make the bill zero, right? It's just a credit towards the sewer bill?
Yeah, so the sewer utility assistance program would be eligible. It's about equal to about 4 months or about 1 1/3 quarters.
Okay, so does that get spread out over the course of the year, every bill, or is it just on one bill, they get a credit, and then the rest of the year they have to pay the regular bill?
So on the program, they could either, if you are a single, if you are a homeowner, you would get a credit to your bill, and you could use that credit as you want to.
Okay.
If you're a renter, then you don't actually pay a sewer bill,
Yeah.
but you pay your rent. So they
Yeah.
would get a check for that amount.
Okay.
At once.
All right, thank you.
And then maybe, Mr. Flansburgh, you could sit down with Councilwoman Ebert and show her exactly, all the projects that are happening, where it's allocated for. I assume you have in her ward.
We've had a lot of meetings and discussions, and again, this is not to say that I don't think we need funding, but I'm concerned about the timing of some of these projects, and I'm concerned about the financial situation of a lot of people in my community. And you mentioned, sometimes people don't qualify for stuff. I was a single mom for a long time, and I was one of those people that made too much money to get any kind of assistance, but couldn't get by.
Yeah,
And
I
I'm
get it.
worried we have
Yeah.
a large population that's going to fall into that category.
Sure, you're getting the information.
Yeah, I've
that you
had
need.
several
Okay.
meetings with Mr. Flansburgh. He's been wonderful, gone over a lot of stuff with me, particularly Swan Lake concerns, Silver Lake concerns, and projects, so,
I
yeah.
just wanted to make sure you saw them, because I didn't until I looked. So, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay.
All right. I'm going to preface my motion by two comments. One, I do think, and do we have available the detailed project list for the 20 years? I mean, you couldn't go over it right now, but,
It's in your packet.
right,
It's an eye chart.
meaning it's very small.
Well, it's because when you put it into a report and you have something
Right.
that needs to fit on a large paper, it goes into
So-
small. But it is in there.
What I'm suggesting, probably in a PDF, but what I'm suggesting is that maybe there could be an online version or whatever that's scalable, so it's not an eye chart, and so that it can reformat, so a person could actually see what the chart,
It's online
what the
today.
CPI is.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's important for all of us to know, and some of those projects may never happen, we have to acknowledge that, but new projects will come up probably to replace them.
That's why we do it every 2 years.
Right, so the other thing is, and I know I've been a little bit of a, what do you call, I don't know if it's a nag or some kind of, but anyway, I really do think we need to look at proportional rates for residents. I mean, we can't continue to just ignore this issue. That sewer should just be a flat rate for everyone, okay? So with that preface, I'd like to recommend that we move to direct staff.
1 second, I apologize. I do want to ask you, because I think there are some good questions that have been raised when we talk about timing. Tell us, I think you also have to explain what the ramifications are if we don't do this. I think it's really hard, because of the environment that we're in. Even today, with our credit cards, those types of things, I can understand the angst here and why this looks so difficult for people to understand. But we also have to understand, can we push this off? Can we do something like that whenever economically we're in a better time for everyone? I think there's a lot of uncertainty. So explain that, John, to us.
So, when you say, can we push it off? We couldn't push off the 41.4% increase in construction costs that have come in the last 5 years. We can't push off not buying chlorine at the plant to do our disinfection. So there's costs that we have that are fixed in there. We didn't bring you the first cut, that had of the projects we wanted. We ended up going through several iterations to get to where we are today, even deferring some projects and reducing some of our programs for a period of time, so we could bring something that we felt comfortable that we could execute on, but limit the amount that we were asking for. And so that's how we landed on this in our consultant, in their model, and how that we landed on this 8+8% to come today. Can we modify that? We could take a look at it and see if we shave more off, but
Yeah.
it's tight because we're talking FY '28, we go below the bar.
I guess the other thing is understanding the magnitude, because if you have a broken sewer line, that could be,
You got to fix it.
no pun intended, a big mess. Right? You are a consultant? Who's the consultant? Come on up.
Luke. You should get a turn, Luke.
Sorry, okay, state your name for the record.
Thank you. Luke Tipton with Dowell LLC.
Okay, Mr. Tipton, kind of explain to us what you're looking at, and who you are, what your expertise in this field. I'm sure you can understand our hesitation here. So we need to understand what you bring to the table.
Yeah, excuse me. My name's Luke Tipton. I'm a civil engineer, located right here in Reno, Nevada.
Oh, good, okay.
Our
Local, we
business-
like it.
Yeah, started here in Reno, Nevada, over 20 years as Far West Engineering. We've now
good.
merged with a more regional firm. But, so operating out of Reno, this is something I specialize in. I work with communities all over the West,
Okay, cool.
but primarily here locally. I work with City of Reno, Washoe County, and City of Sparks as well. So,
Okay. I love that because I think it's always good to get an independent set of eyes, right?
Yes.
It's not internal. So I assume these align with your recommendations?
absolutely, absolutely.
And tell us why.
Well, as John mentioned, this is something we look at every 2 years. So we're constantly looking at what position the utility's in. And unfortunately, this time around, the utility's facing some large needs from a rehab and replacement, place.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's gonna, the only feasible alternative that the project team came up with was this rate increase.
Yeah, I would like to see too, and I didn't see it in there, but maybe something along the lines, when was the last time you looked at, the project that's coming up? Like, how long ago was that? Give it a rating from an A, B, C, or D of like what the importance is, because it could be catastrophic if we don't invest in a lot of this rehabilitation of these pipes. We all know that. I mean, it can be
A mess.
yeah, it can be absolutely, but also devastating, right? So that's where, we kind of would like to understand the urgency, I guess, with everything and the need, and is it now? And so just being really honest and upfront, I think that helps us decipher what is critical and what isn't.
I'd agree. John mentioned level of service before. This plan maintains the level of service. I think any deviation could result in a reduction in service, or not being able to maybe take on future opportunities, economic or development opportunities if these projects were not pursued.
Okay, I just think in the reports, it would be really good to hear more about why that is and how critical. Because we have to go out there and explain it to our residents of why we do what we do. And if we can't tell them, hey, you're in level 5, which means this area is probably some of the most outdated, needs to be, have the most work, or whatever that looks like. That should probably be very transparent to your ward. Let's say it's in your ward where we see that is probably the biggest critical need. I'm not saying that, Councilwoman Anderson, but I'm just saying that our residents probably should know that, so we can justify what we're doing. So thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, Councilwoman Dorr, I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, I mean, just if you could stay for a minute. I mean, you were vague, okay, about what the issues are, but are you talking leaking pipes?
Well, like I said, there's this annual sewer rehab and replacement program that we're replacing these before they're leaking. But if you delayed it too long, yeah, they could leak. They could leak.
And we're talking about not leaking water, but leaking sewage into the ground or near a river or whatever it is. And then you're talking about fear of break. Like, we could have a sewer break. And an example is, I guess they had one in Sparks or at an apartment complex, and a lot of sewage went down the river. Are we talking about that? In other words, to the mayor's point, we need some concrete examples. It may be something different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
So
what,
let's get
you know,
that.
right?
Well, I think, yeah, providing some of that communication, especially with the public outreach, I think that's
Right.
absolutely possible.
What's the downside of not doing this in real people terms?
Okay.
Why should
Great.
they care? Okay, so also I've asked for a detailed list of projects that we could actually read, okay? And then look at the use of proportional rates. So if you're a small family and using little, you would pay less than, you know, in other words, not a flat rate system. I just want to make sure we continue to evaluate that. You know, I know that's not what we're voting on, but that's like a precursor for me to be able to vote for an anything, is knowing that there's some relief coming for some of these smaller families. Okay? All right, so with that said, oh, yes.
I have a
Sorry.
question real quick. I know there's some areas that pay additional fees currently for things like sewer, correct? Is this fee going to affect that rate as well?
Is that a connection fee?
So again, this is for the record, John Flansburgh, Regional Infrastructure Administrator. This is the user fee. So this is the quarterly bill that comes to the residents, and this is or to the landlord, and this is the quarterly bills that go to the businesses.
Okay, so no increase on any additional fee that any HOA or something might pay towards stormwater?
No.
Okay, and I just want to make sure everybody's aware, this is 8% in addition to the annual CPI increase, correct?
John, can you clarify that this is not anything? This is what we are voting on today, is for you to go out and get community input and find out. We are not voting on a rate increase or anything right now.
Okay, hold on.
Thanks.
My meeting.
Councilmember
My-
Taylor.
Hey, hold on. Guess what, kids? My meeting. Okay, go ahead, John. I want you to finish your thought, and I'll just, everyone can read what the motion is for, so go ahead.
Yeah, so today we're just directing staff to go out to the community, get feedback, and bring back that feedback along with an ordinance for consideration at a future meeting. And this is an 8% increase. That includes the CPI. So if we could vote today to just go, hey, give me a 13% increase today, that would be 10% for the rate and 3% for CPI, we're done.
Okay,
But
and
we did it for 2 years, so we're saying 5% this year, 5% next year for the base increase that we need. The 3% is the CPI. but
Okay.
We included it all in the 8%.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank
Okay,
you
and
for
I
that.
want to just make it clear, because we do have a motion up here. I'm going to have you, Councilwoman Dewar, I'm going to have you give a motion on this. What I would say, just so that you understand, Councilwoman Ebert, this is for a potential rate increase. And so what we're going to have to do is go out to the community. They need to bring us feedback. We are not voting on an increase. Everyone needs to know that right now, because I don't want it to be the council voted on an increase, because we're not. We're going to vote on getting feedback, bringing it back here. And I think we have to have compelling arguments that I just mentioned if any of us are going to support the fee increase. But at this time, we're going to ask you to bring back an ordinance for consideration at a future meeting on community feedback on this increase. I don't know why I'm staring at you, I'm sorry. And then also, the assistance program that I think we all support, which is in the enterprise fund. So the utility assistance program, correct, John?
Yes.
Okay, that's where we're at.
Thank
All right,
you.
so Councilwoman Dewar, finish.
Ready. So I'd like to move to direct staff to initiate a community feedback process on a potential rate increase and bring back an ordinance for consideration at a future meeting based on the feedback.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, good, thanks,
On
guys.
the second motion, there's a
Oh,
second motion.
go ahead.
And before I make the
Oh, we weren't doing
second
the
motion,
Go.
I want to make sure I know what's included. You right now are recommending 200 million from 50 versus 500 million?
200,000, from
I'm sorry.
50,000 to 200,000.
200,000,
And then we could come back to council at a
To
future time if we
500,000.
if we needed more.
and today it's 50,000.
Correct.
What I just want to be clear on is, several people have asked about this. Can you stand back up? It's for a 4-month related rebate, but what I want you to look at is potentially, if a person qualifies, maybe we should look at a bigger or a longer term rebate. Maybe it's 6 months. So, and there's an option of serving more people, or there's an option of serving fewer that are in need, just why you're saying this, but for more money. So would you look at that before you bring it back?
I see Susan trying to
I know,
get up
she's
here, so
leaping up.
Susan, our expert, Susan Ballroth, go ahead.
Deputy City Attorney Susan Ballroth. The resolution is just to bring into the Sewer Enterprise Fund resolution this concept. As far as everything else, that's in the city policy. So that would not be part of the resolution because it would be in the policy. So it's separate. So we could bring back to address more specific with regard to the policy, but that doesn't need to be baked into the resolution.
Well, I may not know what this is. Could you explain this a little better then, or a little deeper?
The resolution.
What would the resolution be today?
It's to make this program that's been in place for a very long time.
The sewer rebate program?
Yes, actually part of the enterprise fund resolution with regard to sewer fees.
But where is it today?
Nowhere.
Okay, so it's not a general fund, it's not anywhere, it's just,
Yeah, it's just a policy that's been going on for a very long time.
okay, and this is formalizing the policy?
Correct.
I got you, thank you.
It's a legal thing. When Susan gets up here, it's a legal thing.
Okay, well, it was floating, now be part of the sewer program. So I move to direct. What's that?
It's just.
I move to direct staff to bring back a resolution
Go ahead.
to include the sewer utility assistance program in the enterprise fund resolution regarding sewer user fees.
All right. So I have a motion. I have a second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries
And to be
unanimously.
clear, you are going to bring back to us these parameters of the new program you're.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And thank you for your cooperation to council members on that last item. I appreciate it. Okay. Item D5. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
There's no one registered to speak, and we did not receive any correspondence.
Bless you. All right. Go ahead. The floor is yours. Hello.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council, Manager Bryant. Rob Miller, Internal Audit for the record. The item before you is a second follow-up to the civil service audit that we performed back in 2023. So just a reminder, since it's been a while since we saw the original report, the audit objectives were to clarify criteria around civil service, assess their processes, determine if due diligence is being conducted, if we're protecting personally identifying information, and to evaluate risks of fraud, waste, and abuse. So just so you know, the follow-up report has 4 outstanding items that are still open from the original audit. There is one item for the city manager's office that's working on a classification and compensation manual. And then there are 3 training items that HR and civil service are working on cooperatively. And as a reminder, we do these follow-ups every 6 months until the audit is closed out. We do this to provide accountability, transparency, and a culture of continuous improvement so that we can help the organization achieve objectives. With that, I am available for any questions and a proposed motion to accept the report.
I have a question, if I may.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm unclear, based on your presentation, the progress that has been made in addressing the audit findings.
Sure. So there were originally,
Like, it's a follow-up, so how, did I miss
So
something?
what are we, I feel like we skipped a whole presentation of
sorry.
findings from 23.
Oh, we've cleared out 6, 7, 8 of the findings, so we have 4 remaining findings.
Okay. Can you put those up so we know exactly what you're talking about, the findings?
I don't have that presentation, but I can prepare a memo with an addendum of the findings that have been cleared out.
Is it in the staff report? Because I didn't see it there.
No, we didn't include it in the current staff report. We just included what's currently open.
Can we get, what I would love to see is bring this back and give us, refresh our memory from 23.
Well,
Right.
from 2019.
Refresh my memory from yesterday. Anyway, no. So let's do bring back a synopsis of 23.
Sure.
Let's see what they have accomplished with those 4 findings, and the other 4 we need to work on.
Yep,
Correct?
absolutely.
Yeah, because it's sort of an area where I get a lot of feedback into my office, and I would love to just make sure maybe there's things that I see that you don't see, or vice versa. So, and I think the council too would probably have a better idea. So if you don't mind, that.
We are happy to bring that back
And
to
I
you.
feel bad because Emily knows, like she comes up here a lot and we're like, okay, next. But I think we really have to highlight a lot of these audits now more than ever, because I think they matter. And the biggest reason I think they matter is we have an ability to adjust departments. So you are highly regarded, and I think council really needs to pay attention to, and I might even ask for some of the past audits. I want you to think about that, Emily, because I think we need to come back and start to bring them, full presentation without, oh, well, we don't need that. We need it.
Yeah.
So just so you know, it's going to be something that's a priority for me and Councilwoman
Yeah.
Dewar.
Well, and that's why I was bringing it up, because I felt like I think I missed something here. And so what I would like to ask is that you also included in the staff report a more detailed analysis of where we are and where we need to go. And I think the mayor's absolutely right. She read my mind. I was like, wait a minute, we're just going to bless this and we don't know how they're doing? Because since I started, civil service has been an issue that needed some improvements in process in particular.
Big issue.
And we can't just skim over it and just say, great, right?
Yeah, it has been a really big issue. And I'm concerned that it became a bigger issue after the pandemic. So that's another reason why I was like, wait a minute, 23, I want us to get into 25.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. All right, thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, or Madam Interim Clerk. Okay, so we're going to go into, I assume, ordinance F1. And do you have any public comment on this item?
There is no one registered to speak, and we did not receive any correspondence. And
Okay, then-
I-
Oh, no, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and then I would send it over to the attorney.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. I'm going to send it over to Carl Hall, the one and only, to read, he hates it when I do that. Read item F1.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6705 for possible action, case number LDC 25-00033, NDI office rezoning, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 0.99 acre site located on the north side of Vassar Street, plus or minus 430 feet east of its intersection with Harvard Way from neighborhood commercial NC to general commercial GC, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, Ward 3.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to send it over to you, Ward 3.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If there are no questions, I move to adopt the
All right,
ordinance.
thank you so much. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right. Clerk.
We're moving on to item G1, and there's no one registered to speak, and we did not receive any correspondence.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm going to send it to our city manager. She gets to make the appointment. I had a recommendation on this because it is the Reno Housing Authority to replace my position over there. So I'm going to send it to the city manager so we can follow process. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And for this RHA position, I would like to recommend Councilmember Martinez.
All right, we have a motion.
Well, I'll make a motion
Okay, go ahead.
to recommend Councilmember Martinez to be on Reno Housing Authority.
All right, thank you.
second
And
that
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And I have a request, a follow-up to that.
Go ahead.
Mr. Martinez, earlier today, we heard from a gal who sent us a letter who talked about cooperative shared services and said that it might have some applicability to housing, in particular affordable housing. And how amazing would it be if an affordable housing project was co-owned by the people who live there, who could potentially do some things? And maybe, maybe after a period of time, when a housing project needs a developer. So let's say a developer comes in, but after 10 years, they're willing to transfer their ownership to the residents. that would have a resident board and that would manage the housing. It's just an interesting new idea. And I would love it if you could, what's that?
Great idea.
I would love it if you could just explore it, if, over at the Reno Housing Authority, to see if anything might be amenable to that kind of concept. Maybe not right up front, but maybe over time.
Yeah, thanks so much. And I was interested in that public comment, so I'll follow up with
Yeah,
that. Thank you.
all right, thanks.
Yeah.
And that was the one was shared.
Yes.
I loved it.
Yeah,
I
giving me
can't remember
goosebumps
the
right
name,
now, but,
woman's name.
I wrote it
But
down.
anyway, it was good. Emily.
Yeah, Emily.
It was really good. All
Emily
right.
Allen talked about this, and I'm a member of the things she said co-ops, so I'm a member of REI since, for over 50 years. They said I was one of the longer members. I'm a member of Great Basin Co-op, which I've been there for a good 10 years, at least a full member. And she mentioned the real estate, community ownership, land trusts, et cetera. So I've seen how it works in other organizations where the members, and I've seen companies that are co-owned by their employees, and they tend to have profit sharing and do really well. So I just think we should explore it if we can. So
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to go to item G2, Madam Clerk. Any public comment on this item?
There's no one registered to speak, and we did not receive any correspondence.
Okay, so this is going to be an appointment to the OPEB Trust Fund, and there are a lot of people fighting for this space. So I'm sure this board is a fun one. Anyway, no, I'm just
Question.
kidding. Go ahead.
Do we may have had a CV or some background on James Johns. I just wondered, does anyone have a snapshot of, he's obviously on now, what? Is he a former police officer, or does anyone know?
Question. I don't know even much about this board.
Yeah. And maybe this is one,
Background on
Jackie,
that?
do we need this board? I mean, great question, right?
We can, later.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's reappoint him, because there's
Yeah.
a lot of people that want on this board. And we're going to reappoint Mr. Johns. And then, Jackie, maybe you could look into this. I have not seen this, at least what I recall, what board this is, what they do, why they exist. So maybe you can take a look later and bring it back.
I'd actually like to bring back for council, as we are going through the process of trying to be more efficient and really focusing on mission-critical services, is take a look at all boards and commissions and ask council to consider, is this one that you want to have us continue to staff? Even if there's not a direct economic cost, there is a staff cost, and we need to be mindful of the services that we provide, because it means that we're not doing something else. So I'd
Yeah.
like to bring back for council's consideration all boards and commissions.
Yeah,
if you
and
don't
I
mind.
I think you're right. Then the message needs to be, get back to basics, get back to services. That's what people want. They want their services. They want their basics. They don't want extra add-ons that are not necessary. So, okay. All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a motion for Mr. Johns? Unless you'd like me to appoint you to this board.
I'll motion to appoint
Okay.
him.
All right, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Okay, back to consent.
Okay, now we're heading over to consent. I assume item B3, B4, and B5.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. On item B3, I pulled this. It's about the University East Phase 1 street rehab. And if you could just put up the map, I think I've got an update on this, but if it's the project I think it is, it was really interesting. So could you just show us? And it may not be the project I was thinking of, because this is a rehab, not a new road, and so. Are you waiting for the clerk?
Yeah, I don't know who controls this piece, so. The overhead, yeah.
This is item B3, if there's a, yeah. Okay. So anyway, it's not the project I was thinking about, but it is an over $1 million project that I wanted the residents to just know where we're spending our money. I always think it's important, and lots of people feel like, well, everybody else gets something and not me. This is what I would consider generally a bit of a lower income neighborhood. Would that be a correct assessment? I mean, I used to live over here, so I'm pretty familiar with it. I've lived off Valley Road, Denslow, Laurel Street, near Evans. So what I want to know is just what length of road that you're going to be rehabbing, and have you talked to the residents at all about it?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Jonathan Smith, Senior Civil Engineer, Public Works, for the record. Just quick overall scope of this project. We're going to do a full pavement reconstruction for approximately about a third a mile of roadway. We're also going to include ADA accessibility improvements, including new pedestrian ramps and the addition of sidewalks where none currently exists. We also have some storm drain enhancements and finish it all up with some new signs and striping.
Okay.
So the vicinity map here shows the location of the project, which is just east of the university. It's going to be on Bisbee Street. That little piece off Bisbee is called Beverly Street, and then a little section on Soaring Eagle Drive.
All right, thank you. It sounded like there might be another question. I think it was Councilmember Ebert. Did you? Oh, you had said you also.
Yeah, it was just, same reason I wanted to pull it was just because it's a large contract amount, so I just wanted to have some public discussion about it so people would know what it was for since it's such a large amount, but you've covered everything, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, if there's no other questions, I'd like to make a motion to approve this award for the University East Phase 1 Street Rehabilitation Project on B3.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. I have a motion from
Second.
Councilwoman Dewar, second from Councilman Martinez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, heading back to you, Madam Clerk.
B4?
Item B4, any public comment?
No public comment on any consent.
Okay. Okay, who pulled this item?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
So I just had a question on the split here. It says we have an agreement for cost sharing basically with Truckee Meadows for the Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility. And the total amount is listed as over 300,000. And Reno share being 209,000. What determines that split?
For the record, Matt Smith, Senior Civil Engineer, Utility Services. That's part of our interlocal agreement with City of Sparks through the Joint Coordinating Committee. That is the ownership ratio of the plant of 68.63% for City of Reno and 31.37% for City of Sparks.
Okay, and is that percentage determined by usage?
No, that is the total ownership capacity of the plant. What is flow-based is the operational budget, which is like chemicals, stuff like that, what it takes to run the plant day to day. But for the capital improvement program, it is the ownership ratio or the capacity.
Okay, so we're paying a larger portion because we own a larger portion.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, doesn't look like there's any other questions, so I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, thank you. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, good job. Item B5. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
There's none.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Nice
Hi.
to see you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for being here today. I just wanted to better understand. So we had a agreement from 2019 with Reno, but this other company, Amoresco, is that what you say it? To perform this audit of streetlight assets. So when did they finish this audit?
So Suzanne Groneman for the record, so a slight correction, this is actually an approval item to begin the audit. What they did previously for us was an energy performance contract, and that's how we did the solar and storage and the citywide park lighting was under an energy performance contract.
Okay.
So this is an amendment to that contract to do a streetlight audit.
Okay, I missed that nuance. So they would do an audit. Now, would this be all streetlights in Reno?
Yes, so this would look at both NV Energy-owned streetlights as well as city-owned streetlights for a
Okay.
total of around 12,000 lights.
12,000 lights. And then on the audit, what would they actually be doing? So is it just about energy use, or does it include, we have some older streetlights that weren't built during the era of dark skies, where they're just putting light everywhere. Will they look at that too?
Yes, so this will look at more than just energy use. This is a analysis of rate, location. It will look at pole condition, assistance in understanding any utility impacts. There's a photometric study, retrofit cost, maintenance costs and responsibilities. So it's a full comprehensive audit, so we can get that full picture and develop one inventory and have an understanding of the condition of every single light.
Okay, I love that. And then what compelled us to do this audit? Did we have information that we were overspending or in bad condition throughout the city? What was like a compelling reason?
I don't want to say that we think we could be overspending, but right now we don't have that audit that matches those current rates and kind of how, and as we upgrade the lights. I think one of the biggest concerns we had is when these lights are upgraded, I misspoke. When these lights are upgraded by the utility, it actually moves to a different line item on a rate schedule. And that's one of the things we want to look at, is if it's upgraded to an LED, are we on the right line item for that rate schedule? So that sort of started this, but then we started to have the conversation about condition as we talked to staff, condition of our own lights, inventory of our own lights, inventory of the NV Energy lights. So we did a internal review to look at that and found that inventory that comes from NV Energy doesn't even match that inventory that we keep. So this will kind of true that up.
That was what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yep, yeah.
And the other thing I was wondering is,
For us.
yeah. Is there,
Why should we do this?
Do you understand, or do you have a rough understanding today of how many of these 12,000 lights we own versus how many NV Energy owns?
About 2/3 of them are NV Energy owned lights and about 1/3 are owned by us.
Okay. So 2/3 NV Energy.
Question.
Oh,
No, that's a good
thank you.
question.
So when you say rate, one more thing, I didn't really know what you meant. What do you mean the rate?
So I'll try not to get too deep into the technical or nerd out on rates, but the NV Energy streetlights, for the most part, are on a flat rate schedule.
Okay.
Meaning type of light correlates on a schedule to this rate for that light. It has nothing to do with energy use. It's a rate-making model behind the scenes that NV Energy has said. It takes all these things. This is the maintenance cost, this is the energy cost, so therefore this is the rate. So we have several lights on that structure. The ones that we own for the most part are metered. So
Are
we can
metered.
actually see that energy, yes.
So we can see it, whereas it's very opaque.
Yes.
The NV Energy lights, how they come up with that flat rate is opaque, and we don't know. We don't know what factors are going into it, how they're weighting those factors. We may not agree with it.
Their rate schedule does say generally it's maintenance costs, it's electricity costs, but no, what we are interested in is sort of that true cost of those flat rate lights.
Okay.
And this will help us.
And then when you're
understand
all done the audit, what could be possible outcome?
So possible outcomes, and I can't speak for NV Energy. They are not here. This has never been done in the state. But in other states, outcomes have been renegotiated rate schedules. They have been changes in ownership models. They have been not just ownership models where maybe the city takes ownership, but maybe another party takes ownership. So
Okay.
this will help us look at those next steps so that we
Okay.
are doing this in the most
So we could
cost-efficient.
reapportion ownership, we could change the rates. Could we potentially start an upgrade program where instead of, replace them with dark skies lights, that kind of thing?
Any of those things
Okay.
could be recommendations
All right,
after the
thank
audit.
you very much.
All right, we don't have the clock on, so, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good, it's fine. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
I had a quick
Let's stick to 3
Okay.
minutes.
So I had a quick question. I think you kind of touched on it, but I just want to ask specifically, will there be an assessment to see if we could swap things out for cost savings? Like, would it be more, better usage to put solar in? Would that reduce rates, things like that? Will that be part of this too?
So Suzanne Groneman, for the record, it will depend on who currently owns that, and then there might be recommendations based on this condition, maybe based on the condition of these lights. This would be a recommendation on working with the utilities. So it's
Okay.
gonna depend on who owns it. We wouldn't want to upgrade
Of course,
ones they
yeah.
own, but that could be a recommendation to move through that process with them.
Okay, so will there be part of the assessment to compare like what it would cost to have solar versus the kind that are, hooked up to a power line?
So I think there could be any recommendation. On something like that specifically, I do have Tim Farkas here with Amoresco. They do have experience in this space, so I don't know if,
Yeah.
where'd you go?
He-
There he
no,
is.
he's here.
I'm gonna have Tim come up and
Yeah.
just answer that specific
Great,
question.
thank you.
Great. Thank you. Tim Farkas, for the record. I work for Amoresco. I live in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Uh-oh.
And I'm happy
You
to
have
be
to
here.
leave, sir.
I've been here many times in front of this chamber, and so I'm happy to be here again over the last 20 years, so thank you. Specifically about solar, there are new solar street lighting opportunities. They seem to be most cost-effective in places where you're having copper stolen all the time and you want to kind of have it out of reach. That'll be a result of the assessment. But, so the assessment really is about, can we save you a bunch of money?
Great.
And that's where that's gonna come down to.
Okay.
So we're gonna provide a couple of models and a couple of outcomes, and then the city's gonna guide us on what your goals are, and that's gonna be the determining factor.
Okay, and is NV Energy contributing to the cost of this at all, since it's gonna include their light poles as well?
There is an open rebate program that we participate in all the time, and then their involvement will be integral to what the outcomes are.
Okay, so is that a yes? They'll help pay for part of this?
There's a rebate
audit?
program that,
Okay,
that's eligible for lights as well.
Okay.
This is Jackie Bryant. For the record, I want to be clear that the $100,000 we are seeking council approval from comes from the city's Green Energy Fund. It is not being cost shared with NV Energy. There is a potential rebate on the back end, but we are not cost sharing at the moment.
Okay,
Thank you.
one last thing real quick. In areas that's, in an RDA, maybe this is for the city manager, would we be able to use RDA funds for the replacement or repair of streetlights?
Potentially.
Okay, thank you.
I think those are all really good questions. Anything? Go ahead, Councilman Martinez.
Yeah, thanks. I know you mentioned some of the owners, or two owners specifically, that could be identified in this analysis, but is there a way for other owners possibly to come out once the assessments are looked at? I'm just wondering if there are other, like, let's say RTC or NDOT. I know some of the roads that they own are within the city jurisdiction. Just wondering if this assessment kind of looks at that as well.
So Suzanne Groneman for the record. So it wouldn't look at them necessarily owning something that we own, but to that point, it would look at, is billing being billed to the appropriate owner? So it would look at that piece. And that does happen when roads are rededicated and changed around. And sometimes that does happen, and these audits do uncover those types of anomalies.
Which I think is really good, because then what happens is then we can see the amount of power and usage, and then you can appropriate where it needs to be, correct? So it is more efficient. Now, the one thing that I would say, because this is where I think absolutely RTC, and then we can go back and assess and bill them appropriately. That's a really good thing. But I will say this, so streetlights have always been sort of my area where I get really ramped up and hyped up. I think it's because of Midtown, just a lot of things that change, and then you start to dig in. Part of the problem is many times we've heard we don't have money for that. We don't have money for that. So if we're going to do this, where exactly does the money come from for our streetlights, so that we know if we're going to do this, are we really going to be able to follow through because we have the money to do that? This is all great to audit and do all that stuff, but if we don't have the money to replace with things that are going to make us more efficient or are going to have the better outcome, then sometimes I think, and I see us sometimes chase after those kinds of things. So Suzanne, tell us why we should do this, but also this might be an area where maybe Carrie was here, but I can't tell you how many times I've had to either sort of argue with RTC or on the city side of how we're going to replace streetlights. And a lot of them need replacing, a lot of them. I mean, I'm shocked that, you said this is the first in a city? I don't know, you're expert over here.
So Suzanne Groneman for the record. So it would be the first time that a city takes the data to renegotiate a filed rate schedule.
Okay, yeah, which is good.
For this purpose.
Yeah.
To answer your question about cost, so why we're doing the audit and what we hope to see and what other cities have experienced is when you are under a flat rate billing, it is and I'm throwing out numbers, I do not have the rate schedule in front of me, but let's say it's $12 per light. That might be for a light that, if owned, the replacement, maintenance, energy would be less than that cost per light. So what it looks at is if there was some sort of change in the ownership model, would it save money? And what studies say is yes.
Yes, okay.
That the energy rate for a streetlight would be, if it's billed right now, 10 cents a kilowatt hour. Whereas the all-in rate, flat rate you pay right now is almost 30 cents a kilowatt hour if you break it down. So the theory is, yes, you would save money.
Okay. All right.
If you move through this process.
Okay, thank you so much, I appreciate it. I would also just note that this fund is very small, so I assume you really weighed out where we're going with this money and to where it would make the biggest impact. So thank you, Suzanne, good job. All right. Any questions? No? May I get a motion?
Yeah, I'll give you a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move to approve item B5, which would initiate and perform an audit of streetlights in the city of Reno, an amount not to exceed $100,000.
All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar and a second from Vice Mayor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
I have one more question, if I may, Madam
Go
Mayor.
ahead.
And that is, what exactly, I don't think we got to answer this, what is the Green Energy Fund and where does it come from?
So Suzanne Groneman for the record. So the Green Energy Fund was initially created in 2009, 2010.
Okay.
And that was at the time that some of the federal funds for energy efficiency, you had to, for a period of about 5 years, recycle them into other energy efficiency
Gotcha.
projects. So we had to
Not
set
pay
that-
them back, but keep
Correct.
doing more.
Keep doing more. So we kept that open. However, the rebates that we've seen from projects over the years have been small. The reason that we have a balance now is from the solar and storage project at the Public Safety Center. That was a rebate that we received from the utility, and that helped fund this.
Our current Public Safety Center, where the EOC or our current police station, or what do you mean?
The new Public
Public
Safety
Safety
Center
Center.
has solar and storage.
Right, so
and
we're
we've-
getting a rebate from that.
Correct,
And it's 100,000 or more.
correct.
And we're gonna use that money, the rebate, to look for more savings.
Correct.
Good, thank you.
Okay, all right, that being said, Madam Clerk,
Item H.
any council comments? No? We will be back here for everyone's fun and enjoyment at 6 PM tonight, correct? Any housekeeping notes, Jackie?
Did we get a vote?
City Manager? Do we need to vote to go into recess? Do we have to vote
No.
for you? We all vote for Suzanne. Would you like us to take a vote just to confirm? No, it's fine.
Okay.
We're good. City Attorney says we're all good. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate you here. And welcome to Reno. Okay, so any housekeeping notes, City Manager Bryant, for 6 o'clock? Nope? Okay, we will go into recess until 6, and I'll see everyone back here. Thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk, I was just giving you a little bit of time to allow everyone to sign in. Are we ready? You ready? Okay. All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We are going to resume our council meeting, and it's already open, Madam Clerk, so I just want that on the record. This is for item I-1. So at this time, I just kind of want to outline a little bit too. We're going to go through presentations and then we will take public comment. So usually, sometimes we'll do it first, but we want everyone to hear the presentations and then we will take public comment, okay? And so at this time, Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that the council is opening the public hearing on item I-1. I'd like to know, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Yes, this item was properly noticed, and we did receive 19 comments. They were distributed as 1 letter in favor, 14 in opposition, and 4 letters of concern.
All right, at this time, I'm going to ask council members, does anyone have a disclosure? No? Okay. Okay, I'm going to send it over to Leah. There you are. Thank you. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, my name is Leah Picotti, and I am an associate planner with the City of Reno Development Services. This evening, I am presenting the application for the J Resort Festival grounds. This application was heard by the Planning Commission back about 3 weeks ago. The Planning Commission did approve this application unanimously with 7 in favor and 0 opposed. So for project information, this particular site is located just south of 3rd Street between Ralston and Arlington. It is a 4.5 acre site just south of the existing J Resort. The request before you today is for a conditional use permit, and this is for 2 things. It's for outdoor amusement and recreation, which requires a minor conditional use permit, and for live entertainment to exceed the allowed standards by 1 hour on Fridays and Saturdays. And I know that that can be a little bit confusing, but let me just preface this all with saying that live outdoor entertainment is allowed within the city until 10 p.m. Outdoor entertainment that exceeds that 10 p.m. threshold requires a conditional use permit. So all the applicant is asking for here is 1 additional hour on Fridays and Saturdays. That's the request that's before you today. The subject site is located in the mixed-use downtown entertainment district, which is exactly where we would assume a use like this would be located. Key issues that staff analyzed were compatibility with surrounding developments and uses, traffic access and circulation, and public safety. Here you can see the site plan that was submitted with the application. This venue would allow for a maximum of 15,000 attendees. It would be 64,000 square feet of seating, 17,000 square foot entry plaza, 52,000 square foot of staging area, and then tents, stage, retails, and concessions. The only permanent improvements that are requested with this application are fencing, perimeter lighting, landscaping, and signage. Regarding the operations, let me go back a little bit. So again, hours of operation. Within the mixed-use entertainment district, 24-hour operation is allowed by right for all businesses. Live entertainment is allowed from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. outdoors and until 11 p.m. indoors, which we won't get into in this, but I do want to make sure because the next application sort of covers that. So again, all the applicant is asking for is 1 hour to exceed the limits by 1 hour on Fridays and Saturdays. Now, this is a large venue. It is 4.5 acres. We will have a maximum of 15,000. What you see on the board there is a comparison between the Glow Plaza and the J Resort Festival grounds. The reason that I'm showing you both of these is that the Glow Plaza was approved about 3-4 years ago. And it has been very successful. People have asked me throughout this, have you had enforcement complaints? Have we had to do anything like that? And the answer is no. The operators have been very good neighbors. It has operated seamlessly. They come in, they request special use permits for every single event. So every event gets evaluated by our staff. That includes the fire department, the police department, our roads department, anybody else who needs to look at it, evaluates the impacts. And then if there's any additional mitigation that's required, it would be set forth at that time. So being that the Glow Plaza has done so well, we thought, well, we're going to mimic that with the J Resort Festival. So we're looking at essentially the same conditions of approval and the same requests for live entertainment that were required with that. But because this is $15,000, we asked that the applicant create a tiered system. So what you see there are tiers 1, 2, and 3, depending upon how many attendees are coming. And then those tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 events then have additional traffic mitigation that goes along with them. And let me just assure everybody that before we got to the Planning Commission, this application was reviewed and vetted again and again and again by everybody in the city of Reno. So again, Reno Police Department has looked at this and said, yes, this is going to work. The fire department has looked at this and said, yes, we can make this work. Our roads department has looked at this. Our engineering department has looked at this. Our events department's looked at this. Our business license has looked at it. Planning has looked at it. Everybody has reviewed this and said, yes, we can make this work, especially since we're going to require a special event permit for every event. So again, all events are not created equally. We're going to have different tiers. Different events are going to require different things. A food truck or farmer's market is going to require different things than a festival or a concert. So please be assured that every single time an application comes in, a special event permit for an event on this site, it will again be reviewed and mitigated by all city staff. All right, traffic access and circulation. So the applicant, like I just said, has provided traffic mitigation plans based on the tier of the event and how many people are attending. Again, everybody's looked at this. Reno Police Department, Fire Department, Public Works, Business Licensing, Engineering. Everybody looked at this and said, yes, this works for us. And again, the events will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. Regarding parking, we've heard some people say there's not enough parking. 1,965 parking spaces are going to be provided in 10 private parking lots that are owned by the applicant. Maps will be provided for each person who buys a ticket so they can go and park in those designated parking areas and find their way by passing through all of downtown and walking past businesses and restaurants and activating downtown exactly in the way that we want it to be activated. Regarding compatibility and master plan, what you see up on the screen before you is our master plan map. All of that purple is the downtown mixed use, but specifically this area is within the downtown mixed use downtown entertainment district. So what you see here is directly out of our master plan. I just want to point out that the characteristics of this downtown mixed use entertainment district per the master plan is that the downtown serves as the heart of the community and region and is the main venue for street festivals, parades, and other community and region-wide events. And that's what the applicant is bringing. They're bringing festivals, parades, and community and region-wide events. So regarding compatibility, the applicant's going to get up here and talk a little bit more about what they've done with the speakers and the sound systems and things like that. But the speakers are going to be oriented away from residential uses. These are high-tech speakers that they can orient and send the sound in the direction that they need it to. But again, this request is only for 1 hour on Friday and Saturday nights. So if this doesn't get approved, they can still go until 10 o'clock. But they're asking for 11 o'clock on Friday and Saturday nights. I threw this slide in here. This is new. This wasn't at the Planning Commission, but I wanted to look at some comparable events that we hold in downtown. So if anybody's wondering, Hot August Nights is 10 days, and we see about 500,000 attendees. Reno River Festival lasts 3 days. We see about 65,000 attendees at that festival. The El Dorado Great Italian Festival, 2 days, 40,000 people. Art Town for the whole month of July, 250,000 people. Just the Western Lights Festival that we held a couple months ago, 3 days, 53,000 people. Aces baseball games, 3 times a week. They can have a maximum capacity of about 10,000 people per game. Northern Nevada Pride Festival was 1 day. We had 10,000 people downtown. Biggest little block party in the world, 1 day. They think there was 10 to 15,000 people there. So I just want to point out, downtown has the infrastructure and we have the services to support this request. Again, it's been vetted. Everybody in the city has looked at it and we all agree this is a good thing and we can definitely mitigate it on a case-by-case basis. So here's the recommended findings, and I'll just go through these fairly quickly. Consistency with the Reno Master Plan. Yes, it is consistent with the plan goals and policies and strategies. There's a huge list of master plan policies that this project meets. Compliance with Title 18? Absolutely. With the conditions of approval, it meets and exceeds the Reno Municipal Code standards. Does it mitigate the traffic impacts? Yes. The traffic mitigation plan has been reviewed by everyone. Each event will be evaluated for any additional mitigation that's going to be required. Does it provide a safe environment? Yes. Security management plan will be reviewed at each event. Conditional use permit findings. Is the use in accordance with RMC and the purpose of the zoning district? Literally, the MDED district functions as the 24-hour gaming area and includes major hotel casinos and cultural, entertainment, recreational facilities, retail, restaurants, and high-density residential. So yes, it literally is the purpose of the zoning district. Is the design compatible with surrounding development? Yes, and again, the applicant's going to get into this, but the speakers and the whole design has been implemented to mitigate the impacts on the neighbors, the residential neighbors that are in that area. Is the design consistent with the development standards? Yes, it meets and exceeds the minimum Reno Municipal Code standards. Additional conditional use, available public services. Yes, it's an infill project. Are the characteristics reasonably compatible with the types of use permitted in the surrounding area? Yes, the proposed use will coexist with the types of uses permitted in the surrounding area. Will it be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare? Once developed, noise, smoke, odor, dust, vibration, illumination, and other hazards will be mitigated. Again, on a case-by-case basis, every time they submit a special event permit. So on the board here, you can see the Planning Commission decision. This was heard on February 19th. Planning Commission unanimously approved this request, 7-0. Staff's recommendation is that the council review this and affirm the Planning Commission's decision. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions, and the applicant has a follow-up presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Leah. I appreciate that.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
could you come back, Leah?
And
Have a
just so you know, we're going to hear all presentations, and then we'll come in for questions.
Well, I would just like to ask Leah just a couple key questions so we could just set the frame, if that's okay. And my question is just, without this 1 hour, they would not need a CUP. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So they would not even be here?
Correct.
They could go do their event center?
Correct.
Without this 1 additional hour? And the 1 hour, I just want to be clear, is, you said Saturday and Sunday, but they also have the special event. I think it's 2 floating events as well.
Oh, yes. The Planning Commission added on to the condition and allowed for 2 events per year to go till 12:15. And the idea behind this was that they might want to go until midnight on like New Year's or maybe Halloween. So 2 events per year will allow until 12:15.
Okay, and then my only other question right now is, what is an event? So you showed a bunch of events. Some events go 10 days. Some events go 1 day. So when they say 20 events, is that 20 days? Is a weekend like an event?
We didn't limit them to a number of days. I think we want these events downtown. We want to activate it, and I feel like staff feels that limiting that may limit
I just wanted to
activation
be
of downtown.
clear, but you put these numbers in, and I just wanted to be clear what they meant. So they could self-define how long an event is. Could be a weekend, could be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's one event. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Okay, next up, we have Smart Growth Reno. 10-minute presentation.
Thank you. See most of you. It's been a while for some of you. My name is John Marshall, and I represent Smart Growth Reno and the individual appellants. We have Smart Growth Reno directors Brandy Smith and Elliot Josie, Magali Rivera, and Rick Haru are the individual appellants here. And all these folks, and plus, I think, as you all know, downtown Reno residents desire.
John, could you speak between these mics? The way they're set up is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go. That's how they're now set up.
Should I turn them both in? All these appellants desire an active, vibrant, and safe downtown, I think, as we all do. The question before you, I think, today is, does this proposal drive us in that direction? And I'm going to be talking about two different things. One is, does this land use, is it consistent with the master plan, the policies that we're trying to promote within the downtown space? And second, can you actually make the findings that you need to based on this record? So kind of one is more of a planning question, which you guys have significant discretion with. And the other one is more of a finding question, where you're really limited by what's in the record in front of you in order to make those findings. So those are the two things that I want to talk about. But first, I really want to kind of say that we view this request as a little bit differently than characterized by city staff. A lot of focus is put on, that this is the only reason why the applicant is here is 1 hour extension. A major point that we think is glossed over here is that through this CUP, the applicant is getting a waiver, complete waiver of the 75 decibel limit that you would otherwise need to get to satisfy when you're coming in for a special events permit. And so in this CUP, there is basically it's condition 10 and 11 that essentially go to hours of operation and the amplified sound, is that there is no 75 dB limit that is waived for those hours where amplified sound can be utilized. So without that in this CUP, they'd have to come in and essentially, the way that the standard practice, as I understand it for the city, is come in for a special events permit and you're limited to 75 dB. That's what happened with base camp. And that's where the 75 dB limit came from, and which, of course, they blew out with their noise. But let me, if I can, quickly touch on, just minding my time here, quickly touch on the consistency with the master plan issue. And to do that, I'd like to just first, are we on this? Do I need to do something differently?
It's up above you.
It's up. Oh, I'm sorry. And you can see it? So essentially, this is okay, thank you. You know that this site is surrounded by a multiple set of different mixed uses, right? We have commercial, we have the festival, the proposed festival grounds. We have the church, one church here. We have another church over here. We have condos over here. We have all sorts of apartment and residences around surrounding this area. So the neighborhood itself is much more complex than what that staff would have you believe, or the applicant would have you believe. And where you're hearing it from the downtown residents is there's now an imbalance between the types of uses that are allowed within an entertainment district. There's no question that an entertainment district contemplates live music, contemplates vibrant street activities, parades, et cetera. That's really not what we're here talking about. What we're here talking about is an outdoor concert venue with unlimited number of concerts, with unlimited sound, amplified noise, without any monitoring requirements on noise, and without any mitigation requirements. We are talking about this is a photo from the montage looking down at the proposed concert venue. You can see this is from an April 5th, 2024 concert that was put on by J Resorts, I believe. There's the stage right there. It may not be in that exact location as they're proposing. This is the view from the grounds looking at the stage, and you can see the montage right standing up behind it. So we're talking about a concert venue that is right adjacent to lots of downtown residents, whether they be renters, condo owners, et cetera. And the fundamental policies that we think you need to balance are the promotion of a mixed-use, high-density residential presence within downtown against a outdoor, really unlimited sound and number of concerts. Where's the balance there? And we think that it is within your discretion to say, no, if you go ahead with this proposed use as the Planning Commission approved, what you're going to have is a tipping of that balance, which is already, you'll hear from residents tonight, already in imbalance because of the presence of downtown clubs and the noise issue that your staff is trying to address in another effort, which you'll probably hear more of in the next appeal. And so that's why we think there is an inconsistency between what is proposed and what are the master plan policies for this area. The fact that this is a 24-hour gaming district, gaming is all inside. That doesn't drive the conclusion that you can have an outdoor venue that essentially dominates any residential use. I'd like to quickly, in my remaining time, talk about why it is, why the record does not propose the compatibility with uses statement. And that really is because that in the only evidence that you have in the record from the applicant regards decibels measured on an A-weighted scale. That A-weighting scale, and this is in the record as well with no contrary opinion, is inappropriate to measure the bass sounds of what's coming out of most music and most music you hear and that you hear constituents complaining about. And so the sound study that has been prepared does not address one of the key elements of sound that these residents will be exposed to. Now, what's in front of you on the screen is the monitoring that a resident did of that concert back in 2024, April 2024, where inside his condo, there was maximum DBC volumes at higher than 100. Inside, not at a property line, but inside. And so that's juxtaposed against a request for an unlimited noise requirement. And not even a requirement, a waiver of all noise limitations. So you can't, we believe, make a consistency finding when you have a sound study that is fatally flawed. And that fatal flaw is that it doesn't measure the right thing. Doesn't measure a large component of sound that travels, that bounces off of buildings, and that we know from the only actual monitoring that occurred exceeds 100 within doors. The applicant's study was only a modeled result, not the actual sound produced. So we believe that you can't make that determination that there is consistency with existing development based on this record before you. And so my time is up. Hopefully we can have a good discussion tonight. I'm open to answer any questions that you might have. And if it's appropriate, I'd love to be able to come back and close up at some time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marshall. Appreciate it. Okay, then we are going to have a presentation from Mr. Gordon for 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record tonight, my name is Garrett Gordon, tonight on behalf of Jacobs Entertainment for the J Resort Festival Grounds. Very excited about it. Before you tonight on appeal after a unanimous Planning Commission decision, which I think is important to note because there's been many appeals before you the last couple of weeks or months, and we don't get a 7-0 very often, and we did here. Why? Because this is located in the heart of Reno. You heard 4 acres in between Ralston and Arlington, south of the tracks, north of 2nd Street. So here's the site plan that's being proposed. Couple things that are important. Number one, the stage is on the right-hand side, on the east side of the property, looking west. Not the best place for a stage. Why? Because the artist will be looking directly into the sun. Glow Plaza looks east. The Nugget Event Center looks east. Most urban amphitheaters look east. Why? Because you're not looking in the sun. Why did we put the stage here? To mitigate sound. I disagree with the appellant's argument that we've done nothing to mitigate sound. We're having our stage look the opposite direction that normal stages do to make sure the sound and the speakers blow west away from downtown residents. 2 more things to note on here. One, you can see the right-hand side where it's the artist green room zone, the staging area. That's where all the trucks will bring their equipment, drop it off for the acts. All self-contained on the property. No staging trucks on Arlington, no staging cars on Arlington, everything is self-contained. Number 2, on Ralston, you can see the entry gates. All self-contained. No one's going to be standing or queuing on the sidewalk of Ralston, in the street. It's all self-contained to make sure, number 1, public safety is being maintained. Current site conditions. After the unanimous Planning Commission decision, we wanted to make sure we caught the 2025 season. We know it's subject to your review, but wanted to show you here. Look what's going in downtown Reno. 2 acres of real grass. We've heard a long time downtown Reno is a concrete jungle. You're going to have 2 acres of real-life grass in the heart of Reno for the festival grounds with the brand-new signage you can see there on the left-hand side. We heard from the appellants throughout this process. Downtown is already saturated with event space. How often is this going to be used? No one's even going to use it. Already this summer, we have 2 festivals lined up, and we estimate about $4 million of economic development impact because of the Drifters Music Festival for those who are country fans, Walker Hayes, Randy Hauser, huge acts. And on the Brighter Days Tour, which has come down from Lake Tahoe, again, we believe a $14 million economic impact to downtown Reno. Very exciting. The Jacobs Entertainment are bringing these events downtown. Here's a few renderings of what we anticipate. But let me get into, which I appreciate most, these legal arguments by the appellant. Number 1, we're in the downtown entertainment district. What does that mean from a zoning perspective? 24-hour gaming area that includes major hotel casinos and entertainment facilities. Your master plan. The appellant just said we're not in compliance with the master plan. I beg to differ. Your master plan for downtown mixed use says tourism-related uses. Check. Arts and entertainment, check. Gosh, it'd be great if your master plan used the word festival, because this is a festival space. Oh, downtown serves as the heart of the community and region and is the main venue for street festivals, parades, community events, ongoing revitalization. This absolutely complies with your master plan, and we're excited that someone's investing millions of dollars into this development to bring this forward. You have a downtown action plan that was approved in 2017. I'm happy to note the mayor was on that downtown action plan subcommittee, and so was Councilmember Doer. Also, you can see a number of advisory committee members, including Montage residents, including Palladio residents, including a diverse group of downtown folks, the Coronos from El Dorado, a blogger, Alicia Barber, Wendy Damani from Renown, Eric Edelstein from the Reno Aces. A diverse group of people came together, including residential property owners, including the appellants, were on this committee. What did they do? They, one, designated, excuse me, the entertainment district of downtown Reno. Two, they identified this particular property as what? Potential development opportunity area. I've highlighted here. That's exactly the property we're trying to develop today. And what did this committee, including Montage residents, say should happen on this property? Encourage reinvestment in established casinos. Check, J Resort. Introduction of new uses and activities that strengthen downtown's appeal as a tourism and entertainment destination. Festival grounds. It's exactly what the Downtown Action Plan, headed up by Madam Mayor, Councilmember Doer, Montage residents, Palladio residents, downtown stakeholders said, this location in the heart of Reno should be an entertainment destination. I present to you tonight the J Resort Festival Grounds meets that objective. Operations, you heard from the appellant that there are no safeguards, that there are unlimited noise. Not true. We took the same hours of operation and the ability to do amplified sound from the Glow Plaza conditions to this application. 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, Friday through Saturday till midnight. Amplified sound, same thing. We can only go up to 15,000 people per day, and every single event will have a special activity permit approved by who? Your zoning administrator, your code enforcement department, your public works department, your fire department, your police department. All these departments will approve every single event. There was also a comment that there could be an unlimited number of events, unlimited number of festivals. Not true. Small events, yes. I hope we can all agree there should be an unlimited amount of urban markets, weddings, corporate events, but we did put in a cap of 20 medium-sized events and 10 large events in order to make sure that there was certainty to downtown residents of how many events there would be per year. Also, there's a comment about there was no mitigation in regards to traffic. Not true. We have 3 different tiers. Smaller events, 1 tier of management. Larger events, medium-sized events, another tier of management. And tier 3, large events, a robust management plan that I'm happy to get into if I have questions for additional time. Parking, you heard, oh, is there sufficient parking? Yep, over 2,000 spaces in the 2 or 3 block radius. Noise. I absolutely dispute what the appellants mentioned earlier about decibels, because they failed to be honest with you, because decibels don't apply in downtown Reno. Residential adjacency standards apply to residential properties. So if I was trying to put this in Collin Ranch, in Arrow Creek, in Old Southwest Reno, somewhere where it's zoned residential, yeah, I'd have some work to do on decibels, on noise. But it does not apply to downtown mixed-use entertainment district. Why? Because that's where you want your entertainment. There was also a comment of there's an imbalance created in downtown Reno. I would say, no, we finally have activation in downtown Reno. Look at these events that are already going on, that are really bringing our community to life. We have the Italian Festival. We have the Glow Plaza. We have the Reno Aces Ballpark. We have Western Lights. And the festival grounds will add to all of these, and again, not create an imbalance, but an activation that our community has looked on for a long time. Lastly, I'd like to say, we received an email from a Montage resident. They asked that we redacted their names so they weren't intimidated by any of the appellants. And let me just read this so you don't take my word for it, but someone who lives downtown. Dear Jacobs, I live in a high-rise in downtown Reno. I want to take a moment to thank you personally for the extraordinary investment of time, vision, and care you've made downtown. The J Resort is beautiful, and I'm excited about the new outdoor venue. The Glow Plaza is an entertaining space. I have enjoyed many events there. I want to express my gratitude for the art and truly enhance the day-to-day experience. Thank you for everything you've done for Reno. So in closing, I would say, I would ask you to uphold the Planning Commission unanimous decision. We absolutely make all the findings. This absolutely satisfies the master plan, your zoning plan, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, at this time, I'm going to send it over to Madam Clerk. Lauren, take it away for public comment, please.
Thank you. And I did want to clarify also for the record, with the 19 comments that we had received, one was in favor of the project, 14 in opposition of the project, and then the 4 letters of concern. It wasn't clear earlier, so.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes. Ann Haley, followed by Chris Sewell, followed by Marilyn Johnson.
All right, and just so everyone knows, I'm going to cut you off at 3 minutes so everyone gets equal time.
Thank you. My name is Ann Haley. I'm a resident of Reno and a parishioner at St. Thomas Aquinas, former executive director of the Oakland Coliseum Authority in Reno. And so I have an in-depth knowledge of events and especially the contracts and agreements that oversee those facilities. I'm asking the City Council to delay considering the CUP today until the loopholes in the wording of that CUP can be strengthened to protect the surrounding property owners and city taxpayers. The 4.5-acre site in question is too small to house this type of activity. Therefore, the pre and post activities that people often engage in for festivals and concerts will spill out into the surrounding properties, most especially Riverfront Park. Yes, the city of Reno and its taxpayers will be the most affected surrounding property owner. All paying for trash removal, parking enforcement, and security issues, most often during overtime hours for city staff. Despite what the staff report in front of you says, this CUP will not be financially neutral for the city of Reno. The conditional use permit also currently states that the parties will discuss a process for reimbursement of the cost of city services such as police and fire. We'll discuss a process for reimbursement. That does not say we'll pay for. That's the kind of loosey-goosey language you have, just like the councilwoman was asking about, are event days the number of days or just an event? And staff says they get to self-define. That's not the kind of language you want to have in an agreement. Now, I've sent public comment via email for many more concerns I have regarding the wording of this agreement and the protections it provides for the city of Reno and the surrounding property owners. And staff has tried to address some of those, but really not to my satisfaction, but I don't have time to bring them all up here. You could say that the Oakland Coliseum, where I worked, was a mess, and you'd probably be right. But the people there were good people, including the tenants. And they had good intentions at the beginning, just like you have here. But the original agreements weren't well written, and it turned up to a lot of litigation and a lot of pain for everybody involved with grand jury oversight. So I'm asking you to consider delaying approval until you can rewrite the CUP. Thank you for considering my concerns.
All right, thanks, Ann.
Chris Sewell, followed by Marilyn Johnson, followed by Greg Sandler.
My name is Chris Sewell. I'm with JMF Presents. My company will be managing the property and bringing in the different events. I just want to make a few things clear. It's not just a big concert venue. It's designed as a multi-use space. There's not even a built-in stage on the venue. We envision high-end corporate events, car shows, food and craft events, in addition to concerts and festivals as well. Everything we're programming is all ages, family-friendly. I run a music school in town as well. I have for almost 13 years now. We're very focused on healthy, kind of safe environments for families in Reno. I raised my family here. My kids have all now graduated from Reno High, graduated from UNR, and I hope they stay here for the benefits that Reno has to offer instead of moving away for better opportunities. And that's partly what we're trying to create here in Reno, is an environment that's great for families like mine and people that want to move here. And I will say, a lot of the employees that I employ in the different companies that I run are not from the area. We bring in a lot of people from different areas and we employ them here and they move here and they're looking for more themselves and they want to, they're starting to raise families here. So this is part of a bigger kind of effort to make this just a better environment for families like ours. So that's all I wanted to say.
All right. What do you play?
I used to play piano. Now I just teach a lot of music with a lot of teachers.
Okay. I was going to say you could have brought your guitar, but you don't play the guitar. Sounds
I
like.
wish I could.
All right.
When I was a kid, my lessons weren't fun, so I designed a program that was fun for kids, and we're seeing a lot of great results with that. We have kids going on to Juilliard, Berkeley, Cal Arts, and they're all coming back in the summers saying that they're light years ahead of their peer groups. So that's what we love to hear.
All right. Thanks so much.
Marilyn Johnson, followed by Eric LaRue, followed by Rick Haru.
Hi,
Marilyn.
I'm Marilyn. I just wanted to share that I moved to downtown Reno 24 years ago, worked as an RN, many 16-hour shifts, and it's very important. I live right down on Arlington Avenue, heard the loud noise coming from J Resort when they had a concert. I'm hoping they're correct about what they say about the noise level now, because it really shook the building. And I think if you want people to move downtown and to be able to go to work, they've got to get some sleep at night. And we have a hospital close by, St. Mary's Hospital. People are in there very sick, nurses and doctors having to go to work to be able to make decisions on people's health. So I think there's more than just entertainment that has to be taken into consideration. I love living downtown. I can't think of another place I would like to move than where I live. And I love the entertainment, but there needs to be a little balance. And it's always worked, even having the music in the parks. It never went beyond 10 or 11 at the latest. But what people don't understand is after it closes down, the people that have been there partying and drinking start yelling and roaring down the streets, and they come to the river and they start fighting often, and you don't know whether you should go out there and try to save somebody's life and call the police or what's happening. So it exceeds the midnight that they want to do. So I think it's just something to consider. People in the hospital that are trying to recuperate, people that do have jobs that need to get up and go to work, and try to balance it for both, because I know people we want people living downtown. It will help the whole city in other ways. So if they can just consider that a little bit, I think it'll make everybody happy. And I often, would book people to stay at the J Resort and everything. I liked it. It's close by. But, if they're really loud and really disruptive to the residents trying to live there and retire in this area and everything, it's going to decrease the values of the property and people's interest, I believe. So just some consideration I hope that you take into, and I hope J Resort will as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Marilyn, and thank you for your service.
Eric LaRue, followed by Rick Haru, followed by Art Rangel.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Eric LaRue. I'm a downtown Reno resident. I support the appeal against the J Resort Festival grounds. I provided my input through various means. I was here at the February 19th Planning Commission hearing. I gave my input then. I've submitted emails to you for today, so you have my information. I won't repeat all of that tonight because I know time is precious. I do want to say, there was an op-ed that was included in some of my remarks from Reno residents who collaborated about that op-ed. That op-ed was published yesterday, and this is Reno. It was not just downtown Reno residents. It was also residents from other neighborhoods, including the Newlands District, Old Southwest Reno, and Old Northwest Reno. And as for downtown, it wasn't just people in the Montage, it was people in Arlington Towers, Riverwalk Towers, and the Palladio. I know you're all familiar with the Barber Reef, and Dr. Barber talks about this matter and provides very good analysis in the Barber Brief published this Monday, April 7th. I have a copy here, and I will submit a copy of that. I'll give that to the clerk to make that part of the record. We don't have any dispute that what Mr. Jacobs is doing some good things in downtown Reno. There's no dispute about that. We thank him for that. I personally like looking out at the remodeled buildings that he's created there on his property with the blue lights. I even have a cousin, my cousin Lisa works for him, and I know plenty of other employees at the J Resort, so we want the J Resort to succeed. But Mr. Jacobs cannot do whatever he wants to do. And downtown Reno belongs to all of us, not just the J Resort. And with respect to a large festival grounds in that one location, there are a number of issues that have been presented to you about how that may not be the best fit and may cause all kinds of disruptions. And the biggest concern I have is the sound. And just because the stage faces to the west doesn't mean the sound comes back in the other direction. We learned that when there was the concert last April, that sound bounces around the downtown buildings. So the sound is quite complicated and should be studied further. So I won't take any more of your time at this time, but I just want to say, other than please support the appeal, please grant the appeal filed by Magali Rivera, Rick Haru, and Smart Growth Reno. Thank you for your time and consideration and your service to our community.
All right, thank you, Mr. LaRude.
Rick Haru, followed by Art Rangel, followed by Ben Koch.
Hello.
Hello, good evening. I'm Rick Haru. I'm one of your friendly appellants. I came to Reno in 2013, where I found a very pleasant and great to live in mixed-use residential district. Since then, over the years, the Planning Commission has issued permits that have incrementally changed this neighborhood into a de facto entertainment zone with very little other use. Very little, if any, consideration has been given to the livability for the 2,000 or so inhabitants of the condominiums of downtown, the Pounding District, the West University area, to name a few. We've gained more late-night and all-night facilities, for example, the Glow Plaza, several bars, the Eddy, the Retrack expansion, and others. Now Planning and Zoning has issued the granddaddy of all conditional use permits, the J Resort Festival Grounds, with entertainment to be available from 8 a.m. daily through various late-night times. The assertion that the Glow Plaza is not a disturbance for us is wrong, and the claim that the sound from the festival grounds will be moderated is specious. It does not take much thought to realize that this quality of life problem will extend to the value of downtown residential property. It's baffling to understand why Mr. Jacobs has sites for luxury condominiums, yet is building something that flies in the face of that type of use. I value and I want to increase the use in downtown. However, I think it needs to be brought into perspective as a place to live and not just to go to party. I'm also very conscious of the public safety impact of this project. The spillover from this venue will dramatically increase the late-night traffic to the now 3 late-night venues between West and Arlington Street, which is downtown's backyard. Moreover, the drain on police resources is plainly evident. At least weekly, there's an incident that requires multiple, and I have seen as many as 10 emergency vehicles and their associated personnel. We're constantly reminded by the police that they and other first responders are challenged by staffing shortages, and if the responders are so occupied downtown, what's going on in the rest of Reno? And make no mistake, those of us who live in here view this as no less than a battle for the soul of our neighborhood. And thank you for listening to my appeal tonight. And I urge you to approve my appeal.
All right, thank you so much. Good job.
I did want to note for the record that Councilmember Martinez has been present on Zoom.
Okay, thank you so much.
Art Rangel, followed by.
I have the overhead.
Yes.
Members of the council, Art Rangel for the administrative record, 255 North Sierra Street. I'm going to start by talking about lost opportunities for more tax revenue, specifically from a redevelopment, economic development perspective. I would think that a city that that is in the condition of potentially losing $24 million in deficit would do everything possible to maximize revenues and minimize expenses. The staff report indicates that the only permanent improvements on the festival grounds are fencing, perimeter lighting, landscaping, and signage, which means there will be no tax increment generated by this use. When you add that to the 10 surface parking lots that will provide parking for the festival grounds, those surface parking lots appear to occupy approximately 30 acres, which will also not generate any tax increment in redevelopment project area 1. In order to generate significant tax increment, the city needs to maximize floor to area ratio. That means the city should encourage at least 45-story buildings on these 34 acres. As an example, the property across the street from this site was at one point a surface parking lot for St. Thomas Cathedral, at the corner of 2nd and Arlington. The county assessor's office showed that in fiscal year 21-22, while that parcel was still a surface parking lot, it was valued at $377,300. For fiscal year 23-24, it was valued at $13,041,571 because now it's improved with a 4 to 5 story, 69-unit apartment complex. Now it's known as Mod 2. That's a factor of 37.8 times the original value. The festival grounds project is not smart growth. I was out of the country when the Planning Commission heard the case, so I prepared and sent to the staff a PowerPoint well before that. This slide that I'm showing right now indicates it's part of the document. It's followed by 8 other slides that explain in detail why I think, and I'm a certified city planner, been doing this for 40 years, why I think the findings of fact cannot be made, specifically reference to the traffic study. The slide shows that both the Planning Commission and you now as the City Council are required to make findings of fact. The hearing body, when one of you makes a motion to deny our appeal and uphold the decision of the Planning Commission, please prove me wrong and elaborate on how you think the findings of fact can be made. The Planning Commission didn't bother to do that. They just said, I can make the findings. That's not professional enough. So please, if you want to approve this, specify how you think those findings could be made. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Art, appreciate it.
Ben Koch, followed by Ryan Harloff, followed by Kristen Greenstreet.
Wasn't planning to speak, but yeah, here we are. Yeah, I'm in favor of the J Resort Festival Grounds. It's a great, safe place for our community, for downtown Reno. There's been a lot of thought into the planning process of it, both from audio side and also setting up the festival grounds. This venue is probably the safest venue in Reno, but for sure the safest outdoor venue for events. And again, these events are not every day. There's all kinds of noise that's happening downtown Reno, sirens, people screaming on the sidewalk. These are not every day, and these are family-friendly events that help our businesses locally. And they're just a safe place for, all ages, for anyone who wants to come to these events. And yeah, it's just a great opportunity for Reno that should definitely happen. So thank you for your time.
All right, thanks so much, Ben. Right? Correct, Ben? Okay.
Kristen Greenstreet, followed by Peter Newman, followed by Nick Hutchings.
Right. Yes, it's your turn.
Hello, is that good?
Yes.
So I'm here, I'm a resident of Reno now, I'm retired Colorado school teacher with my husband Paul. 7 years ago, we moved to the 3rd Street Flats. I have to tell my story because that's why I'm here. We championed downtown. Like there was a lot of slumlord motels calling the police all the time. It was really scary back 7 years ago. And it's cleaned up and it feels really safe. It's really great. My husband, he works for Mark Estee at Liberty Food and Wine and Nothing to It, Laura, Chef Laura, and we want our home to be here. And we, just today on the pool deck, for all you fans of, we're watching the sod being laid on the J. So that it's happening. So a couple of things for me is that we've seen it clean up, and we also know there's been scary things happening. Like my protest is for the 1-Up not to open. That will be something I'll email about because that's crime infested. It's not been good. I've watched it over the years. The J, I'm watching it unfold like it's exciting. My husband goes there and bets on his NCAA. But I guess I am friends with all the Montage people too. There are several districts that just want it to be safe and downtown to grow and be vibrant and to have this feeling of safety. And sometimes I wake up and I look across the street and there's a murder in the alley right by Worldmark. And I talk to Quacks. I know Danny and Quack and all them, and they're like, we need downtown to be safe. So I am a community person, and I will champion whatever the city decides. But I'm also scared because 7 years ago, I saw the growth, and it was just like this amazing thing. And I worked at Urban Market for 2 years as the barista at 5:30 a.m. And my Reno ambassadors were my champions then. They would come in, roll in. So thank you to the city for all that you're doing. I don't want to have an opinion right now on the J because I feel like the city's trying to grow. But I also know that I agree with that whatever that concert was last April was like out of control. The sound was going all over. Yeah, so that's my time. Love you all. Thank you.
Good job. I like your energy. So you probably don't, well, I think you moved here after the fact, but that was the King's Inn. It was the biggest eyesore in downtown Reno. Yeah.
The owner that championed it.
Uh-huh.
Did you meet him too?
Uh-huh.
Chichi.
Yes.
He came in.
From Las Vegas.
Yeah,
Yes.
he just built it.
All right, good job. Thank you, yes. But that's, everyone forgets about the King's Inn. It will forever be in my mind. Okay, so we have made progress. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Newman, the floor is yours.
Forgive me for reading this. I want to make it, I've only got 3 minutes. So
Okay, go ahead.
thanks for the opportunity to speak in opposition to granting a permit to use vacant commercial land for open-air concerts, land which is more suitable for residential housing. Reno needs additional housing. Reno does not need another concert venue. When GSR is building one that will seat thousands more people with parking for all and not located near residential neighbors. The proposed project does not make sense. It will create noise nuisance for hundreds of residential owners living nearby. It will cause traffic congestion and a safety hazard on Arlington Avenue during concerts, especially in a medical emergency. It will not create housing. Amplified sound events for 15,000 people will be heard not only by downtown Reno residents, but many others, including the Pounding District, Newlands neighborhood, which I represent, and nearby hospital patients. The base camp concerts in Wingfield Park teach us that law and code enforcement are not equipped to enforce law governing outdoor amplified sounds. The after-action reports by code enforcement and RPD reports of citizen complaints prove this. These public documents describe dozens of code violations and citizen complaints generated by Basecamp 2023 and again Basecamp 2024. Officers describe the noise from huge amplifiers as very loud, throbbing, pulsating, thumping sounds that penetrated through the walls and windows of residential dwellers blocks away. Residents complained that their windows and doors shook and rattled, and pictures hanging on their walls fell to the floor from the vibrations. Newlands neighborhood residents near Nixon and Reno Avenue, a mile away, complained about that offensive Basecamp noise. So if the city is not equipped to enforce noise and safety laws at only 2 outdoor amplified sound performances in a public park, it clearly cannot do so for multiple outdoor amplified sound concerts per season on private property. With a $25 million deficit in its operating budget, the city cannot afford to hire the dozens of additional code enforcement officers necessary to ensure compliance. And this will generate many lawsuits against the city, which the city will have to defend. Also, and to emphasize Mr. Rangel's comment, land occupied by an outdoor concert venue does not generate meaningful tax revenue. As he said, the St. Thomas former parking lot, just 3 blocks south of the proposed venue, was assessed at less than $378,000 in 2021, generating almost no tax revenue. But after being converted to nearly 70 residential units, that same land now rose to a valuation by the assessor of $13 million, and it is generating tax revenue. The proposed project will not provide needed housing and tax revenue. Rather, it will cost the taxpayers of Reno dearly. Newlands Neighborhood Association urges you to deny the application's permit. Thank you, and I'm sorry I read that.
No, good job. Right on time. Okay. Next up.
Nick Hutchings, followed by Ryan Johnson, followed by Colin Smith.
Hi, everyone. My name's Nick. I'm an audio engineer with JMF Entertainment, and I just want to show you guys, if I could get this up on the screen, a couple of heat maps. I want to touch base a little bit. I know there's been a lot of concerns about what happened at base camp, and I want to try to give a little bit of insight on why that might have been a problem, and then show how that compares to what we're doing differently at the J Resort Festival grounds. So we know that base camp happened at Wingfield Park. The stage there is a fixed stage. It's really low to the ground. It's only about 2 feet. So I think it's safe to assume that they probably, whatever sound provider did that, probably did not put any subwoofers in front of the stage. So most likely what they did is what's called a left-right subwoofer configuration, where there's a big stack of subwoofers on the left side of the stage and a big stack of subwoofers on the right side of the stage. And this, if we can get this pulled up here, this is kind of what that heat map looks like. On the right side of the screen is the audience area. The middle there is kind of where the stage would be. The left side of the screen is behind the stage, and the tops and bottoms are the sides of the venue. So as we can see, this type of subwoofer configuration kind of sends low frequency energy all over the place. And it's not very ideal. In fact, if you were standing next to the venue, outside of the venue, slightly behind the stage, you're actually getting more subwoofer energy than the majority of the audience with this configuration. So what we're doing a little bit differently is called, because it's kind of hard to see, I'll just show the map. It's called an end-fire cardioid sub-configuration, and what this consists of is 2 lines of subwoofers across the front of the stage, spaced apart. So there's like, if you're the audience, there's a row of subs here, and there's a row of subs behind them as well. And then we use digital delay to time align those front subs to reach the listeners in the listening position at the same exact time for the audience. Now, if you flip your perspective and stand behind that subwoofer array. Now, not only do you have physical distance between those two stacks of subwoofers, but you also have the added delay that we added previously. And that effectively creates a significant amount of cancellation of low frequencies behind the stage. And this is what we plan to do at the J Resort Festival grounds. And not only that, but you get a lot of side-to-side rejection too, making an array across the front of the stage. So that's all I got for now.
All
Thank you.
right. Fascinating. Thanks so much.
Ryan Johnson, followed by Colin Smith, followed by Madeline Sewell.
Hi.
My name's Ryan. I'm a resident. I've been here for about 8 years, and I'm really excited about the festival grounds. I think this is a really cool opportunity. I have 2 young girls that I would love to be able to bring to events here. And I'm a professional audio engineer as well, and so I know Nick kind of went through some of the technical details, but really I think it's hard to imagine until you actually experience it. The cancellation, if you deploy these speaker systems correctly, can almost completely eliminate especially the large concern is sub energy, which is the low frequency energy. If you properly deploy the subwoofers and with modern line array technology, you can very much focus the energy. So, with the concern being base camp last year, it's almost an apples to oranges comparison, because this is, if you take advantage of physics and properly deploy it, then you can mitigate these concerns.
Yeah,
So,
that's interesting.
yeah.
All right.
Well, thank you.
All right, good job. Thanks so much.
Colin Smith, followed by Madeline Sewell.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for allowing me to talk to you tonight. I'm very much in charge, in support of the festival grounds. Mary Beth and I have been operating local businesses for 35 plus years, and we are Reno. We believe in what Reno is all about. We're a local company. We build our company around family. And that is what we're finding. We've been contracted by JMF to run all the food and beverage at the festival grounds. So we are going to bring that environment to the festival grounds. We are going to hire over 75 employees. Now, those employees the festival grounds may not generate a ton of tax revenue, but every one of those employees generate food for their families. And that, to me, is what Reno is about. We are here to support our company. We're here to support downtown Reno. We're here to support Reno in general. We're here to build a great environment for family. And we built our company around it. We live it. We preach it. And so do the Sewells from JMF. They are the same kind of people we are, and we love to work with them. So the health department was excited to know that we were involved. We bring a very high-quality product, so that we don't serve drunk people. If they come to our bars, we don't serve them if they're drunk. We have a lot of very dedicated employees that make sure we don't. We bring a very high level of service to this food and beverage part, and we will continue to do that in this venue. And lastly, JMF doesn't do anything halfway. We've built amazingly beautiful pieces that are going to go into the festival, the bars from the ground up, the structures, all the signage, all of the equipment, everything we're doing is first class. And it's not going to be it will be at times, I'm sure, a rowdy, fun party, but we really want to make it inviting for the family. And I think that's important to know. So although that it will definitely affect downtown Reno, it's going to affect it in a very positive way. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, and you didn't bring samples for all of us? I did. Colin, great job. Thanks for everything you're doing. By the way, try his food. It's fantastic. Okay, Madam Clerk, back at you.
Madeline Sewell.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, everybody. My name is Madeline Sewell. I also work for JMF Presents. It is a family business, owned, operated. We grew up doing everything together. So I think it's just right that all of our employees have turned into family. Everyone we work with, all the artists, we all are friends, we're all family. And we just want to create an environment like that in Reno, where everyone who comes to our events, everyone who comes together from all over the country, all over the West Coast, they leave feeling like a family. They leave feeling like it was fun and safe, and they had the best time of their lives, and they can't wait to come back to Reno, because that's how I feel. We do shows all over the West Coast, we do shows over in Phoenix, and every time we leave, we're like, gosh, we can't wait to come back to Reno. And we just want everyone else to experience stuff like that. So far, all the feedback we've gotten for these events we've announced online, it's incredible. Everyone is so beyond excited. They're so stoked to see what's happening to Reno. They're excited to see there's new talent, new venues, new people being involved. The young people, I mean, look around. Everyone that works here, everyone that's involved, we're all young. We're the next generation of Reno, and this is something that's meaningful to us. And I'm sure a lot of other people here can attest for that. I mean, grandkids, great-grandchildren, I mean, there's something for everyone there. So I just hope that you guys take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, future mayor. I like it. Okay, back at you.
We have no one else registered to speak, but we did receive 14 comment cards, 4 in opposition to the project and 10 in favor.
Hey, thank you so much. So at this time, Madam Clerk, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to bring it back to the body for council comments and questions. I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Anderson. I'm going to go around, and then lastly, I will wrap up with Councilman Martinez. And I'm going to remind everyone, you get 2 minutes. I'm going to be strict because we have another hearing after this. So if I cut you off, it's not to be rude, but to give everyone equal time. So with that being said, Councilwoman Anderson, the floor is yours.
Yes, I just have one question. I wanted to make sure, the base camp event from last year, different operators, right? So you're being measured based on an event that was managed and put on by a different operator last year.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, Jacobs Entertainment had nothing to do with base camp, nor did our operator. Zero connection whatsoever.
Okay, great. That's all I had.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor Taylor.
I'm going to go a little bit longer. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't go longer than my 3 minutes, but this is really hard for me. I look out, and not only are my neighbors there, my friends are there. I mean, Peter Newman has watched my children. I've ran in Eric LaRude's first RTO. I see Matt in my building every single day. This is very personal to me, and I've tried to meet with everybody I could on all sides of this. Anybody that reached out to me, I met with them. And when I'm making the decision, I asked a couple of my neighbors or the people I met with, if you could do anything, what wave a magic wand, what would it be? And they said, I heard we don't want the festival grounds, we want something different. I don't get to make a decision on that. That's not what's before me today. I said, okay, what else do you want? And they said, do something about the noise. They mentioned noise and the operator. Go check it out. Make sure that they can bring this technology. So I did. I went and I met with Chris. I met with his family. I sat there and they did the demonstration. And people can laugh or snicker or say that it's not right. It is right. There is science in it. My youngest daughter is a physics major. And when I got home, I got to tell her about this and she was so excited about it. I didn't even understand it. They put the subwoofers or whatever they were together. We went outside. They blared the music. It was booming, booming, booming. My heart was pounding, and I think it was 62 inches. Is it 62 inches? 66 inches apart. I walked behind. I didn't hear a thing. I was amazed. I was absolutely amazed. So my question is, Chris, if you could just talk a little bit about this science in kindergarten terms for me, and I want some clarification that you are going to be the operator of this at the J Resort, because I had a lot of confidence in that. And then, Leah, my other question for this round is, at this time, I would like to understand, what is the noise ordinance for downtown? What is allowable? Thanks, Chris. Don't want to put you on the spot, but I was just wowed.
I don't know how to boil it down other than that, sound travels in waves. And when you couple waves together, it increases the amplitude of the sound. When you actually have the reverse wave coupling with the same sound, it cancels the amplification entirely.
And
So
it did, it absolutely
It does, it's called phase,
canceled
yeah,
it.
it's called phase cancellation.
Yeah.
And there are different ways you can configure the speakers to get different versions of that. You can get a lot of cancellation on the sides, you can get a lot of cancellation in the back. This is all very scientific. These big sound companies and the very expensive sound systems that are used in the proper venues and the proper festival grounds all incorporate this technology. The manufacturers of these systems develop software.
And real quick, just, you do this all over the
We do
country.
all over the West Coast. So we're in some of the most sound-sensitive areas on the West Coast. Monterey County Fairgrounds, we're a
Okay.
preferred audio vendor for that venue because of our sound mitigation practices. We're in Discovery Park in Sacramento, another area that has sound issues as well. The list goes on.
I'll have safety questions in my second round. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you
so-
for taking the time.
All right.
I hope I explained it
Can you
kinda.
please just stay there?
Yes. of course.
Yes, can you please restate your name for the record?
My
Oh,
name?
yes, your
Chris
name
Sewell.
on the record.
My name is Chris Sewell.
So how do you spell it? Last name?
Sewell.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I've given this a lot of thought, and I too, like Councilmember Taylor, had an opportunity to come to your studio, see the setup outside, see how you arrayed the various subwoofers, and I too had the experience of tons of sound out front, no sound in the back, limited sound on the sides. Many of us have noise-canceling headphones, and I think it's the same technology.
But very similar technology.
Right, where I was just on a plane, and without the noise canceling, it was very loud, and then they have levels of noise canceling to the point that it was virtually all gone. It balanced out the sound of the plane. So I just had a few questions. When I was there, Councilmember Taylor said you blasted it. I don't know, did you blast it?
That was blasted.
Okay.
When you stood out front, it was very, very loud in
Yes.
front of them.
The next question I have is, since the sound is so limited, you have ability to control the sound. Do you have the ability to control it forward, or does it just continue on forever?
Control it forward as well. The line array technology in particular and the amount of power that you push into the speakers can limit how far you can throw the sound.
Okay.
So
Will you
can-
be implementing that?
All of that. That's what we
Okay.
do.
Now, many people have mentioned an event that happened in April that was at the Glow Plaza, and I think you're their operator, no?
I don't really fully understand which event they've been referring to. I know this.
Well, what I was concerned is that it's at a nearby venue, you were the operator, and it sounds like this event in April was, the city got many complaints about. And I would love, I don't know if you know anything about it, but many people mentioned it. But before you come up, Leah, let me just finish with Chris. I'm sorry, just.
Come up, Leah.
Come up, Leah, but I'm just saying I want to.
Because we're going to ask you next.
Yeah, I want to understand about the decibels. So I'm confused that there's a 75 decibel limit, but there's no limit on this permit. And someone brought it up that the reason the CUP is required is you're not only adding an hour, which you said, but you're also getting rid of a 75 decibel limit. My question for Chris is that if you can control the sound so well, why would it be a concern to have the 75 decibel limit?
Let me jump in here. Leah Picotti for the record. Thank you, Councilmember Dora. So the 75 limit is for special events on public property.
Okay.
That only applies to parks.
I got you.
For the most part. So there's no waiver of the decibels in this application. And they were saying like they could just do whatever. That's totally not true. The sound study was submitted with the application. Condition number 1 requires that the operation conform to the documents that were submitted. So if this first event happens and suddenly it's not in conformance with that sound study, then we absolutely have a way to enforce
So
that.
that is exactly where I want to go, and I only have a few seconds left. So what I'm concerned about is it doesn't appear that there's monitoring. So is that up to the public to say, it's not working, we have a problem, and then the city would come in and do an additional review? Could you explain that process?
Yeah, it would be code enforcement would go out there and double check it.
So code enforcement will be there after the event, and I don't know how they go out and check it.
So I think what would happen is if we started getting complaints saying this is not in conformance with what was presented at council, then we would send code enforcement out there to figure out if it is in conformance with the sound study that was submitted. But my understanding is that Globe Plaza was restricted to that, and they were restricted to certain decibels. And we have received their studies, and it's nowhere near where they thought it was going to be. So in this particular.
Maybe that was a different event.
Well, for all their events, I actually
No,
have.
I mean, the people mentioned an event in April, maybe that had
Event
nothing.
in April was at Wingfield Park, and that was base camp, and it has nothing to do with
Okay,
this
thank you.
application.
All right, Councilwoman Dorr, I'm going to cut you off.
No, that's fine.
Thanks. I just really quickly, I think also, Councilwoman Dorr, I believe we do that with the Eddy. We
Well-
have followed that.
We set up special conditions for the first 2 years, every 6 months it came in, but I don't see any. kind of-
Measuring with code.
What's that?
We did measure with code.
Yeah,
All
but
right,
there is no
Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
Your Honor, you've had a lot of new information that's come at you that was not in the record. We haven't seen this stuff, nor did we have the ability to comment on your personal testimony regarding the going out to the sites. We'd like an opportunity to respond to some of these things.
Okay, I'll give each of you 5 minutes when we wrap up.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So, thank you, everybody, for your presentations and comments. I wanted to kind of continue on with something Councilmember Dewar said about the code enforcement. Does our code enforcement currently check noise levels anywhere? No?
No, again, for the record, Leah Picotti, and thank you for your question, Councilmember Ebert. No, but as Councilmember Dorr pointed out, we have in the past required sound monitoring equipment at the Eddy and Glow Plaza, but what we have found is that they've never exceeded those standards. So we didn't necessarily think that that needed to be implemented in this case. However, it's of course under the purview of council to add that if they would like to.
So are you saying that the event last April that people are discussing, that also didn't exceed the limits?
That was a special event permit that was issued on public property. That, I'm not exactly sure. Planning doesn't review those. So I heard the same feedback that you did, that there were some issues with that, but it was outside of my purview.
Okay. So what events then are you referencing when you say that there was no issues with them exceeding any kind of?
Glow Plaza and the Eddy.
Okay, but not that base camp event, or was that what it was last April?
Not that one base camp event that was
Okay.
held
Okay.
in Wingfield Park.
Will this kind of noise, what's the word? Review of the noise levels, will that be part of like the ongoing process for this type of event? Will we send somebody out to check this to make sure that certain noise levels aren't being exceeded?
We did not include a condition of approval that required that. Staff's perspective on this is that, as they've said, it's not going to be an issue. And if it is, condition number 1 allows us to enforce that. Additionally, we could require additional sound monitoring equipment for specific events through the special event permit application. So again, we're looking at each event on a specific basis, and as the applicant stated, if this isn't all going to be concerts, this is going to be other stuff as well.
Okay.
I'm going to have City Manager Jackie Bryant weigh in. She wanted to add to your question.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that should we receive complaints, we do indeed send code officers, even late at night, to investigate whether a particular venue is compliant.
How would somebody contact police?
911 if it's an emergency.
Okay.
Reno Direct if it's a noise issue.
Yeah, but if it's late at night, there's not going to be anybody.
No one would go immediately that particular time at night, but for example, if we found out that a particular venue or a particular purveyor of that venue was acting poorly, then we would investigate. And the way that we find that out is through Reno Direct. So it might not be an immediate response. I think the cutoff was midnight, is what I heard.
Would be 11 p.m.
11
on
p.m.
Fridays and Saturdays.
11 p.m. Might not be that the first time, But if we had some complaints from the first event, we could certainly send code to look at it the second day.
Okay, so there's no way to really kind of get things under control the night of the event? If something goes wrong, it's way louder than people expected, we just gotta kind of wait until next time?
Pardon me, if it's a public safety issue, certainly someone needs to call 911 and the response is immediate. If it is a code complaint, littering, queuing, noise, those things are usually not corrected because at the moment, because we do not have staff monitoring the situation the entire time.
Yeah.
However, if we receive such complaints, then we would deploy staff to monitor.
And we have, I know, because I get all the comments into my office during, what was it? One of the crawls. Code went in there and actually shut people down immediately. So I do know that they are enforcing and showing up. So just want to let you know. Chief Nance, do you want to weigh in on that? I know, am I correct? Yes, okay. All right, thanks so much. Okay, I'm going to send it to Councilman Martinez in the sky. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Appreciate everybody being there. I want to be sensitive of some of the things that we have heard from the residents in the area concerning the noise. And it looks like there's a lot of technical things that are happening already to make sure that we're mitigating or that the operator is mitigating the effects. I wanted to understand your slide or your graph on slide 5. If you could pull that up, and this is for Ms. Picotti. Your presentation where it talks about the different tiers. For tier 1, they have an unlimited amount, but tier 2, there's 10 events. I think I'm a little confused with the number of times they're allowed to go until 12 or 12:15, and if there's certain caps on attendees based on the time, or is it the opposite? If you could just maybe re-explain that for me to understand it better.
Absolutely. Councilman Martinez, again, Leah Picotti for the record. So we did, I don't have my slide up yet, but the attendees are not restricted by time. During the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant had asked that the Planning Commission allow them to go until 12:15, 2 nights per year. I believe that it's anticipated that that would be like New Year's Eve and Halloween, something like that. Otherwise, they're only allowed to go until 11 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. Regarding the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, that's really the traffic mitigation plan. So if less than 5,000 attendees are coming, then they can have unlimited events, and then that would default to traffic mitigation plan 1, let's put it that way. And then if it's 5,000 to 10,000, or 5,000 to, I think it's 10,000 attendees, then that's allowed. So let me go back, because I just want to be clear. So the duration of the events is not limited, so they could have a 20-day event, but they're allowed the 20 events per year. Okay, so tier 2, 5,000 to 12,000 attendees. That then defaults to traffic mitigation plan number B, and they're allowed 20 events per year. And then tier 3 would be 12,000 to 15,000, 10 events per year. And then because of the number of attendees, that then defaults to traffic mitigation plan number C. That and basically that just has to do with how many people are out there directing traffic and so on and so forth. It's not directly related to the hours of operation. I just want to be clear.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the connection or the nexus of those two things. I think that's the only question that I had at this moment, but I may have something in the next round. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, you're welcome. Okay, we're now into round 2, and we're going to head over to Councilwoman Anderson. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Just 2 questions. The first one could be quick. Do we know, has Glow Plaza ever had any code violations or had any investigations?
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson, Leopold, for the record. No, Glow Plaza has had no issues, no enforcement issues, no problems. They provide their sound study to us. I think it's annually, and it's shown that they're good players.
Okay, great. And I had one more question about the property tax concern. I think it was Art Ringel that brought this to our attention. Have we done a study on the sales tax that will be generated within this area, or is that just outside of the conditional use permit information that we needed to collect on that?
Correct. It's outside of it, and unfortunately, it's just not in my area of expertise. I might be able to find somebody who could answer that.
Okay.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, thank you for the question. I don't have data specifically on sales tax, but I do have data based on Mr. Sewell's events in California for just the 2 events that are scheduled this summer. The first one would generate about $3.8 million in economic impact, and the second one, $14 million. So you're looking at almost $20 million of economic impact, which would be room nights, food and beverage, spending other money recreating in downtown Reno. All of that would in fact generate significant economic impact to downtown.
Okay, thank you.
And room tax paid by
Excuse me?
tourism.
Oh, absolutely, yes, thank you. Oh, and I should note live entertainment tax as well.
Okay. Not yet. Art, hold on. Okay.
I just want to clarify something about that.
All right. Okay. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. My next topic is about safety. So you talked about, Councilmember Anderson asked about code enforcement. Glow Plaza has been in operation for 3 or 4-ish years. How many calls for service have there been?
Thank you for that question. I do not know offhand.
Okay.
But perhaps Chief Nance might have that information?
Okay, well, maybe she comes back in. I didn't see any in any of the packets or anything. That's why I was asking the question. The other thing is when they come forward with their special event permits for each individual event or whatever, one of the things that they need to do is police will sign off on that. And if we have additional requirements or needs with that event, we bill that back to the applicant, right? Could you just kind of talk me through that?
You are absolutely correct, Councilmember Taylor, and I know that there was a public comment that said like that would be discussed, but it is written into our special permit requirements that when you apply for that special event permit, if the police department or fire or public works or anybody else determines that additional services are needed, then the applicant is then billed for those services.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay.
I saw Chief Nance. I don't know if she's ready to answer the question or.
Didn't hear the question though.
I was curious, in the 3 to 4 years that the Glow Plaza has been operating, if you know what calls for service have been.
Yeah, Chief Nance, for the record, I am not aware of any significant calls for service involving Glow Plaza. So I didn't pull data to see what happens out there, but it's not a place that we have issues or concerns or have had venue problems. So it's not anything that's on my radar.
Okay.
Usually if something's a problem, it gets on my radar.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Thank
it
you.
does.
Yes, it does.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm going to head over to you, Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'll just start out by saying that over the years, I have been disappointed with our code enforcement responsiveness on certain issues. A lot of times it's after the fact, a lot of times they have no data or proof. And we are, as several people mentioned, facing a budget shortage. And number of staff, including police officers, including code enforcement, will be held vacant. So we're going to have even more challenges. I think, given that it would be proactively appropriate to add a condition for a monitoring plan for at least the first few years. And in that way, this new facility would be able to establish a track record. I had a great opportunity to visit with Chris and the other team earlier, and they told me that they've been working in Monterey, which have some of the strictest noise conditions in the country. And that in the beginning, they had a monitoring plan, and they did so well that after a few years, Monterey dropped the requirement for the monitoring plan. I would love to see that replicated here, where, and that is what we did at the Eddy, to your point, Madam Mayor. We set up a monitoring plan, equipment, and we had a report every 6 months. With the Glow Plaza, we have a report every year. We just had that report recently. I would love to have the report, not necessarily by a representative, but actually by the managing partner here that would be leasing the space, which would be this company. So I would feel much more comfortable, and I think we'd set the city up for success by establishing upfront some kind of monitoring program, and then potentially drop it at a later date. But that I would like to see in a condition.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, we are not.
No.
Second.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, the floor is not for an applicant to speak unless
Yeah,
there's
I was
questions to be answered.
suggesting it to our staff, frankly.
Well, you're
but-
proposing a condition to the applicant. I'd like to respond.
Not yet. We're not done with rounds. I want council to have questions on the record. If they need to ask you a question, then you can come up, but I want everyone to hold off. It's also, I want to have respect for the council member. It's Vice Mayor's ward, so let's continue to
Yeah.
have dialogue. So we're going to
Yeah,
move
so,
on. Okay.
Thank you. Well, Leah said that they did have these monitoring condition, and you said that you had seen no problem at the Eddy. I have. We've had a lot of calls over the years. I think it's been difficult to know whether they're founded or not founded, but you said that there isn't a condition today, but that council could consider putting one. Could you just address that, please?
That is correct. It is under the purview of this council to add conditions of approval. Staff did not add that condition because we didn't think it was necessary.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. And just for the record, I have not had a lot of complaints on the Eddy.
Yeah.
So I don't know where you're getting them, and I'm happy to work with whatever you need, but I just want you to know I have not had complaints on the
I actually suggested
Eddy.
this company go work with the Eddy.
Okay, well, that's a great solution too. But I also want to be very careful because I have not had any complaints on the Eddy. Okay, I'm going to send it over to you, Councilwoman Ebert.
Great, thanks. So I just have a couple questions about the sound system. Is that just for specific events, or is that the same sound system that will be used there all the time? Like, can you explain that a little bit for me? Like, I've heard it's a great noise canceling thing, but is that just for particular events, or would all events use this?
It's a great question for the applicant. Or Chris.
Yeah.
For the record, Chris Sewell again. Yes, same sound system that is used in Glow Plaza will be using in the festival grounds, just slightly different, sizing and configurations. But not all events will have amplified sound. But
Okay.
anything that does have amplified sound will be using this particular sound system and this particular technology to do the same type of noise mitigation that we do.
Okay. And when you talk about different kind of events, like what kind of events could potentially happen there besides, some kind of outdoor festival or whatever? Like, would the Ren Fair come through, or like, I'm just trying to think of other types of events that would be held there.
That would have amplified sound
Or just in general, I mean, to address some concerns people have about noise.
Again, a lot of the events will be music, concert, or festival events. The plan is to activate over the next several years different types of events, food and craft fairs, potentially car shows, high-end, corporate events or weddings. The venue's really set up to do any kind of configuration of event or event type.
So
And
it's
it's something
not-
that's been fairly lacking in this community.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily going to be some like outdoor music event every time.
No, and there, in particular, in the festival grounds, there'll be, weeks and, sometimes several weeks in between events as well. It's not just every single night, every single week, for every day that it's nice outside, there's going to be loud music concerts going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I did also agree with Councilmember Dewar's comments about monitoring the noise level for the first few events or something like that,
Or the
just to
first
make
year or
sure.
two,
Yeah, just to make sure that, that they're not exceeding any noise levels, but, yeah, Would you be opposed to that, the applicant, or?
I don't feel that it's necessary. I think with sound monitoring, there are just so many factors that play into it. It's a very complex, elaborate thing. Where are things positioned? How are they being monitored? What kind of time frame, like a weighted average kind of time frame you're using? There's so many variables that would need to go into that. And it's so subjective in terms of how things are actually set up for monitoring that, oftentimes the results just don't yield anything that's valuable or actually informative. I think just, the limits that they placed on this particular venue was in terms of how many events you could do per year, and then how late you could go. And, that was the limitations that were placed on it, rather than do something that's so much more subjective, like the actual sound monitoring.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, Councilman Martinez.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And I want to thank my other fellow council members for the questions. I was curious, I think this question is more for Council Member Dewar. I think if we're going through special events permitting for everything happening at the J Festival Resorts, do you think the monitoring should happen like every weekend or when we reach a certain threshold on the tiers? Or just kind of curious. I don't know if I'm there yet in supporting that proposal, but I wanted to flush that out a little more.
Yeah, my thought, there are allowed to be 20 events of a certain size, 10 of another. It sounds like many of them will not be music-oriented or concert-type events, but the ones that are, I think it would be appropriate. And when you say, Chris, that they don't yield meaningful results, well, they did for Monterey. They gave the town or the county certainty and confidence in your ability to manage sound, and they ultimately, according to you, dropped the requirement. So it seems like that is a middle ground that would provide proactive ability to address the issues instead of retroactively having staff have to gin up after the fact, interview a bunch of people with no data. And so that's what I was thinking, Mr. Martinez, is that it's better to be proactive than reactive. It's better for the city to get ahead of something than behind something. I don't think this would have to be an every year kind of thing. I just think to establish a baseline, it would be very helpful for the applicant and very helpful for the community. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to create anything onerous, but I am trying to kind of meet in the middle. I think, by the way, that the project is very worthwhile, very appropriate for downtown, but I'm also trying to mitigate the potential impacts instead of just saying they don't matter. So that's it.
Okay, Councilman Martinez, are you still needing more questions?
No, I just wanted to make sure that we kind of flesh that conversation out a little bit more. It was a new concept or a new proposal, so I just wanted to make sure we dedicated some more time to it. I don't have any other questions at this point, kind of looking for direction from the ward representative and looking forward to the next conversation.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So we usually, at this time, we've exceeded both of our rounds. And so what I'm going to do is we usually vote. I am actually going to open it up for Mr. Marshall and Mr. Rangel to come up for 5 minutes. It's not something we do, but I know these gentlemen. And so come on up. And Mr. Rangel, come, because you wanted to address a council member or a comment that was said. And then after that, I will also award the same time to Mr. Gordon. So go ahead, Mr. Marshall. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. John Marshall for the record. I just wanted to say that, just to be clear, there was a concert, a music concert on the exact location of the proposed festival grounds in April of last year, and that was the 100+ dB with indoors and at the Montage. So that was not Base Camp, that was not Globe Plaza, that was a single event at that the proposed location. And that had that extraordinary result. And I would also point out that the city is working currently on noise standards within downtown, and they're proposing a DBC standard, as well as monitoring. I think another point that we need to make is that that while you've heard maybe you're really impressed with the way that they can phase, cancel, and those things, that's not required in the permit, in the CUP. So I think a condition requiring any techniques that they believe can mitigate the noise to be put on the applicant and the operator in order to actually minimize the results, because right now there's no requirement that they do that, as well as no requirement to monitor. It's just essentially saying you can exceed the 75 dB standard for every concert or event that you have within those hours. And we think, going to your point, Commissioner Dewar, that is just asking for further discord. And if we can get information that will provide for an information basis to say whether it's needed or not, you will have that, and so will the residents. So I think that's really the key points that I wanted to make. Looking back, and I don't see any hands waving around, so I think that'll be it. Thank you very much, and I'm, of course, welcome to answer any questions, or will gratefully answer any questions
We'll call
that
you
have.
up. Thank you. All right, Mr. Rangel.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity. I just wanted to clarify something that Councilwoman Anderson brought up. Just to be clear, I was only looking at this from an economic development, redevelopment standpoint, so I only looked at the tax increment. And I know that's something most people don't understand. I do. I've spent a career in redevelopment. All I'm saying is that to have this many 30-plus acres that are not generating tax increment with a city that's a $24 million deficit, I just see this as a bad use of land. But to a point that Mr. Gordon brought up about downtown action plan, he says this property is designated for development. Well, it's not being developed. This is an interim, it appears, maybe it's an interim use, I don't know. But if it were to be developed with structures, apartments, businesses, things like that, would not only generate tax increment, it would generate hopefully bed tax down the road, sales tax, things of that nature that are really, that really is necessary in this city, not just entertainment. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thanks, Art.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I?
Go right ahead,
Move forward.
5 minutes. And then I'm going to ask you to wrap it up, so don't go over long, please.
I won't, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. Number one, to Mr. Rangel's point, this block has absolutely been developed. We just finished a $60 million apartment project on the corner of Arlington and 2nd. And the units that face the festival grounds were getting the highest rents there because they're so excited to be on their balconies and listen to these events. Number two, the Glow Plaza. I stood before you asking for a use permit on appeal for the Glow Plaza. At that point, on behalf of J Resort, I had no track record. I had to promise you we wouldn't have any code violations. You put on there some requirements that we complied with every single one. I come back to this body for a review every single year, and police and fire and public works and engineering all concur, no problems whatsoever. So there is absolutely a track record of this operator and Mr. Jacobs and Jacobs Entertainment, in fact, to know how to operate an event venue like this as a good neighbor in downtown Reno. Finally, we oppose any additional conditions. And why is that? We have spent months working with your staff, your professional staff, your police department, your fire department, your management, your public works department, your planning department, to come up with the existing conditions to mitigate the impacts we have heard. And what are we mitigating? We don't have unlimited events. We get 10 large events, 20 medium-sized events, and unlimited food truck and family-oriented events under 5,000 people. That's a mitigation right there, a limited number of events. There's certainty to this community behind me of how many events there will be. Also certainty on the time. Again, it's 1 hour. And these hours are the exact same as the Glow Plaza. And we're not even asking to have amplified sound to midnight on weekends or amplified sound to midnight on 11 p.m. on weekdays. We've carved that back an extra hour. So this is simply amplified music until 11 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday nights for 30 events per year in your downtown entertainment district that has no decibel requirements, no decibel maximums. Everyone who moved into these buildings, these are old casino buildings. These are casinos. Downtown Reno casino buildings folks moved into with probably glass and windows for a casino. That was all disclosed when folks bought downtown entertainment district moving into a casino building. So I believe, in fact, that the mitigations we're providing for the stage orientation, the limited number of events, the limited timing, the limited requests, if I was standing before you asking to go to 3 or 4 or 5 a.m., I get that would be a problem. I am not. I'm asking for the same conditions that we have for the Glow Plaza that we have absolutely complied with, and we respectfully would oppose any further conditions at this time, knowing a special use permit, if we abuse that privilege, if we violate a condition, if there's code enforcement issues, you can bring me back up before you for a revocation proceeding for a use permit and have a conversation about why we didn't comply with our use permit, and we understand it's a privilege to operate downtown. Thank you.
I also think track records matter, and they sort of show a pattern as well. So, Leah, I didn't get to ask you any questions. I went around the room just really quickly. Couple things I do want to know, because I'm looking up this base camp. Are they scheduled to come back?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Leah Picotti for the record. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't oversee the special event.
I'm not so sure because I'm seeing a year skip over here, but I do see that they had music until 10 o'clock at night and it was strictly bass. Strictly bass. So I do think there needs to be more of an extensive conversation of what that looks like. I remember, I think it went way past actually 11, if I remember. So I just wanted to make sure because I want everyone to understand, who the different players are. We see that with our bars. Some are amazing owners and doing a great job, and some really need a lot of work. So, and just talk to me a little bit about traffic mitigation.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Madam Mayor, it's, so as I kind of got into before, and unfortunately, it's a high-level presentation. But when we sat down with all of the players at the table and everybody from the city of Reno and the applicant and all their people, we said, look, rather than trying to figure out this traffic situation on a case-by-case basis, let's create tiers and create a traffic mitigation plan for each tier. So the applicant went back with their people and they came up with these fantastic plans for traffic mitigation for each tier, so number of attendees. And then they sent that back over to us, and all of our engineers and all of our roads departments all looked at that, and fire and police and everybody else, and said, yes, this will work. And the fact that they're coming back for a special event permit for every event gives us that additional time to review it and apply any necessary mitigation.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to sort of reiterate what Councilwoman Taylor said. We don't get to choose what comes before us. A lot of people will listen, and a lot of times we will say, we need more housing. Okay, and we need more open space. These are the things that we hear. We hear we need more entertainment, we need more vibrancy. One of the reasons why I wanted to run for office so badly is Midtown. There were 4 of us that started Midtown. That was our baby. And, honestly, downtown has really, really struggled. And to hear everyone, let me just point out how small Reno is. And your council lives in this community too. We all want a vibrant community. We all want a safe community. And for so long, I've heard Mayor Sheevy, we want downtown revitalized. We want downtown exciting and fun and where people can live, work, play, visit. And the hard thing is, I gotta tell you guys, it's a really hard job up here because you're super sensitive to everyone's needs. By the way, Mr. LaRue, I believe I went to school with your sister, and your cousin is sitting over here on the other side of this issue. Mr. Marshall, I believe you're married to Kate Marshall. This is how small Reno is. Matter of fact, Mr. Gordon, your grandmother was my neighbor. We all live in this community together, 6 degrees of separation. We all have to have a balance together. We all have to work on this together. I appreciate the applicant working with staff. I know it's something that gives your side a lot of anxiety when you come in. But let me tell you something. I hear all the time, Madam Mayor, we need open space. We get a project with open space. I'm excited for it. And so then to see people say this is not the right project. Do you know what I get when we build housing? How dare you, Madam Mayor, how dare this council bring in a housing project? Do you know how many people are suffering and struggling for affordable housing? And then you say to me, we don't want ADUs. I mean, we can't seem to win. And so I want everyone to understand the sensitivity here. We need a downtown that has lights on, that's safe, that's vibrant, exciting, and fun. Why do you think Reno has rebranded itself in the last decade? People think of us differently now. Very, very differently now. Love Reno or hate Reno, you all live here. We all live together, have to respect each other. Likewise, I'm going to run into you at the grocery store. I know I am. And Mr. Rangel, I think you are amazing. You need to tell me how to turn around that bowling stadium and event center. Okay, we're having coffee. Okay? So I just want everyone to know, I think it becomes a balance. I also don't think that it's too far reaching of what you're asking for, and I appreciate the level of thought that went into it, the sound dynamics, the technology of that. That's a game changer. But I just want everyone to know that it's not easy for the council to make these decisions, and we're going to monitor it and keep watching. And also, I just want to say, again, track record matters. We see this. A track record tells the story. And so I'm glad to see that everything at the Glow has, all I've heard is wonderful feedback. And so, again, I want everyone to understand, it's not that we don't respect both sides. It's that there is a balance. And, it just hurts my heart when I see people out there that I know that I've known for 40 years. Oh no, I just dated myself, 50 years. Anyway, so without that being said, I'm going to bring it back to the council member whose ward it is, Vice Mayor, Councilwoman Taylor. Take it away, give me a motion.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
And then we'll go from there.
I'm going to make a motion, and I'm going to have an ask with it. I make the motion that we affirm the Planning Commission's decision. I can make all of the findings. I can go through them if you need me to. I don't think it's necessary. But my balcony faces this. I saw him laying the sod today. My commitment to my residents is I will meet with the city manager after every single event. We will go through the Reno Direct reports. And if there is a challenge, I will work to make sure that we right that challenge. That's my motion.
Okay, thank you so much. I did want to add, the reason why I was saying that, sorry, I had lost my train of thought, but I want to tell you why I said that. Who remembers Midtown before it was Midtown? Now, many of you were here for a long time, and people said, oh my gosh, that area is so seedy and shady, and, but I think we're a little gritty, but you remember those days, right? But guess what? When we turned on the lights, it got safer. People wanted to come out. People wanted to experience community. We need community now more than ever. We're suffering from a lot of loneliness in this country, separation, isolation. That's from technology and those types of things. I hope it becomes a place where we all gather together. But I do want to say, people have been saying forever, Mayor, revitalize downtown, make it safer, make it fun, make it a place where we can all live in existence. We just had an incredible event, the Western Lights, and it was amazing, and that was family friendly. And I can't begin to tell you how it warmed my heart for people to come together in a time when things are really rocky across this world. And people are suffering from mental, anguish and things that are happening and financial anguish. It was free. It was kids everywhere. And it was something to be proud of. So that's what I experienced in Midtown. The minute we turn the lights on, things change and they get safer. And so I think, some of this is going to happen in the same way for downtown. Downtown still has a long way to go, but we got to continue to make progress, but we got to make it together. And so I'm sensitive to the needs of the residents too, because they got to get sleep, right? They've got to get sleep. But I will tell you, base camp was alarming, but I also want to make sure that everyone knows that is a very different operator. We see it in the same thing with bars, that different operators bring different things to the table. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Taylor. Do I have a second? Councilwoman, do you want to make the second?
Sure.
All right.
I second the motion.
Okay, now discussion.
Madam Mayor?
All right, I'm going to head to Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm very excited about this venue and the opportunity, and I wish everyone in the room had had the opportunity that Councilmember Taylor and I had to visit the studio and hear Chris's demonstration. At the end of the day, the proof is in the pudding. He either can do what he says he will do and what Mr. Gordon has pledged that he will do, or he won't. And I've been reassured by both Councilmember Taylor's commitment to follow up with our manager after each event, and secondly, by the fact that special event permits will be required, and there's an opportunity within those special event permits to require monitoring or any other thing the city thinks is necessary. So those two things have, for me, addressed that issue. I think there's follow-up, and that's all I was looking for. And the reason I suggested it is because I am confident at this time, from what I've heard, that Chris will meet and exceed the challenges of the day of producing sound without blasting out the residents. And so that's why I'm going to support the motion. I love the redevelopment downtown. I'm just trying to be cautious. But I like the guardrails that were put in, and I appreciate those. So, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm hopeful that all the noise issues can be mitigated and that everybody can kind of coexist and we can revitalize our downtown and that the people that live there enjoy what happens at the festival grounds. And I just want to support Councilmember Taylor in representing her ward. I trust that she's spoken with her constituents and has given this a lot of thought. And, if she does meet with Manager Bryant and review any complaints that can come in for these events, that she'll take appropriate action to remedy it. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilman Martinez, anything from you?
I'm good. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, thanks, everyone. Okay, I'm going to ask council to take a quick 10-minute break. I need you to get up, go to the bathroom, get something to eat, do something, because I need your brain on refresh for next. Thanks, you guys. I appreciate you for all coming. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk. Miss Morris, Lauren. Okay, at this time, I am going to open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Yes, this item was properly noticed. We did receive 9 comments, 2 in favor of the project, 6 in opposition of the project, and 1 letter of concern.
Okay, thank you so much. I am going to probably follow what we did last time. Hello, nice to see you. All right, Carter, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Yeah, Carter Williams, I'm Associate Planner for the record. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Before you tonight is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a conditional use permit for a live entertainment facility at 214 West Commercial Row. The application received 2 appeals, one from the applicant and one from a nearby property owner who will present or follow. The property is located south of West Commercial Row, between West Street and North Arlington Avenue. This was previously the One Up Bar, and previously actually had an entitlement for a nightclub, but under city rules, their license lapsed longer than a year, which required them to go through this process again. The specific approval for the conditional use permit was to hold live entertainment events between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. What is different from the previous case is that that was an outdoor facility. Outdoor facilities are allowed to go till 10. Indoor facilities are allowed to go to 11 p.m. Just to go over the Planning Commission action, a hearing was held on February 19th, and the Planning Commission approved the request with operations till 3 a.m. Generally, there was support from the commission on the appropriateness of the use, but there was disagreement over on the allowed hours of the live entertainment component specifically. 3 a.m., which is staff's recommendation, or 5 a.m., which is the original request from the applicant. To take a step back to look at the details of the property and the project, the property is located within the downtown mixed use, or has the master plan land use designation of downtown mixed use. Generally, the master plan has policies that are related or supported by actions that benefit existing businesses and operations. This is a activity generating use that would, to some extent, enrich tourism and entertainment in the downtown core. And this is also an opportunity to introduce new conditions that seek to support, enhance public safety for this business and the surrounding area that we did not have in the previous iteration of the use permit. The property is located within the downtown mixed-use entertainment district zoning, and a bar is allowed for 24 hours by right. So that is the principal use, and on top of that, we have a live entertainment accessory to that. That is also allowed by right, but only up to 11 p.m. Anything past 11 p.m., that requires that CUP. For the hours of operation, so for Sunday through Wednesday, the business would be restricted to 11 p.m., and this is consistent with all live entertainment uses throughout the city. The applicant's request is to go to 5 a.m., and the commission approved, consistent with staff's recommendation, 3 a.m. And staff still holds that this maintains that recommendation of 3 a.m., and this is mostly because of consistency with nearby businesses that have the same, that went through the same process. Generally, all of them are either have to end live entertainment at 3 a.m. or before. There are some outliers, but as we start approving businesses to operate past that 3 a.m. mark and move the time frame where these businesses are closing, it could have an impact on police and business and compliance services throughout the evening. So staff maintains, and this is supported by business compliance and code enforcement for that 3 a.m. This is the Vicinity photos. The building in question is the brick building between Quack's Bistro and the Townsite Motel. As far as surrounding uses, so when we're talking about compatibility, so generally downtown has a mix of uses. Many around this site are lodging and residential uses. But also at least 7 live entertainment uses are in the vicinity, primarily on that Second Street corridor, who are all allowed to operate after 11 p.m. Many, again, have the cutoff time of 3 a.m. With respect to the master plan for downtown, mix of uses are supported, but it also poses challenges with compatibility. So staff's perspective is not necessarily is this use appropriate next to these different uses, it's what conditions and requirements can we implement to make them compatible. So the first thing that is noise. So staff did request a sound study for this business. On the screen is the result with recommendations implemented from that study. So just to look at the noise contour map that's on the screen, so anything outside of that green barrier, you're expected to experience the same amount of ambient noise, or at least in sound level, as the rest of downtown. If you're going inward of that green, green contour line, you're going to start seeing those sound levels rise. Generally, staff is comfortable with this result, but it is also recommended that the conditions or recommendations from the sound study be implemented. That includes the existing vestibule inside the facility to be reorganized, and that it be that vestibule have sound dampening material installed inside of it. All the doors to be acoustically rated. Any ventilation ports from the outside be to some extent sealed, where it's still safe, obviously. And then also that the sound levels are restricted to 80 decibels, and that is referring to the C scale, so that base level that we've been talking about all night. That's the condition we imposed for staff to be comfortable that the operation will be consistent with the sound study with the operation. Next, we did focus on public safety. A standard condition that's coming with all of these types of applications is a security plan. These security plans look at personnel training, video for surveillance requirements, what staff should be doing, or staff of the facility should be doing in the event of an emergency, as well as requirements for queues, security lighting, and this is a particularly important one because it was something that was specifically called out by the police department as something that's necessary, and adjacent sidewalks being cleaned at the end of each night. This was reviewed by the police department code and business compliance, and the preliminary plan was acceptable, and is again something that wasn't available before. We weren't able to impose these requirements before. This is something that's new that we're able to enforce with this business moving forward. On the screen are the findings for a conditional use permit. Generally, staff was able to make the findings with the recommended conditions. And that's the important component here, is that the conditions are different from the previous entitlement, and staff is comfortable with what's been proposed with those conditions, and then that we have the ability to enforce them. And the recommendation is on the screen. Generally, staff recommends that the Planning Commission action is affirmed. But I'm available for any questions. I believe the...
All right, good job, Carter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I am going to, trying to think. Well, we can follow the same lines of the last. Do we have a 10-minute presentation from Montage? Come on up.
Would it be troublesome to get a water from somebody? I'm forced and been there for the
Yes,
last few hours.
and there should be water. Are there little bottles up there?
I keep getting
No?
taken.
Oh, okay. That's what it is. We'll be better about keeping them up there, because I noticed that with the last hearing.
Thank you. Oops.
All right, Mary. 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Oh, good evening. Mary Babbis, representing the Montage North LLC, for the record. I am requesting council reverse the February 19th approval of conditional use permit LDC 25-27 by the Planning Commission and directly deny the conditional use permit based on the inability to make all the applicable findings. The Montage North is the owner of real property located on the southwest corner of West Commercial Row and West Street. It is in the yellow box right there. It is a vacant quarter-acre plus parcel that is not part of the Montage Owners Association. It is fully developable. The Montage North is also the owner of the adjacent 3 parcels in that blue box right there, which make up the north commercial units of the Montage Owners Association. These parcels are vacant shells, which I am currently making efforts to develop. In an effort to change the narrative and present an opinion of approximate commercial property owner, not a resident, I'm representing my interests as they relate to the single vacant parcel not affiliated with the individual property owners of the Montage. I am here today to protect my property rights. These properties were purchased in July of 2024, well after Mr. Mahana's closure of his prior business and the one-year period for him to renew his special use permit that was issued specifically to him as the lessee. 214 West Commercial Row was vacant, and the perceived nuisance resulting from the now intended use of this property, should the Commission's approval of the CUP be upheld, did not exist. I do want to also acknowledge the concerns presented by the residents of the Montage and the surrounding high-rises with the residential use components, as all these persons are property owners, not just residents. Within the 6 high-rise buildings in the downtown area that are all individually owned, there are 1,049 residential units. The 376 units at the Montage comprise 36% of this total. We have an approximate $1.3 million annual budget that covers salaries and benefits for 18 full-time and 2 part-time staff that manage and maintain the building 24/7. With the closing of the One-Up Club and the recent development of the adjacent and proximate properties along West Commercial Row and 3rd Street, we all have a pretty respectful coexistence. This includes Shim's Tavern across the street, which does on occasion provide live indoor entertainment. The residents are patrons of the commercial properties, and it seems to be mutually beneficial. This was my husband's and my consideration when we purchased these 4 parcels, and we literally would have built-in clientele. I also am personally a resident, a property owner at the Montage. I own and reside in a multi-story townhome directly adjacent to 2nd Street. I make mention of this as after the recent eviction of one tenant and outside of the unlicensed hot dog vendor, a respectful coexistence between these properties exists on both sides of 2nd Street. I cannot say the same thing as you move west. The existence of a specific business has resulted in a very recent significant occurrence that posed a serious threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents and visitors to this area. This threat should be considered more than just a nuisance. Today, I want to introduce you to the Spire. This is my husband's vision. My husband passed away last September. He worked with local architect Todd Copenhaver to come up with this design. Yes, it's just a rendering, but I would like to see it come to life. It is a multi-story, mixed-use building containing parking, retail, restaurant, office, and residential components. It's my opinion that a nightclub that exists to provide EDM live indoor entertainment with a capacity of 300 persons within 130 feet proximity of my property negatively impacts my quiet enjoyment, and I use that term as it's my use of the property, not in terms of noise, with a high risk of that having to be modified due to financial implications resulting from increased building costs, which would hinder my future development intentions and result in perhaps this lot remaining vacant like many others. Basically, development of this property in its currently envisioned state will not pencil as a result of additionally required soundproofing materials that are required to mitigate the damage posed by noise, vibrations, and the known even illumination resulting from the presence of emergency vehicles required to address the known criminal activity in this area. The existence of an approved CUP at 214 West Commercial, which runs with the property in perpetuity, will, in my opinion, pose negative financial implications on the sale of my undeveloped parcel as a result of limited interest from prospective buyers and an ensuing reduced purchase price to that of its current appraised value. I've only got 5 more minutes here, so I want to know that staff, I submitted a really hefty appeal packet as I was troubled by what occurred with the CUP application, staff's processing of that application, and its resulting report to the Planning Commission, and then the Commission's considerations and discussions that resulted in their approval at its established conditions. I can't address all these, so I trust all of you have read through that packet, and if you have further questions, please let me know. I want to highlight specific findings that have not been met and therefore require reversal of the Commission's approval. The first one, staff's and Commission's required findings as contained in Section 18.08.605E3 that the proposed land use and project design is consistent with applicable development standards has, in my opinion, not been met. The stated proposed use within the application is for primary use as a bar and accessory use for live indoor entertainment. In listening to Mr. Mahana's presentation, as well as taking part in both of the City of Reno's live entertainment zoning workshops, it's my opinion that the primary intended use of the applicant is truly a nightclub, specifically one that hosts EDM shows. This use is no longer permitted within Title 18, except as it be recognized for grandfathered nonconformities. With non-renewal of the applicant's prior SUP after 1 year, this use has been forfeited. In staff's consideration of the application and its presentation to the Planning Commission, it seems they have attempted to make accommodations for this use so that it can fit within the current designations of Title 18. My position is that their immediate response should have been no. This is not currently permitted, and none of us would be here tonight. 2, further, it's my opinion that staff's and commission's required findings contained in Section 18.08.605 E6 A and B, that the granting of the CUB will not be materially detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, that has also not been met. A nuisance will result from the proposed use by this applicant. As defined by RAC, a nuisance includes unreasonably creating, allowing, or engaging in any activity, conduct, or use of property that subjects a person or neighborhood to noise, which is likely to disturb the peace of a person of reasonable and ordinary sensibilities. This raises my concern with the sound component condition. I understand staff performed their own sound study, which was the basis for their recommendation that 80 dBc is an acceptable level. Prior to this, approvals of the most recent CUPs contain a condition of a not to exceed level of 65 decibels. My understanding is that the difference between 65 and 80 is tenfold. It's very significant, as on page 10 of the sound study presented by the applicant, it specifically states that a noise limit of 65 dBc is considered appropriate to minimize the risk of annoyance to nearby noise-sensitive receptors. I find it troublesome that staff, who I don't believe are sound experts, would make a recommendation above that which was presented within the study, and that the commission accepted it without due consideration. The findings go further in its condition of any hazards to persons and property. The security plan does not account for the designated areas outside of the building footprint with the exception of the queuing line. Mr. Mahana has stated that within his lease, he has the use of 20 designated parking spaces in the adjacent lot. Nowhere in the conditions set forth by staff and commission does it make any consideration of this area and any required security. These are the areas that have well-documented criminal activity. There's your track record. The traffic concerns as presented by code enforcement have also been left unaddressed. West Commercial Row is a one-way street. There are currently 7 nose-in unmetered parking spaces in this block. The recommendation by code enforcement was to have these spaces replaced by a loading zone. Removal of 7 spaces is significant to residents and businesses in a zone where parking is no longer a requirement for use. I foresee this obstruction in this travel lane to continue through to West Commercial Row, which is adjacent to my property, which impacts my ability for ingress or egress. Also specific, there is a third finding, and if you give me just a minute, has to do with the appeal from the applicant for extended hours to 5 p.m. There is a section of 18.01.403C1A, which applies to a CUP that's in existence, a nonconformity. And it says a specific finding is now required that states the expansion or change of the nonconforming use will not damage the character or quality of the neighborhood in which it is located or hinder the future development of the surrounding properties. I think today I've showed you that the existence of a nightclub in an environment that I'm presenting here with a significant financial contribution to redevelop Reno will be hindered. And I ask council today to deny this permit request and reverse the commission's approval of it. Thank you so much for all your contributions to the city of Reno and for your consideration of my appeal.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. How do I pronounce your last name?
It's Babis.
Babis, okay. I bet you get a lot of different pronunciations. Pronunciations on your last name, like I do. All right. Well, the good news is when they call your house and they can't pronounce it correctly, you can say, I don't know.
I don't
They're
answer my door.
calling. All right. Okay. Next up, we have Mr. Fadi Mahana. Come on up.
Hi, for the record, my name is Fadi Mahana. I'm the applicant for the project located at 214 West Commercial Road. When we applied for the application since day one, we were hearing all these comments and statements, which she mentioned right now, legal activity and false statement. Just wanna, so this is the building of One Up, and this is the Montage building. So I just want to give my background, a little bit of myself. I came to Reno in the year 2000 as an immigrant. I got my master from UNR in civil engineering. I've been in Reno for 25 years, building bridges, highways. I'm a lecturer at UNR, and I was a member of NAB1 for 2 years. That's the businesses we established in Reno for the last 25 years. In Midtown, we have Tequila Catador restaurants. We have Whiskey Lounge. We did Philly's cheesesteaks, Campy Restaurant, and Whiskey Bar in downtown, Red Martini in downtown, Club One Up, Shawarma Shack, Redwood Mall, and Philly's Food Truck. So we've been very active in the city, and we love this community. We did a lot for this community. Talking about this project, this is the building that Carter mentioned. And this is the building right there, 214 West Commercial Road versus the Montage building. It's at the corner of West and Commercial. So we run One Up for 14 years, and we have a lot of big shows, big headliners, special events, and our fundraiser events. We pull a lot of tourists from Sacramento, Bay Area, Oregon, Washington, because you bring a lot of big DJ, big headliner, never been in Reno, and we did a lot for the music scene. We created 18 jobs for local residents. People were living from paycheck to paycheck, and we supported a lot of UNR students doing like side work just to pay their tuitions. And the business contributed tax income for 14 years for the city. So I'm gonna talk about downtown a little bit. So we're gonna emphasize it's a mixed-use downtown. This means it's entertainment district. Entertainment district means we need to have bars, clubs, restaurants, and entertainment events and entertainment places in downtown. When we applied for the club, and during the operation, we did a lot of improvement to control the sound. One of them, as you see, we have a double door at the entrance, and we built sound wall on the side of Commercial Row. Then we built another sound wall on the side of the motel, which is next door. So we built 2 sound walls, one facing the street, one facing the motel. The other wall is brick wall. It's better than sand wall. Then we sealed the roof. We applied a 1 inch of expanding material. That sealed the roof 100%. Even air cannot leak from the roof. So, and that's gonna contain all the noise leak from the ceiling. To do we performed the sound wall, and we spent about $16,000, and the ceiling $42,000. I'm not J Resort, I'm a small guy. This is a lot of money for us. We spent a lot of money to improve the sound. When we applied for the conditional use permit, the city asked for a sound study. We performed a sound study, and we hired a professional engineer, came from the Bay Area. And they did a sound study, and there was a city representative when we did the sound study. As you can see, we set up the sound in the dance floor, which is empty, no crowd, no furniture, no equipment, nothing, to create the worst-case scenario because they have no body absorption or furniture absorption, anything to absorb the sound. And we did drown the sound at 109 decibels, and we're measuring the DBC. DBC is the base, because they were saying they measured the DBA. We couldn't measure DBA outside the building. The DBC is the base, and that's what everybody is concerned about. So we did run it, and we set 2 stations, short-term station, ST1, which we walk physically for 15 minutes, measure the sound, and long-term station, which is monitoring for 5 hours. The 2 stations were ST2 and LT2 in front of the 3rd Street flat, ST1 in front of the Montage building, and on, I forgot her name, the lady was talking about the empty property. And we did run the sound for 5 hours, and we took measurement. Just for the record, who did the measurement is a professional company that's been certified to do sound engineering study. And that's what we did locate the sound for long-term and short-term. And this graph summarizes everything. The bottom line, the top line, that's the music we were running inside the club at 113 decibel. And you can see the bottom line, the brown line is the decibel recorded in front of the 3rd Street flat and Montage building. And you can see it's at 68 decibels. If you notice, even when we stop the music, still decibel at 70. Any car driving on the street, any motorbike driving will create 70 decibels. And in front of the 3rd Street flat also, we did the same. And as you see, when we stopped the music, decibel didn't change. And this is a fact. These are measured sound, actual. There's no remodeling, there's no model. These are fact, these are science measured. If you notice, when the train passed, the decibel went up to 86 decibels. So as Carter mentioned, this graph showed the green area, all the decibel within 67. That's at the ground level. And at elevated receptor, which is 25 to 30 feet, it's still less than 67 decibel within the green area, still far away from the Montage building. And based on the sound engineer recommendation, we did some recommendation, which is like changing the entrance of the door. We're gonna change it, put on the other side, so we reduce the leak of the music. Then if you look on the right side versus the improvement we're gonna make the sound closer to the building. So the 67 decibel is within the building on the north side of Commercial Street. And that's also at the 3rd level interceptor too. And we were asked by the city to submit code enforcement, like we light up the 3 sides of the building, and that's what we've been doing. Actually, how we control the crowd, you can see at the front, we leave a clearance on the sidewalk, and we use fence to control the crowd, and the building light up on the front, on the side. We still have to light up one side, which we submitted to comply with the code enforcement. Also, they ask how we're gonna control the crowd, and we submit a plan for RPD and code enforcement. And one of the requirements also, we submit a security staff plan procedure for security and how we're gonna control the patron and the hour operation. And we're gonna install cameras outside the building. And we're gonna maintain exterior lighting and make sure we clean all the outside the building when the club is closed. Now, I'm asking to extend the operation for 2 hours. Why? First, economically doesn't work. I cannot open from 10 till 3. We are not a bar. We are a music venue. When you come to the city, you apply for a liquor license, add a cabaret. We're the opposite. We are a music venue, in a way, add liquor. Because the lead incentive of our operation is the music, is bring headliners, big DJs. So people are gonna come and pay cover charge to see the DJ, not to drink only. The second, the significant investment. We cannot invest $350,000, $400,000 in this building and operate from 5 till 3. The feasibility doesn't work. We need extra 2 hours on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So we cannot run an operation based on 15 hours, or we're asking extension for 2 hours. Exclusive entertainment, like I said, we bring DJ from all the world. We spend a lot of money, and closing at 3, there's no way we can operate the business and the project will fail. Second, community contribution. We're going to create 18 jobs. Okay, not a lot, but still for people living from paycheck to paycheck and support you and art students. And the fair competition, all the clubs in downtown, all the bars, any venue inside the casino downtown, close at 5 or past 5. I would be the only bar in downtown, only nightclub closing at 3. So what I'm asking to treat me fair like everybody else and let me operate till 5 a.m. like everybody else. And Reno is known as 24-hour city, especially downtown. All I'm asking to be consistent and fair like everybody else. I cannot have 300 people inside the bar, close at 3, and release 300 people on the street. So it's going to be a safety issue. Second, the entertainment schedule. Usually people go out in Reno at around 11, and they stay late till 3:30. If I do a last call at 2:30 and release 300 people on the street, it's going to be safety issue. Second, we don't have enough time to make money, so we can pay our overhead costs between utilities, rent, insurance, everything. And as I talk about the safety measure. So if you walk in downtown right now, if you walk on Virginia Street, you see it's like ghost town, empty, vacant building, business are closing. So we have two options. We need to keep moving, create business in downtown to bring life to downtown, or do nothing, just die. This is in front of the building right now, this afternoon. This in front of the building facing 3rd Street. This 2 cars been sitting there for 5 months. People living in it, a lot of illegal activities happening right there. That's the view from the Montage, and that's the view from the 3rd Street flat. I'm sure nobody wants downtown to be like this. And the lady keeps saying, in my opinion, my property. We're working here for the community as serving the community. We're not working about somebody personal profit. This building, yes, should be vacant for 2 years, and it's going to be vacant for the next 10 years. And we're trying to bring life to this building, create the jobs, bring back the music scene, make downtown beautiful again, vibrant. And thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Didn't you say you were an engineer?
Correct.
Why do you want to be in the nightclub business?
Because I love the music scene. I'm a burner.
Oh, okay, you're a burner.
Love music. Everybody loves music. We're professional, but we love music too.
Well,
music is life. With no music, life is dry.
Are you there all night long?
No.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to head to you, Lauren, Madam Clerk. Let's go into public comment.
Jeffrey Rob Alvarez, followed by Steve Emmerich, followed by Sharon Elledge.
All right. Jeffrey, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I figured I'd come out here and try to represent the artists the best I can.
Good. Love that.
Because I definitely came out to the last, when you guys were trying to talk about the sound ordinance for live entertainment. And it's pretty much, as being a sound engineer myself and having worked in the casinos, having worked as a supervisor for the nightlife and AV at the Row, I've been around these decibel levels quite frequently, and, the things that are trying to be imposed, these 80 dBs and lower, it just doesn't make any sense, especially for the type of music that I personally create. Like, bass music is pretty much something that saved me from, a situation that was going to be detrimental and fatal to my health, and so there's a reason why people love to go to it, and Reno itself was built on entertainment and built on this style of music that allows people to express themselves in a way that is different than your average, your average live music. It's a lot more intense, it has a lot more energy. And so these things are being imposed, and the rhetoric that's being imposed from the type of laws that are being tried to get put in without any type of, from what I can see, democratic voting system, puts us in a position where we're going to, have this criminalization of a certain type of music and a certain type of expression based on the whim of whatever these people in, a position of power want to impose whenever they want to versus, some type of actual voting system. So the fact that we're at this 80 dB level and trying to go even lower, it just, it's going to put me personally in a position where I lose my like my entire life pretty much, because this is the type of music that I've spent my entire past over 10 years learning how to design and create. And I'm at a point where I'm finally making money through it, and now we're in a position where it's going to be tried to get criminalized, and you're trying to take away one of our most important music venues that caters to this type of music. And Reno is not a type of place where you guys don't have any theme parks, any type of stuff like that. Let's be real, Reno is a party city, and it's a place where you can come enjoy some music that you don't get elsewhere. And so I do believe that there is, especially on the revenue side, there's people that come into these large events. When they go out, they go pay that sales tax, And also, let's be real, we're at a point where the older demographic and this retirement community that these people are trying to build, they're not going to be spending money anymore because they're retiring. So they're going to be trying to hold on to as much as they can, whereas the younger demographic are the ones out there spending money. So, we're out there trying to do what we can in order to boost revenue, and it's a huge component to be able to have places like this, like One Up, to be able to express ourselves and create this type of music that attracts a younger demographic that's going to grow with the city and be out and spend more money. So I believe that there's a lot more value in it than just, a place that does bass music and EDM.
Okay, thank you so much. And you said you are currently an artist. You play now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where do you do that at?
All over the place. I was just out in Nevada City.
A lot of places?
Yeah, we're going to get an event series going at the library right here downtown. And
Good, I love it.
Things unlocked, so there's
Good.
a lot more to it than just, what these people say, and yeah, it's a little loud every now and then, but
And coffee houses are doing it. Coffee houses, right? You don't have to stay up all night.
Arts Festival. I'm on the board for the Offbeat Music Society as well. I was the previous music coordinator for the much beloved but unfortunately short-lived Reno Sculpture Fest, and the department head for both Electric Forest Festival and Lost Lands Festivals, running different departments for those major music festivals. I care a lot for music. I care a lot for the people that come to my events and the people that I oversee, the artists, the fans, the people that work there. And I care a lot about Reno. I moved to Northern Nevada in 2000 and down here in 2006. One small part of why we were here discussing the entertainment is we're discussing the entertainment growing here. And it's really important what Madam Mayor said about the isolation and the need for community right now, and that we need this connection. And all of these different places are very, very important. The common thread of these events, whether it's the J Resort or it's Cargo, the 214, One Up Work, what it was before, is that they bring people together. I had a really memorable night happen to me in 2019 at 214. It made me really realize the power of events and event spaces. In a particularly tough time in my life, as my sister was battling cancer, out here, and the other side of the country, my parents were both suffering from dementia. I produced a show with an up-and-coming local artist, and perhaps it was maybe the feeling of hope and happiness in that room about the success of this artist, or maybe it was something out there that just thought I needed to hear it. But I had so many people come up to me that night, and they expressed how grateful they were for the events here and my events, that they had met their current spouse at one of my events, that they decided not to move to the Bay Area due to our local music community. One person said they'd actually become a nicer person because of the way they were treated at our events. And even a couple people said they conceived their child after one of my events. I'm not saying that to toot my own horn or that I'm my company or that I'm special. I'm using this just as an example of there are these kinds of stories that are told all over our town and at all different hours from all different microcosms. Every space is important. People like to move around. We are a 24-hour tourist town. People come around, they like to come here, they have a good time here. They go to many different restaurants and bars and venues. Everything is really, really important. So, for example, going from, say, the J Resort, they could come to One Up afterwards. These are all very important situations for this town. The notion that 214 is crime-ridden is 100% incorrect. I did over 200 concerts there. It was a very, very safe place. Yeah, I think everything else is I've taken care of, but I've worked really hard over 23 years creating great music and entertainment options for people here. It's important for everyone to have these opportunities, and I'm just here to support for the appeal for amplified music later at 214.
Okay, love that. Except for one thing, we need to bring back Sculpture Fest, right?
Yeah, Western Lights kind of was the next generation.
The next-
But it would be amazing, yes. It'd be
Sculpture
amazing.
Fest, love that. It was amazing.
It was amazing, yeah.
Okay, next.
Sharon Elledge, followed by Tyler Burt.
Hi, Sharon.
Followed by Art Rangel.
Have you enjoyed yourself sitting here this long?
Oh, yes, my rear end really appreciates it.
Bless your heart. All right, Sharon, the floor is yours.
For the record, my name is Sharon Elledge. I have lived in the Montage for 16 years.
Wow.
Through 10 of those years, I was tortured by the One Up Club and its predecessors in name, same owner. The Planning Commission has restricted, under special use permit, to cease loud music at 3. The applicant has appealed, and here we are. The downtown residents are begging for some relief from the excessive noise caused by the nightclubs in our neighborhood, and yet the city keeps adding more. Please don't do this to us. I don't complain for the sake of complaining. I have called Reno Direct at least 1,000 times. I have written letters to Mayor Cashel and the entire city council, only to be ignored. So I'm asking you, please reverse this decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk.
Tyler Burt, followed by Art Rangel, followed by Jalen Stewart.
Good evening, Tyler Burt for the record. Speaking today in favor of the nightclub project at 214 West Commercial Row. We are here in efforts to secure a conditional use permit for live entertainment, specifically between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. The last hearing we had, we were granted live entertainment until 3 instead of the requested 5 a.m. I'd like to explain why these 2 extra hours of operation are so vital to the success of the business, as well as address any concerns of late night noise and/or security issues. First, I'll explain why these extended hours are so crucial. Reno is a 24-hour city. With this comes with the desire and demand for live entertainment into the later hours. Our previous nightclub at this property was known for being a great after-hours location for the community to gather safely and continue celebrating music and art culture. We are also the closest venue to Cargo Concert Hall at the Whitney Peak. This gives us the opportunity to host after parties after the main event ends at 2 a.m. Cargo typically goes from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. Once that show is over, the audience members leave that venue and walk down to ours. Our after-hours event then goes from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. These events, along with many other after-hours events, have been a huge part of keeping the business afloat. And please note that the after parties are structured events with touring artists booked to perform throughout the event. Now to address concerns of excessive noise. We have already proved our maximum sound system volume was virtually inaudible around all areas of concern. This was scientifically proven via sound study that was completed by a board-certified member of the Institute of Noise Control Engineering. A train going by underground was substantially louder than anything that we could produce. To address safety concerns, we have submitted an extensive security plan that we will be operating under regardless of the day or time. If we're open for business, we will always have sufficient security staff to maintain crowd control and cleanliness. Based on our security plan, surveillance, and staff training, we will have the most competent and prepared security staff out of any small business in the city. Lastly, I'd like to share some photos that were taken this week of the exterior of the venue that shows its current state. While you review these photos, please keep in mind this has been going on for months on end. There are plenty of complaints and police reports regarding stolen vehicles, drug deals, prostitution, loitering, squatting, and littering. You can also see in these photos that has created an environmental issue with leaking hazardous and flammable liquids. And we just ask ourselves, do we want a business to open here and clean the place up, or do we want it to remain this way. So I have a few photos. I apologize, they're a bit redundant. But I would like to present them on the, so this one's the main one. Kind of looks like a crime scene, it's gross. And then there's gas cans underneath it. There's other, okay, cool. And then just by the way, this is the sound meter that's been going for the last 5 minutes, maximum of 78 dB, and we're asking for 65. 65 is white noise. That's a ridiculous ask, in my opinion. Thank you very much. Yeah. Those, well, since we moved out, now there's nobody cleaning up and being a presence at that area.
Oh, okay.
So now there's just squatters and people hanging out in cars and sleeping there and doing, and allegedly drug deals and prostitution there. And even when I was across the street taking pictures, there were 2 people that got out of the cars and started looking at me in an intimidating manner to where I'm like, okay, I'm getting out of here. I didn't even feel safe taking pictures of the own building we're trying to move into.
Okay.
So,
Thank you so much.
yeah, of course,
Really
thank you.
appreciate it.
Of course, thank you for your
Okay.
time.
And Chief Nance, we'll talk about that after. And code enforcement. Okay. Go right ahead. Thanks, Lauren.
Art Rangel, followed by Jalen Stewart, followed by Greg Sandler.
May I have my PowerPoint up, please? I have a 10-minute presentation that I have to limit to 3. But I'm gonna run out of time, but I want to deviate once the PowerPoint comes up. For the record, Art Rangel, I'm gonna have to deviate. You know, it's been said so many times, if you didn't like being downtown, why did you move there? What changed? Well, what changed was the city hired a very good consultant to redo its master plan, which was adopted in 2017. That consultant realized that casino business was going down, you had to do something different. And as a result of that, there were policies within that master plan that, how do I get this to? Got the wrong, thanks, John. You've seen that, this was at the last one. This issue, again, has to do with the required findings the hearing body has to make relative to conditional use permit. And the critical thing here is ensure compatibility with surrounding areas and that adequate mitigation can be provided. Again, I was gone for this hearing out of the country, so I submitted this to staff. I don't have time to go through it, but I have a few I want to go through. This one's critical. The residential adjacency issue. As a city planner, I don't understand why this thing does not apply to mixed uses when the predominant use in these properties is residential. Residential adjacency should apply, specifically because the master plan has made it so. Relative to public, the public facilities, the police department has indicated it doesn't have the resources to patrol these things. I look down there and I see 5 or 6 cars at one of these out-of-control bars. I'm like, who's protecting the rest of the city? This doesn't make any sense to continue with this rationale. 11 to, I mean, you heard there's after parties. After 2 o'clock, they come over to these. And we're supposed to be getting sleep in these residential structures that you're not only allowing, but you're encouraging. The conditional use permit will not be materially detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare. And I notified noise and vibration, which are the predominant problems here, and any hazards to persons and property. There's been a tremendous amount of crime from this particular site. I'm going to go directly to this. I think approving this for anything after 11 o'clock sets a very dangerous precedence for future bars to apply and get approval after 11 o'clock in close proximity to residential housing. I encourage the council to consider a moratorium so that the real analysis can be undertaken to determine the impact on adjacent residents from future electronic dance music bars. These are the culprits. the electronic music bars. There's all kinds of bars in Reno that don't create these issues, but these happen to be. Thank you.
All right, Art, thanks so much. All right, back at you, Madam Clerk.
Jalen Stewart, followed by Greg Sandler, followed by Maya Johnson.
Jalen.
Hello, my name is Jalen Stewart. For the record, I'm here in favor of opening the club. I stand here as one of the previous employees of One Up. We wouldn't be here today if we didn't have leasing issues. We closed the club because of the lease ended. Currently, right now, I am employed at Tonic Lounge, which is a nightclub, same exact EDM nightclub. We close at 6 or 7 a.m. We are 1 minute walk away from One Up, and we were awarded 3 a.m. We are here asking to be awarded just till 5 a.m. because these types of clubs do go late night. We are a late night club. I'm so nervous. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Listen, trust me, I wanted to commend everyone in that last hearing because what are the 3 biggest fears? Do you know? Public speaking.
I'm a bartender and I can't public speak, okay?
But it's public speaking, flying, and the dentist. So don't worry about it. You're doing fine. Just
Okay.
stay calm.
Well,
and you're doing great.
That's one point I wanted to bring up was what staff said, that all these bars are closing at 3. I'm a bartender. I work down there. I get off at 5, 6 a.m. and I go to another bar. They're still open. They're still doing live music. Tonic, our DJ cuts at 6 a.m. That's live music. I go to 5 Star. Their DJ cuts at 5 or 6 a.m. All these bars right next to us in the same blocks as us all go until 6, 7 a.m. So whenever we got awarded 3 a.m., that kind of put a dagger in our hearts because, I don't know, I just want it to be fair because he said that there is all these clubs that close at 3. None of them do. That is not true. There's only one club that closes at 3. I don't know what else to say.
It's all right. You're doing great.
But last time I was up here, I begged for my job back pretty much, and I'm just here to say that same thing, that I think that we're just asking for 2 extra hours. We can be open 24 hours if we wanted to. We're not asking to be open for 24 hours. We're asking for 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, to be open until 5, and we don't open until 10 p.m. So it's not an everyday, all-day thing. It's 3 days a week, and yeah.
All right. Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Madam Clerk.
Greg Sandler, followed by Maya Johnson, followed by Ryan West.
Good evening, Mayor, Manager, and Council. It's past my bedtime, I'm exhausted.
I was thinking the same thing. She said
Yes.
we open at 10 and I was looking, going, it's 9:30, I'm ready to go to bed.
Anyhow,
No,
for-
I'm actually a night owl, that's not true. Okay,
For
go
the
ahead.
record, my name's Greg Sandler. I'm an affordable housing developer. I'm also a real estate investor. My wife and I, we own Spark Studios LLC. We own the Townsite Motel next door to Fadi's proposed bar.
Oh, okay, I was wondering who owned that. How long have you owned that?
Couple years.
Couple years, okay.
Yeah. In general, I'm in support of Fadi opening the bar, but I do need to raise some concerns. And they actually brought it up for me. You showed those nice pictures. Folks, while we're standing here today, in this meeting, I just lost a booking for my motel. And it happens all the time. It's almost weekly. And we had to we almost delisted this property because it is affecting our revenue on other properties. We have lost our superhost status. And it's not because of the property. It's not because of our management. It's that the street, Commercial Row, we have 9 police reports. We use Reno PD and the other platform,
Reno Direct.
Nothing happens.
Uh-huh.
Nothing. They're still
Yeah.
there. You said what, months? 5 months since you've been tracking? Years. Okay, in a year, less than a year, we have 9 reports, 9 cases. You know what we get? We get cancellations. We get, emails, just emails. Your case has been closed. Well, what about the lady who's prostituting, what about this guy? I just lost $142 just now, sitting here. I can show you the text from Airbnb if you want. I'll put it on the record. It needs to get cleaned up. And to my friends in code enforcement, I don't know if you're here. If you're here, hi, I love you guys. We want to be a good business downtown, but we need fairness. We need accountability. I mean, we can't get code violations on our property for a dumpster that's been there longer than I've been alive. And then nobody comes to take care of these clear violations right in the street.
I can absolutely sympathize with you. Absolutely unacceptable. I am so sorry. I am apologizing for all of us, on behalf of all of us up here. It's embarrassing. You absolutely deserve better.
Okay.
So we need to do a better job. Chief Nance, I would like you to meet with this gentleman, talk about deeds. I want some oversight over there, because this isn't right. I appreciate you coming.
Would you like me to put the Airbnb letter in the, yes? Okay.
I absolutely would. So I think, and we'll bring it back to a council meeting. We need to do something about these abandoned cars. We need more teeth. We need to figure out how to do something with the county, whatever it is.
I don't know how to get that.
Madam Mayor, there's actually a bill pending on the abandoned cars to make it easier for us to take action immediately instead of waiting and waiting and waiting for a private owner to claim an
I bet they could take a
abandoned car.
picture. Can you figure that out? Can you get that screenshotted?
Are they saying, though, these vehicles aren't necessarily abandoned? I think people are living in them, is that correct?
No, they're
Yeah.
living there. I
Yeah.
drove by on my way here, and there were two guys in the car that was on it's an SUV, it was on the right of your picture. And, I mean, they were like bathing themselves in the car, like sponge bath, which, hey, look, everyone's got to handle their business, but, how am I supposed to run a business? How are these folks supposed to run a viable business with that right, literally in front of their front door? I mean, for my business, it's off to the side, but this gentleman just now, literally while I'm sitting here, said, I don't want to stay at your hotel. Because of the neighborhood, because of the street. And I can't do anything about that. I can clear out my parking lot. I can make sure there's nothing wrong there. But when it comes to the street, it's all City of Reno. And we have tried. I have called nonstop. My assistant has called nonstop.
Were you there when the bar was open before?
No. We acquired the
So,
building after that.
How do you, if it's a 24 hours, and how do you, because it's right next to it, how do you deal with that?
How much time do I have?
Okay.
I'm serious.
Anyway,
I'm an interesting guy.
Just now thinking of my head, okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I used to promote clubs in San Francisco in the Bay Area. We had nightclubs right next to high-rise condos, low-rise condos, and there's a way to make it work. You just have to have someone who's willing to do it.
Okay.
So,
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
And before you leave, Chief Nance is going to get with you, okay?
Maya Johnson, followed by Ryan West.
All right, Maya, I love your shoes.
Thank you.
They are so cute.
Thanks. Hi, my name's Maya Johnson. I'm relatively new to Reno. I've lived here for almost 2 years.
Welcome.
Thank you. I've lived in a few other cities on my way to finding myself here: Baltimore, Philadelphia, a city in Japan that nobody seems to have ever heard of. I visited a bunch: New York, Tokyo, Osaka. I've participated in nightlife in pretty much all of those places and some more. It's something I think every healthy city should have. I'm here speaking in favor of the applicant's appeal to be open until 5 a.m. I have been to venues like this. I hope to go to them again in the future. I understand what he's talking about when he says that if he wants to book a DJ to do a set, he can't kick everybody out at 3 o'clock and the show. It needs to be worth everybody's while to pay the cover and come in and see it. I think that any condition placed on this business should be done in careful consideration of the type of business that it is and what it needs, as he's described. I have tried my best to read through the document packet and see all the objections and listen tonight. And what I'm hearing and reading a lot is we don't want any nightclubs in here because this is a residential neighborhood now. The master plan designates this as the entertainment district. what I want us to consider is if we're not going to allow nightclubs here, then where are we going to allow them? And are we comfortable saying that we don't want nightclubs in Reno anymore? Because that's what I'm hearing, that we don't want anything past 11 PM. We don't want any live entertainment after 11. We don't need it. But I think the city needs to work for everybody. And there are people who are interested in this type of business, and we need to consider that. And this is the place where we've traditionally had them. And I don't think that it's any more likely that they're going to be allowed anywhere else. So I think that forcing these conditions on this business or denying it outright is effectively saying we don't want nightclubs in Reno. Hope we're not comfortable with doing that. I don't really see a reason why something that's okay until 3 is not okay until 5 if they do the appropriate soundproofing. I've been inside and around a lot of nightclubs. I barely hear anything from the street if they're done right. I think if we can do it until 3, we can do it until 5. I'm really concerned about the objections that we shouldn't be doing this because we don't have the police presence to handle it. I think it's a really dangerous direction to go in if we say, well, we can't have late night, we can't have a nightlife scene because our police budget's too small, we just can't handle it, we just can't have it. I think we need to figure it out. We've heard a lot of descriptions of the condition of the street right now. I know that there are some public safety concerns that come with nightlife. I think that's something that, as a city, that does have a reputation as a 24-hour town, but this is not unique to Reno. I've been to nightclubs in Baltimore that kicked everybody out well after the sun was up. It's not just us. I think we need to deal with it, and I don't think that leaving the property vacant is going to make the situation better than activating it.
All right, good job. Okay, why'd you move here?
I had some friends here. I got a job here. I work up at UNR. So I've been here. I've made more friends. It's been great.
Oh, good. I love that. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Good job.
Ryan West.
For the record, Ryan West. I'm here in support of 214 reopening. I'm a former patron of One Up. The industry really built me. One Up was actually a big inspiration for why I got involved in the music scene. I actually almost started employment there when I first started in the scene in Reno. I actually ended up moving over to the Bluebird by recommendation from them because of what they were going through at the time. They said I'd have a better off, longer term future going to another establishment. So one, they were honest, and two, they care about the scene and everything about it, just their individuals as well. I've been a promoter in Reno for multiple events, including Fresh Bacon, Base Camp, different venues simultaneously in the Crawl Reno. I've been doing promotion for 10 years now. I've been an official resident for 3 years now. I've been a small business owner out here for 5+ years now. Me and my dad own Reno Kirby land off West Moana. And one thing that the scene allows us to do too is allow our business to have more reach. We're a small vacuum mom and pop store, so we don't get a lot of opportunity for marketing, but the music industry, everyone I work with opens that door for me and allows me to get my small business in some way, even if it's just letting me chirp at the door while I'm working security. Sorry, I'm a little nervous public
No,
speaking.
you're doing fine. You guys are doing great. No, just take your time.
A big thing too is I feel like through these meetings, it felt like it was a noise thing at first that could have been negotiable, but it sounds like EDM and bass music's being attacked specifically from some individuals, and I get it. It's not appealing to everyone, but we're really trying hard to work, and the music scene did save me in my life as well too. There's a lot of artists that I look forward to that actually pulled me out of dark times, and EDM is just seen as a drug-influenced, girls wear skimpy clothing, but it's a lot more than that. There is true musicians in this industry as well, and people that mean well in the community too. I know Fatty has been a big name that I've heard in the industry and a big inspiration for what I do too. Tyler as well. And Reno has grown a lot in the last 7 years. I commend what you guys have done, because coming here as a patron before that lived in Minden, Carson City, we never wanted to hang around in Reno after our shows. We'd go to One Up, that'd be about it, but besides that, it didn't really feel safe in some of the downtown area, but it has cleaned up and changed a lot. So I feel like giving it the opportunity, at least before it's denied, is at least worthwhile, because correct me if I'm wrong, the CUP can be revoked. So if they do something that is against what they're working towards, they should be held accountable, just as anyone else is. But as long as they're doing what they need to be an established business and commend and work with the residents around them, I feel they should be given a chance. And lastly, the proposed building that could be threatened by One Up reopening. I just see it as another resident that's seeing another opportunity for non-affordable housing. That projection did not look inexpensive to me. I could be wrong, but Reno is seeing a lot of really expensive downtown living, and it's like they're trying to push away from people being able to live in that area. If you're paying high amounts, I get wanting to have it be quiet, but at the same time, it is an entertainment district, as we have covered, but it's just one of those things. If we're going to do affordable housing in areas, let's actually make it affordable and actually bring in people or move people back into the city that moved out into Sun Valley, Winnemucca, all these reasons, and bring people back into the city for what it is.
All right, thank you so much, good job. So Kirby Vacuums, correct? Am I right?
What was that, sorry?
Wasn't it Kirby Vacuums?
Kirby Vacuums, yeah. My dad's
Yeah.
been with it for 30 plus
Very
years.
cool. That's fantastic. Okay.
There's no one else registered to speak, but we did receive 4 comment cards, 2 opposed to the project and 2 in favor of the project.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to bring it back to this body. I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Anderson. Any questions?
I'm going to forego my first round.
No problem. Sure. Okay. Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I get into my question, I just want to address the car situation. I represent downtown, and I've noticed the cars there, and I've taken pictures, and I've also sent them into code enforcement. I've also copied I've noticed that there have been people living in the cars, so I've copied our clean and safe team to see if we can get them services. And it seems like they might be moving, but I want you to know that I will make more of a commitment to get on top of those cars. I was just by there today, and they were there again. Looks like they have a pool on top of their car or something. It's very interesting that they can move these. First question, though, is for you, Carter. The conditional use permit findings on your slides, I think it's slide number 12 that I'm looking at. I think one is missing.
Yes, and that was pointed out to me just now. I apologize. It is missing. I actually have it. I can put it into the record. It was in arts. If you wanted to use here, I have it written up. I apologize.
Okay.
I looked back on previous presentations.
No,
and it
that's
was-
okay. I'm just
yeah.
having a hard time with that one.
So this is the final finding for a conditional use permit.
Okay, so how are you making the analysis on this, that this CUP makes this finding?
So, I mean, we specifically called out, I mean, as far as noise, the sound study was the big push, is that we felt comfortable with the findings of that study and that they were going and implementing the recommendations by that sound engineer to reduce
So when we
that
talk
exposure.
about the public health, safety, or welfare, you're talking specifically about the noise?
So there's 2 components to this. So property damage or nuisance resulting from noise. So that's one point of it.
Okay.
From the public safety standard side of it, and public safety, health, and welfare, we did send this to the police department, and they did review it. That plan.
Were there any comments from the police department?
So they initially gave comments with the crime reports, as well as the calls to service, which were not complete, unfortunately, but there was a substantial list of crime reports that were included with that. But as far as
What do you mean there
comments-
was, I'm sorry,
Sorry,
but
please,
what
yeah.
are the crime reports? I don't understand what you're saying.
So there were, in the review of the security plan, they were aware of the crime reports that were submitted around this property over the past few years. So they gave their analysis with those in mind and called out specific comments in the security plan that would be to address those. So staff, from that feedback, we felt comfortable that we were meeting this finding from that position.
Okay, I might have some more questions. I'm out of time. Thank you, Carter.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Carter, I just had a question on the very first paragraph of the staff report, which was sent to the Planning Commission. I got confused about the history. So what I've determined is in 2009, a special use permit for the nightclub was approved with limited conditions to allow for live entertainment. I'm not sure what those conditions were. were they, what was their hours then, do you know?
They did not have hours restrictions.
For the live entertainment?
Correct.
So they could operate 24 hours, plus they could have live entertainment 24 hours?
Correct.
However, it says the nightclub operation continued until it went out of business. So even with 24-hour live entertainment, they went out of business. Do you know more about that?
Well, as far as I
Is
only
it a
know that.
different owner than this owner?
No, it is the same owner.
Same owner.
Correct.
But, so maybe I should be asking them. I mean, even with 24-hour live entertainment, they went out of business. So I guess I'm wondering about this 5 o'clock cutoff, 5 a.m. cutoff versus 3 a.m. cutoff. You know, what might be different. And then it says the building since remained vacant. So I want to just understand, who actually owns the building?
So the owner of the building is actually the Iliescu's.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, tell, I think it's Yaya that's,
Yes, Yaya is representing the
okay.
building. Yeah,
Well, when you
please.
talk to him next time, tell him I've called him a few times. He needs to call me back.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, so the Iliescu's own the building.
Yes.
And then it's leased to Mr. Fadi Mahana.
That is my understanding, is that there is a
Okay.
lease. And,
So
yeah.
maybe, would you want to answer my question about, you went out of business in 2022. Was there something different
Hi,
than
Fred
there
and
is
Hannah, for
now?
the record, we didn't run out of business. The lease went up and was not renewed.
Oh, the lease was terminated?
Correct. And we have to leave because they have an offer on the building to build a parking garage.
Oh, to buy it and build a parking garage?
Some big investor
But then
offered
they've
to
pulled
buy
out
the
or
building
something?
and the line behind it, so the lease was not renewed, and we left
Gotcha.
for 2 years.
Okay.
And the deal failed, and it's been empty, and
So then it fell through,
correct.
the sale. And then you talked to the Iliescu's and said, we'd like to release it?
Correct.
Okay, and then I see these changes in the layout of the building and the improvements that you say you've made. What I want to understand, I guess, from Carter too, is they needed to make these improvements regardless of the hours operation, right? Is that correct, Carter?
Sorry.
They
repeat the
needed to
question.
make the improvements that they've shown, changing the door, putting in more soundproofing and so on, just to have any live entertainment. Is that
That is the
correct?
conditions that were imposed with this approval.
Right, but what
specifically.
I'm saying is, regardless of whether it's 5 a.m., 3 a.m., 11 p.m., they would have needed to make these improvements. Is that correct?
No, if they were
No.
to operate or cap at 3 or 11 p.m.,
Yeah.
they would not have to make these improvements. That
Well,
is not a
but I
code
guess I
requirement.
don't understand, because those are to mitigate noise.
So I'll clarify. So
Okay.
in the past, there was code enforcement action to nuisance calls
I
related to
see.
noise. Code enforcement went out, and they did make improvements at that time. So the vestibule that's there now, which is to be improved with these conditions, that was installed through that action. But that's post. All these, those are post requirements. They're not requirements per the code right now. So if they were to come in with a business license to go to 11, we would approve it, because it is a by right use for live entertainment and a bar. If in the future, though, that we get these nuisance violations, again, that's when we would start to analyze, like, what are solutions to mitigate those
So let me be clear.
issues.
The only reason that they're putting in these additional improvements is to go past 11 p.m.,
Correct,
whether it's 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
correct, yes.
Okay. So anything beyond, but if it was within 11, they would not have to make these changes?
Not unless we get
You
calls
don't think we
calls to
got
service and noise complaints, and then we
complaints
respond
prior
to
to
those.
11? Before?
Sorry, say that again.
Did we get noise complaints before 11 before?
Yes, there's a
We did.
significant history.
But I
yes.
guess I'm confused about this requirement, but I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure I really follow the logic of it, so, okay.
Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a question. The vehicles that people are living in front of the building, that's kind of like a symptom of things that are going on downtown. And I know that we currently have a lot of vacancy downtown. And it was mentioned earlier that this could potentially decrease property value of a vacant lot. if this business were not to go in there and it's vacant, would that also contribute to more kind of blight in the community? Would that also devalue properties in the surrounding area?
So one of the standards that was recommended by code enforcement that made it into these conditions is related to requirements for what's called crime prevention through environmental design. And one of those is making it look like the property is taken care of, and that has a direct impact on the perception of the property being taken, like people are watching it, people are considering. So vacancy definitely contributes or hurts I mean, that CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design policy. But if it is something related specifically to the property, I do believe that code enforcement has the ability to, like graffiti, for instance. Graffiti, the presence of graffiti has the perception that the business isn't taken care of. Those are already code enforcement standards that we can address today. So it's not necessarily applied to the business, but there are things that we can do above and beyond through this process that supports those.
Do you happen to know how much vacancy we have downtown right now?
I do not know
Estimate?
that.
Okay, because I know the last time I asked, it was 70%, which is significant. Okay. They used to be able to operate there 24/7, and the only reason why they can't is because their permit expired. Can you explain that more? Like, is there a certain time frame that they need to be in the space? I thought the permit kind of stayed with the location. So how did that kind of lapse?
It depends on the conditions. So the conditions in this case did tie it to the business license. So when the business license went out, our city policy is to allow for them they can reestablish with the same use in the same location as long as they submit a new business license within a year.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that did not happen.
Okay.
So it restarts, it erases that land entitlement, and we start again.
Okay, so if a conditional use permit was given to this establishment, it doesn't mean that would just stay at that building forever, right? There are ways that permit could expire or be revoked, correct?
Yes, there are ways. Revocation is one thing, but also if the use changes, or in this case, if they didn't maintain the licensure for the operation.
Okay, all right, I'll have more questions.
Okay, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I don't have any additional questions at this moment.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Anderson. Vice Mayor.
I have a couple questions on what are procedurally, what are the things we can do here? When I look at the presentation, there's one staff recommendation, but usually we have a list of all of the options. Is that available?
Yes, and I didn't include the motions in the presentation, but in the staff report, there's 3 of them. So affirmation with modification.